This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton and on the Surrey live stream for the second day of this First Division clash in the Championship between Surrey and Northamptonshire. Lovely to have you with us as always on an absolutely beautiful day here. It was nice yesterday. Today it's even better in South London. Blue sky, few clouds, it's warm. Very, very nice day for playing and watching cricket, and Surrey start this morning 261 for 6 with Sam Curran 71 not out, Gus Atkinson 4 not out, 100 for Rory Burns yesterday, 107 from him. Northamptonshire winning the toss, sticking Surrey, and interestingly Rory Burns said last night Surrey would have done the same thing if they had won the toss. They'd have had a bowl yesterday morning. Andrew Rad is alongside again. Eva Gray is here as well today, which is tremendous news. But Radders, morning to you, sir. And I think sort of the tale of the tape last night was Northamptonshire did the right thing sticking Surrey in, but probably didn't bowl well enough in the morning.
Yep, absolutely right. Morning, Mark. Morning, Eva. Morning, everyone. Yes, I think that's exactly right. The morning session was a disappointment, and talking to head coach John Sadler last night, he made it very clear that they bowled too wide as a bowling unit. Generally, they didn't make the batsmen play often enough, which was an observation we made from up here. They were better in the afternoon, better in the middle session, certainly. Then when Rory Burns and Sam Curran were going after tea yesterday, I think Northamptonshire would have been fearing the worst and thinking they desperately needed something to happen with the second new ball. Picked up the wicket of Rory Burns, got Colin de Grant on with a bit of a bonus wicket when he just obligingly hit one down Josh Cobb's throat at deep square. I think certainly John Sadler's feeling was they would have hoped to get Surrey, say, 8 down last night. Didn't quite manage that. They'll be looking to break through as soon as possible this morning and get batting as soon as they can. It was interesting, as you say, that both captains would have inserted on winning the toss. The feeling from John Sadler, I mean, you know this ground better than I do, Marcus, his feeling was that it's actually going to get easier to bat on as the game goes on.
Interesting.
That was his take. I don't know what you feel.
I think today will be the best day to bat.
Yeah.
I think today will be the best day to bat. I think what was interesting was last night, and we talked about it before we came on air this morning, with that second new ball still in the last session it was going. And Rory Burns said last night that it nibbled all day.
Yep.
It just nibbled all day. Now, I think runs on the ball could be absolutely critical here. I think if Surrey could get themselves up around 400, it's a big ask from here, obviously, but they do have Sam Curran and still batting to come. I think anything up around 400, having been stuck in, would be a pretty good total on here, I think.
No, absolutely right. And I think from Northamptonshire's point of view, they desperately need to keep this total within. I mean, if they bowl Surrey out for 320, something like that, they'll not be too unhappy. Yeah. But if, as you say, it gets 350 and upwards, then I think, Surrey will definitely be in the driving seat. The good bit of news from Northamptonshire supporters' point of view is that Ricardo Vasconcelos, who spent pretty much all of yesterday being ill in various locations here at the Oval, and I think back at the hotel as well, he is on the ground this morning, and my understanding is that he will be taking the field, and he's feeling quite a bit better. Good. So hopefully it was just one of those 24-hour bugs, and he'd be back on the field. And as John Sadler said last night, Northamptonshire need him to bat.
Yeah, absolutely. And you need your captain out there as well. That's the other thing. And Pope was listening in yesterday afternoon, and he wasn't too well yesterday, so fingers crossed that Mr. Pope is feeling a little better this morning. We can see the Northamptonshire players out there having a bit of a natter and a run through. Luke Proctor with the ball there. He was the pick of the bowlers yesterday. And, of course, in that afternoon session, 2 in 2 balls, Amla and Will Jack's first ball. And actually at that point, if you look back at the scorecard, Surrey were 87 for 3. Yeah. And it sort of evened up that decision of winning the toss and having a bowl, didn't it?
And then I think when Ben Folkes went, just miscuing a hook went straight up in the air, and Lewis McManus took the catch off Tom Taylor. Again, at 133 for 4, you would say it was pretty much on as even. The partnership between Burns and Curran, which was 95 in good time. They were together, 30 odd overs. On a day when run scoring generally wasn't that quick, that was a key partnership, and it probably gave Surrey the upper hand. And I say Northamptonshire were just grateful that something happened with the second new ball, and they were actually able to make a bit of a breakthrough before the close. But they need to polish this off as soon as they can.
They did. Well, Sam Curran as well. A lot of eyes on Sam Curran this morning. He's in wonderful nick at the moment. This was his third 50 in 4 innings in the Championship this season. He sits on 71, not out overnight. And he's making his way out there into the middle with Gus Atkinson, who I think was just bumped up the order last night just to make sure that Jordan Clark didn't have to go out there. But still batting to come for Surrey, of course. In Jordan Clark 100 in the last game at Bristol, Jamie Overton and Dan Worrell. So still batting to go from a Surrey perspective. Northamptonshire out there. Our umpires, Nick Cook and Russell Warren are out there.
And I don't know if you noticed when the players were taking the field that if Ricardo Vasconcelos was still not feeling 100%, he'll feel 100% now, because he had the arm round him from Nick Cook.
Yes.
To say, well, good to see you back, or words
on
to
that
effect,
on that point as well. In warm-up this morning in the net area, there was, I think, the local election counts taking place.
Yes, it is downstairs.
And there was a gentleman of the constabulary, if I put it that way, having a little watch of the nets, and Gareth Batty invited him over. So it was a very strange sight. There was a member of the constabulary standing next to Dan Moriarty while he was bowling. So that would put you on your best behaviour, wouldn't it?
Well,
to start the day.
He did have a little bowl as well.
He did have a little bowl as well. Yes,
straight down the leg side, got swept a bit.
A little, yes. I'm not sure he's in the police 11.
I think he might have been better going over the wicket. You know,
yeah, absolutely.
Going round.
It was when he hit the roof of the net was a bit of a concern. Anyway, the players are out there in the middle. Sam Curran will be on strike, and it will be interesting to see how Sam Curran goes about this morning. It's going to be Sanderson to get us started, coming round the wicket to Sam Curran, who's forward to the first ball of the morning. Thickish inside edge. That rolls away into mid-wicket. Tom Taylor does the fielding. Good morning to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well. Lovely to have you with us on a glorious morning here in South London. Sun beating down. Surrey 261 for 6 overnight. First ball of the day, Sam Curran on 71 has just played that into mid-wicket and there was no run. It's Ben Sanderson from the pavilion end. Second ball of the day, then Sanderson round the wicket he comes to Sam Curran, who's forward and pushing this one out into the offside. Andrew Radd is here and Eva Gray is alongside us today, which is terrific to have Eva here with us. Of course, Surrey and South East Stars and Oval Invincibles. So especially with the ball, it would be good to have Eva alongside with us. And as we were saying before, listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra joined us yesterday, there was always something there. It nibbled all day yesterday. As round the wicket comes Sanderson to Sam Curran, who's had a little nibble at this one outside his off stump. Little away from his body there was Sam Curran. And that goes past his outside edge and it's taken by McManus away to his left-hand side.
You know Sam Curran well, Mark. How much of a monkey on the back, if you like, is this? The fact that he hasn't got a professional 100.
Yeah, I think he'd like to get there.
Yeah.
And I think he's been annoyed with himself a couple of times this season. You know, an 80 and a 64 and hasn't gone on to that 100. So he wants to get there. And I think once he gets over that line, then he'll be fine. As in comes Sanderson to him, and it's the first run of the day for Sam Curran as he pushes this one out towards the covers. And round comes Kerrigan to do the fielding. Curran moves on to 72 to 62 for 6. I always think with Sam, it's just as long as he doesn't get overexcited, because he enjoys it so much, I think he'll be absolutely fine. And you know, he might get a good one this morning and it knocks his off stump out the ground. But I think as long as he plays as he has this season, because he's looked in absolutely perfect nick so far. He's allowed to bowl 15 overs, but he's really playing as a batter at the moment. As Gus Atkinson on strike for his first ball of the day. Sanderson is into him and Atkinson is forward and plays this one down into the leg side. And at 23 as well, I got a shock of my life when you and Mr. Baldwin were having a chat this morning. Mark Baldwin here. 77th first class game for Sam this.
This is 239th innings this in professional cricket, so including first class list day and T20 around the world. So yeah, it's as you say, he'll be very keen to get there.
He's down at non-striker's end at the moment, lent on his bat. 2 slips and a gully for Sanderson as over the wicket he comes to Atkinson, who's forward and popping this one out towards cover point. There is no run. End of the first over of the day then here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra and on the Surrey live stream. Blue sky, sun beating down, kids are here again below us, so we're sounding a little like we're at the local swimming baths again at this time of the morning. And Surrey at 262 for 6.
Well, it's great to hear them. Good to see them here as well. And to be fair, I mean, Sam Curran, I think we commented towards the very end of play last night when he played a full shot. And I think we said at the time it was about the first full shot he'd played, and he'd been in there obviously by then quite a long time. So it's been an impressive start by Sam Curran. He's laid the foundations, but from his point of view, just needs to get in again. And it's going to be Tom Taylor, whose radar took a little bit of tuning yesterday when he came on fairly early in the first session. Just couldn't quite get his line right. Better later on, and picked up the wicket of Ben Folkes, but he's going to be starting proceedings from the Vauxhall end, bowling round the wicket with 2 slips in place, and he bowls to Sam Curran short. He doesn't really get up and goes through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Ricardo Vasconcelos in his accustomed position at first slip, and the fact that Ricardo Vasconcelos is feeling a lot better after being off the field for most of yesterday through illness is very good news for Josh Cobb, Northamptonshire's white ball captain, who spent most of yesterday on the field, which probably wasn't really what he had in mind for yesterday. But he's not out there at the moment at any rate. Here's Taylor running away from us, bowls to Curran, drives pleasantly but without any great power or timing up to mid-off, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh.
Yeah, well, doing 12thers is never that much fun at the best of times, but especially for Josh Cobb. And I think one of the youngsters is here today from second team cricket,
I think so,
quite
yes.
rightly.
I think the feeling was, I haven't seen him this morning, but I think they were going to bring Alex Russell down, a young leg spinner from Herefordshire, who's just joined Northamptonshire on a rookie contract. Talented bowler, has been playing for the second team this year. He was did 12th man down at Chelmsford during the previous match. Here's Taylor. In again, bowls to Curran, forces him onto the back foot. Curran just getting on top of the bounce, playing it back down the pitch for Taylor to field. And there's no run. It is an absolutely glorious morning here in South London. Those of us who like our civil aviation can watch the planes happily coming in and out of Heathrow Airport. It was nice last night talking to John Sadler, Northamptonshire's head coach, down in front of the players' dressing room down there, and he made the point that we just looked around the ground, and he said, you know, look at this place. This is the sort of place that we need to be aspiring to play at. And it is a First Division team now. Here's Taylor again round the wicket, and Curran covers up, plays it back down the pitch for Taylor to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. And it was absolutely right. And it is, I must admit, you turn round at that far end of the ground and look towards this huge stand and just look around the ground and the famous gasometer, and it is very special.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's so lovely at sort of lunchtime and tea time, when we spoke about it yesterday, but spectators can go out on the outfield, and as I say, if I go out there, I'm imagining myself going to my maiden Test match 100, obviously, but it's lovely.
Your time will come, Mark, don't worry. Here's Taylor, and again bowls to Curran down the leg side. There's a little flick at that, and there's an appeal, half an appeal for a catch behind down the leg side. It's no deflection, and we're not absolutely behind the arm here, but Nick Cook wasn't interested. The bowler wasn't too interested, to be fair. Maybe they just heard something behind the stumps. Lewis McManus asking politely, but Nick Cook saying not out, and then of course immediately having a chat with the bowler about it. If there's one thing you can guarantee, there are very few definite things in life, but one of them is that Nick Cook will be having a chat about it, whatever it is.
He's almost like his entire own DRS, isn't he? In one person, yes. Nick Cook.
There's a thought. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Curran. Again, full length, and Curran drives it back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. End of the over, 262 for 6, Surrey, with Curran on 72, Atkinson on 4. Yes, you could imagine Nick talking to himself.
Oh, absolutely.
You ready? Can we just rock and roll?
Can I rock and roll that, please? And yeah, can I just see hotspot? Thank you very much indeed. Basically talking to himself, but it's great. I still think Cook Cam will be absolutely brilliant. Just film Nick Cook all day. I think it would be terrific. Just with Taylor coming to Sam Curran from this Vauxhall end, just to say again for listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, we're over towards the Harleford Road side of the ground. So for the left-handed Curran, with Tom Taylor coming from this Vauxhall, it's a very long leg side boundary. Now, they had a man out at deep backward square. If he goes after that, he's got to get all of it, Sam Curran. Now for Gus Atkinson, obviously right-hander, he's got a very long leg side boundary now out towards the Peter May side of the ground. That's gasometer
Colin
side.
the Grand Tom don't
yes, he did. He didn't really hit
last
it.
Night, no.
Sanderson is into Gus Atkinson, and that's hitting the pad as Atkinson looks to flick away down towards long leg. Leg by will be the signal, and that'll be one more to the total. Good sort of smattering of spectators today. People sat in the Mickey Stewart members pavilion, and down to our left in the Peter May stand, and in the green seats to our right as well.
Crowd built yesterday, didn't it? I think it was certainly more
yesterday.
Here by after lunch. There was a very decent attendance in.
A little look at some scores from elsewhere. Of course, there were hundreds yesterday for Burns, Sibley, Cook, Alsop. Dixon got another one, I think, for Durham yesterday. Over the wicket then comes Sanderson, and pushed off the back foot by Sam Curran. Get an easy single there out into the covers. Nice quiet single, nice quiet start for Sam Curran. He moves on to 73, 264 for 6. It was good to see Rory Burns last night and have a quick chat with him. He was pleased with the way he went about it. Sort of said, I just had to get the head down really and play, and that's exactly what he did yesterday. And Dom Sibley, of course, with 100 as well. So interesting times, of course, as Gus Atkinson waits for Sanderson. Sanderson's into him. Atkinson, little outside edge all along the floor as he pushes forward. That's going to run down towards this very short third man boundary. Amelia Gay's gone back to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple. And Atkinson's first runs of the day, he'll move on to 6, and Surrey move on to 266 for 6.
We've just hoped that whoever is actually going to be picking the team is actually noticing these things and keeping a close eye on the county scores, because there's plenty of food for thought around the scores pretty much every day now. If you look with bat and ball, there's players staking claims.
Sanderson, over the wicket he comes to Atkinson. He's working this one leg side. Just get a single here off his hip, and that'll be one more to the total. There'll be spies everywhere, Radders, won't there? There'll be spies everywhere, feeding information in
to
Mr. Key.
We did make the observation yesterday that you just hope that they're talking to the first-class umpires who get the best seat in the house day in, day out, and if anyone's got a good idea of technique, temperament, and all the rest of it, and context, of course, then you would hope it's the first-class umpires.
I suppose with Mr. Cook, though, you'd have to sort of book in for a while, wouldn't you? If you were going to have that conversation.
I tell you what, could be a long Zoom call, couldn't it? Absolutely. You might miss the first test. As over the wicket comes Sanderson to Sam Curran, who's forward and plays a good length ball back up the pitch. And of course, the other thing here is when you get stuck in, which Surrey were yesterday, you're under no time constraint whatsoever. It's down to the opposition to bowl you out. So Surrey can take their time about all of this morning. They're positive by nature, but what they've done very well this season with the bat is built big scores. That's been the sort of solid nature of the batting this season from a Surrey point of view. As round the wicket comes Sanderson once again, and Sam Curran just pushes this one from outside his off stump. He's cross with himself there. Sam Curran thinks he should have cut that, but just pushes that out towards Taylor at cover point. And there is no run. End of the over, because we were looking at the sort of first innings totals from Surrey so far this season. That's what they built themselves, be top of the table on. Warwickshire 428 for 8 declared, 43 without loss in the second innings, 467 against Hampshire. Somerset here, they won that game against Hampshire, just battered them once. Somerset 308 and 239 for 7, winning that game by 3 wickets. And then of course at Bristol 603. So they've really built some good totals this season with the bat. Northamptonshire still looking for their first breakthrough on this second morning, and it's going to be Taylor with 2 slips and a gully, bowling from this Vauxhall end to Gus Atkinson. And Atkinson is beaten on the inside edge by that one. That was a beauty from Taylor. Again, he's got the length right, and his line has been much better really the second half of yesterday and this morning as well. He's been right on the money, which is what you expect from Tom Taylor. Yeah, Surrey, of course, top of the table, 67 points from the first 4 games. Northamptonshire in a tie for 6th place with Warwickshire. Both teams 38 points from 3 games, and Northamptonshire play Warwickshire next at Edgbaston starting on Thursday of next week.
Heat wave next week.
Absolutely, but where better than Edgbaston than to be in a heat wave. Here's Taylor again, bowls very full, and that's whipped away down to long leg by Atkinson, who picks up a single. He goes up to 7, and Surrey up to 267 for 6. You're talking about Sam Curran. His brother Ben was involved in a match that was an extraordinary finish, second team game at Northampton yesterday against Worcestershire, when Northamptonshire won by 1 wicket, with Nathan Buck hitting the last possible ball of the match out of the ground for 6. They needed 5 off the last ball to win, chasing 303, and Nathan Buck plonked it into Clark Road. Here's Taylor bowling round the wicket to Curran short. Curran ducks underneath it, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And the rather pleasing sequel to it was that on social media, the gentleman into whose garden it went posted the fact that he fished it out of his garden, and I think he was quite keen to get it possibly signed by Nathan Buck. In
the wonderful world of social media, it did the rounds last night.
It did, yeah.
It did the rounds last night.
It was an extraordinary stroke. He just set himself there, and the bowler, unfortunately for him, put it absolutely in the slot, and it disappeared a very long way. Here's Taylor round the wicket again, bowling to Curran, who's edged and caught by Vasconcelos at first slip. Comfortable catch, so the wait, I'm afraid, for Sam Curran goes on for his maiden first-class 100. It's a breakthrough for Tom Taylor. Curran goes, caught Vasconcelos, bowled Taylor for 73, and Surrey are 268 for 7.
Yeah, and that is just where Sam Curran can, early in his innings, get himself into a little bit of trouble. He's just pushed at that with an angled bat on or around that off stump, and he'll be so disappointed again there, Sam Curran. But little outside edge, nicely picked up by the captain. He's obviously feeling much better today because he took that very, very nicely indeed. But that's a shame for Sam Curran. Lovely innings yesterday, but it can happen. He's got to try and get yourself back in the next day, and you just play at a ball that probably last night he would have either left that alone or probably middled it, but it's just the start of your innings again, and that's good from a Northamptonshire point of view to pick up Sam Curran for 73, and Jordan Clark, century in the last game of course, makes his way down the steps and out into the middle.
We were just making the observation, weren't we, that Tom Taylor, is, after a bit of a wayward opening spell yesterday, has been much better since then, and he certainly troubled the batsman last night, and again this morning he's just putting it in the right place. He bowled beautifully down at Chelmsford, where his victims included Sir Alistair with a bit of a jaffa, caught again by Vasconcelos at first slip. So he's picking up some handy scalps, and that's just what Northamptonshire needed to pick up an early wicket. 268 for 7, and Taylor's second wicket of the innings. Picked up Ben Foakes yesterday with a short ball that Foakes went for a big pull straight up in the air, and Lewis McManus took the simplest of catches. So for the new batsman Jordan Clark, what are we going to have by way of a field? And Northamptonshire going to go on the attack a bit more. Doesn't look like it. Still going to be 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, extra cover fairly tight in on the single. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and long leg down in front of the main scoreboard. Jordan Clark facing his first ball from Taylor, bowling over the wicket, very full, and Clark jamming down on it, plays it up to mid off, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Taylor, one of the 2 red ball vice captains for Northamptonshire, him and Simon Kerrigan. So I think they were pretty much sharing the responsibility yesterday.
Yes, we were wondering whether they might have an argument.
Would have been great. Yes, I think we're speculating as to who would have had the casting vote. Luke Proctor or somebody like that, as a
Nick Kirk.
Nick, well, he would have wanted it. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Clark, plays that up to mid-on, this time fielded there by the aforementioned Luke Proctor, and applause around the Northamptonshire field for Taylor picking up his second wicket of the innings. 268 for 7, with Gus Atkinson on 8. Jordan Clark yet to get off the mark, and we're discussing all sorts of possibilities about Sam Curran, and the fact that the last Northamptonshire born player to score a first-class 100 was David Willey 7 years ago against for Northamptonshire against Derbyshire, of course moving to Yorkshire fairly soon thereafter, and speculating also as to how many batsmen have scored a maiden first-class century against their native county.
Yeah,
academic for now.
Yeah, as over the wicket then comes Sanderson to Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end. Sanderson right arm over he comes, and forward goes Gus Atkinson, plays this one back up the ground, and there's no run. It happens, you know, and I think when Sam Curran sees that again, he'll think, should I have left it? But actually, to be fair to Taylor, it's just in a good spot, really, and it can happen. You play at a ball early in your innings, you want to feel bat on ball and little outside edge, and nicely picked up by the skipper, but he does look in good form at the moment, Sam Curran. As in comes, Sanderson's bent his back there. It's just gone back of a length, and that's climbed at Gus Atkinson. Now, he's played the line of that, but that's taken by McManus off his feet. And that's what makes this really interesting, is there is still something out there if you hit the right length.
And this ball is only, in its 21st over, so there's a little bit of hardness there.
And it's almost, seeing it again on the replay, it's done enough, but almost too much, that one. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Gus Atkinson, plays this one off a goodish length up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Well, I was throwing my theory out there this morning to some raised out eyebrows, Andrew Rad. Wasn't I? That, you know, I was saying that England number 3 and all that stuff. Now, it might not happen now, but I wouldn't mind if it did, really. But I was saying Sam Curran, he'll end up batting way up the order, I think. He really will.
It's a question of how you with the players that you build your side around.
As Atkinson is pushing this one off the back foot down into the gully region, and there's no run. All I was saying is there'll be people screaming at their laptops at the moment going, well, you would say that, Church, because he's a Surrey player. Take out the fact that he's a Surrey player, and take out the fact that I've seen him bat an awful lot. Of all the batters I've seen this season, who excite you just because of the way they're playing, it would be Sam. Just because of the way he's playing, and he's great to watch
I'll
as
throw
well.
another name in the mix in a second.
As in over the wicket comes Sanderson once again, and this is tucked away off his hip by Gus Atkinson, down towards long leg, and Gus Atkinson will pick up a single. He moves on to 9, 269 for 7.
And I say this as one who follows a county that have seen far too much of him for comfort in the last couple of seasons, but Yorkshire's Harry Brook looks a very, very high quality player to me, not least because he's so adaptable. He batted long against Northamptonshire last year on a difficult pitch at Wantage Road, and the century that basically won the match for Yorkshire. At Northampton this year, he made runs in the first innings when the bowlers were on top, and then in the second innings when they needed to score quick runs, he was frightening. So I think he needs to go in the mix.
As in over the wicket comes Sanderson, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Clark, and that's into the gloves of McManus, moving away to his right hand side. End of the over, 269 for 7 then. Atkinson has 9. Clark yet to get off the mark, but Brook as well. They're just exciting players, aren't they? And the other thing, as I say, 77, he's got a lot of first-class experience now, so you forget he's only 23. He's been around a long, long time. Plus, he's quite handy with the ball as well. That's the other thing you bring to the party.
Well, and he's a current, so he doesn't lack confidence and he doesn't lack competitive spirit.
Absolutely.
Here's Tom Taylor, starting another over from the Vauxhall end, bowling over the wicket to Gus Atkinson. 2 slips and a gully in place, and that's well played by Gus Atkinson because it was angling in towards his off stump, and he left it, I think, as much on length as anything, and watched it into the gloves of McManus. 269 for 7 it stays. Yes, I mean the other innings of very high quality that I've been lucky enough to watch this year was James Bracey. Got a very good 100 for Gloucestershire. I know he's had a chance, but batting out of position, of course, when he was given the chance by England last year. But he looks a quality player. Here's Taylor, and again bowls very full and driven up to mid-off by Atkinson, fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Keogh bowls the ball up to Luke Proctor at mid-on.
As I say, there'll be spies everywhere though, Rudders.
Yeah.
Spies everywhere. We don't know who they are, but they'll be everywhere, feeding information back, won't they?
Well, you'd like to think so.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
If not, then there's something not quite right. But I'm sure that's, as you say, I'm sure that's the case.
I think the process is on its way, isn't it? We've got the captain, we've got the director of cricket. We need the sort of head coach will be fairly soon, I think.
Taylor in again, bowls, and that goes off bat and pad, an inside edge onto the pad of Gus Atkinson. It rolls out into the offside, fielded in the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, there are some fine cricketers around. I mean, I was thinking about others that might come into the mix, and talking in Yorkshire, saw David Malan also made runs 64 and 75. He's got runs again. He looks in very good touch.
He always does.
Yeah, that's true. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Atkinson, pushes it up on the onside, fielded smartly by Simon Kerrigan at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And again, Malan in that match when Northamptonshire played Yorkshire at Northampton a couple of weeks ago proved in two contrasting innings again what an adaptable player he can be. But they can't all play, can they? That's the thing. We're naming a few, but
the other name I'd throw in there, and against the attack that he's scored his runs against, and he was mentioned a few years ago actually, is Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, it's a good point. Here's Taylor, bowls short, and an attempted pull by Gus Atkinson. Didn't miss the gloves by much, but it did, and it went into the gloves of Lewis McManus down the leg side. Yes, because you think you're going to have obviously Joe Root and the captain Ben Stokes. So
yeah, you look at that Lancashire attack last week where he scored twin hundreds, and you just think, right, okie dokie. And he is a good player. He's obviously made that move to Hampshire now. He was being talked about a few years ago, but you also look at who they're scoring their runs against, don't you?
Here's Taylor, In again, bowling to Atkinson, who's hit on the pad. It just nips back in on him, and it was a little bit high, and I think it was probably missing leg stump as well. Again, more interest from behind the stumps than from the bowler. Nick Cook probably having a word or two about it to the bowler as he hands him his sunglasses. The upshot of that was not out. 269 for 7 at the end of the over. Atkinson is 9, and Clark yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and a good over that from Taylor.
One thing people talking about intensity in the county championship, we touched on this yesterday. I think as good a passage of play as I've seen this season was Harris Ralph for Yorkshire against Will Young, New Zealand opener, playing for Northamptonshire this year. And anybody who says that it doesn't matter and there's no intensity in county cricket, have a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. As in over the wicket then comes Sanderson, and that's beating the outside edge of Jordan Clark's forward push. Taken by McManus. The big news, everybody. Now, I don't know if this happened yesterday or not, but Carl Abbott's off the mark this season, which is excellent news for the great man.
A nation rejoices.
No, yes, he'd had about 4 or 5 innings up to this point and hadn't scored a run. But he's 3 not out for Hampshire at the moment, who are 321 for 8. Here is Sanderson running towards us once again. Right arm over the wicket he comes to Jordan Clark, who's forward and punches this one up towards mid-off.
Yes, the records of the likes of Jim Griffiths, of course, one of our own in Northamptonshire, and Mark Robinson was the Warwickshire coach now.
Yes.
He had in around 1990, when he was with Northamptonshire, he had a shocking run. Well, I think something like 11 innings without getting off the mark. So.
Chris Martin as well. Do you remember?
Oh, yes, I
he
do
went
indeed.
a while without a run in Test cricket.
The walking wicket.
Yes, as in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and this is nicely turned into the leg side by Jordan Clark to get off the mark. I think Sanderson just lost his footing there a touch, and it went onto the leg stump of Jordan Clark. Turned that one into the leg side. They pick up a couple, and Jordan Clark is off the mark with 2, and it means Surrey move on to 271 for 7. But yes, Chris Martin for a while there, not the lead singer of Coldplay for the younger generation, but Chris Martin, the New Zealand bowler, as over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Oh, and that is an outside edge and taken by McManus. Good delivery, Jordan Clark on a length, just pushing forward. Big outside edge, that's the length again from Sanderson. It's good stuff this from Northamptonshire this morning. And the interesting thing is it's still nibbling around out there. That's just a good bit of bowling from Sanderson. And Jordan Clark goes for 2 and Surrey are 271 for 8.
It is, and I was just listening back this morning to the chat I had last night with Northamptonshire's head coach John Sadler, and he was saying, 261 for 6, okay. He said, it's the old Sir Geoffrey Boycott thing, had 2 wickets, and he said, if we got Surrey 260 for 8, then I think we were well in it. Well, 271 for 8. They picked up 2 wickets in the first 25 minutes this morning, and these two have just bowled well, haven't they? They put it in the right place, and they needed that sort of level of intensity. I think at the start of the day, they were aware of the fact that they, having put Surrey in, only picked up 6 wickets on the first day, they needed to come hard this morning, and from Northamptonshire's point of view, they certainly have.
They have, and Sam Curran gone for 73. Jordan Clark gone for 2. It's just a good bit of bowling. When you see it again, it's just got that shape, good length, hits the outside edge, and McManus takes the catch, and Jamie Overton makes his way down the steps and out into the middle.
And that's Ben Sanderson's 299th first-class wicket for Northamptonshire. Having gone past 300 in all first-class cricket last week when he got Sir Alistair Cook out down at Chelmsford, which delighted him enormously.
Yes, that's a good one, isn't it?
I have to tell you. But yeah, he's now on 299 for Northamptonshire. And, well, we were talking yesterday about the almost uncanny similarity between the first-class records for Northamptonshire of Ben Sanderson and one Sir Curtly Ambrose. And they are extraordinarily similar in terms of matches, number of wickets and an average. So
with Sir Alistair as well, Gus Atkinson's maiden first-class wicket was Sir Alistair Cook.
Oh, right.
But I suppose when you play as long as Sir Alistair, then you're going to be in some stats somewhere, aren't you? So yes, well, yesterday of course we had Rory Burns. What was it? 9,000 first-class runs for Surrey and 11,000 first-class. So stats everywhere at the moment. And Jamie Overton is looking for his first run. with his first ball from Sanderson, and forward he comes, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. So yes, very good start this from Northamptonshire this morning. 10 for 2 Surrey are this morning at 271 for 8. In terms of bonus points, of course you have to get those in the first 110 overs. We're in the 130. One more wicket for Northamptonshire to pick up their full number of bowling points, and then Surrey 29 runs away from a third batting point. Sanderson is over the wicket, and Jamie Overton, nice looking shot to get off the mark, just drives to the left of mid-off, and they will pick up a single. End of the over, 272 for 8, the wicket for Sanderson of Jordan Clark. Rudders, you have a well-earned half-hour break, my friend, and we'll bring in Eva Gray for the first time today. Got to do a bit of microphone and headphone swappage here. It's always a bit of a disaster when I do it. There you are. I've unplugged you, Rudders. There you are. And I'll plug Eva's headphones in here. Super to have Eva with us today. And it's going to be Tom Taylor down below us to continue. And on strike will be Jamie Overton. As I say, got off the mark in the last over to his second ball. He's driving here very nicely up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Fielding eventually done there up mid-off. Took a while to get round there, did Rob Keogh, but eventually did the fielding. Eva Gray, very good morning to you.
Morning, Churchy. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Lovely to have you with us this morning as Taylor turns down below us from the Vauxhall end, and we'll come over the wicket to Jamie Overton. Taylor's in, a little inside edge from Overton onto his back leg, rolls out there into the offside, and there's no run. You'll have appreciated Taylor and Sanderson this morning. They bowled well, haven't they? Yeah,
absolutely. They've just kept nibbling away at a line of length, haven't they? Nothing too different. A couple of short balls in there, but yeah, as Rory Burns was saying last night, it's kind of, if you just keep nibbling away, then you're going to pick up wickets, aren't you?
Got a slight delay here because poor old Jamie Overton, I think that's hit him in the unmentionables, and he's had a delayed reaction to that, as poor old Jamie Overton. So he's flat on his back, he's on his knees now. Here comes the Surrey physiotherapist, Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man. What he's going to do when he gets out there, God only knows. No, he's all right. I think actually the way he's flexing his right leg, maybe that's just hit him on the inside of the knee, and either that is one of the more painful things, isn't it? A little inside edge, because it seems to speed up for some reason as well.
That's one of those that always seems to miss the thigh pad. You wear a thigh pad and it never hits you on the thigh pad.
No, and the inside of your knee as well. He'll have a bruise there, but he suddenly sort of collapsed in a big heap, and it is a big heap with Jamie Overton, but he's on his feet now as Taylor will come over the wicket to Overton, who has a drive at this, that beats the edge, and into the gloves it goes of McManus. I suppose the thing here though is Surrey would like some more runs, obviously, but if you're looking at this as Overton's out there at the moment with Gus Atkinson and Worrell and Jordan Clark, you're looking at this morning thinking there's a bit out there for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you spoke earlier about 350, 400, but there's definitely lots still left in this pitch, so I think, as you say, Overton, Clark, Atkinson, Worrell will be looking and thinking, you've just got to put it on a line of length.
Absolutely, yes. In over the wicket comes Taylor to Overton, driving, little tentatively there, but of course he's just been whacked on the inside of his knee. And the fielding is eventually done up there by Luke Proctor, mid-on. As ball in the hands of Rob Keogh down below us. It is a gorgeous day today. It feels like a day to bat, but actually, from what we've seen this morning, the ball's still moving around out there for the Northamptonshire bowlers. Taylor runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Overton. Overton turns this one into the leg side. They'll pick up a quick single because it bounced awkwardly in front of Kerrigan there at mid-wicket, and one more to the total, one more to Overton. He moves on to 273 for it. As a bowler, when you go, and yesterday morning Surrey would have bowled as well, and it's cloudy and there's a bit of green on the pitch and you win the toss and you bowl first, does it put you under a little bit more pressure that you think, oh, we should be doing something with it here?
Yeah, a little bit. I think the batters are stood there like, we're at the Oval, we should be batting.
Because you want to see something, but sometimes it could put a bit of extra pressure on us. This one's down the leg side, flicked away by Gus Atkinson. Nicely played. Just drifted onto the pads of Atkinson, and that's clipped away, and that's our first boundary of the day, actually, as that races off down there to the boundary rope for 4, and Gus Atkinson moves on to 13, 277 for 8. Because they always talk with the spinners, don't they? They always say, when the pitch turns at the end, then your spinner comes into it. But sometimes, Graham Swan was brilliant at this, that he absolutely loved it if he wanted to do it. But other times it can sort of go the other way, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. There's that feeling that kind of these conditions don't last forever. You've got a new ball, the sun might come out as it has done today, and there's definitely an expectation that you've got to make something happen early on in the game. Sanderson
is in to Overton and beats the edge again with a good length delivery. And that's taken by McManus. And obviously from up here, it's so easy watching from up here. And, you know, we'll say, oh, just hit that line and length. But it's not as straightforward as that, is it?
No. And you mentioned it earlier. Sometimes, if the conditions are right, like, balls might do too much. Like, I mean, you said the Northants bowlers didn't bowl too well in the first session yesterday. But it can be the case that, yeah, the pitch and the ball just does too much sometimes.
Sanderson is in, and forward goes Overton. That just hopped at him a touch, hits the shoulder of his bat, runs away down towards third man. They'll get a single. One more to Overton. He moves on to 3. Well, that was the case at Bristol last week. 603 played, 440 odd for 2. But actually, at times, the ball was doing too much. And it sort of batters playing the line of the ball, and it was just curling away out past their outside edge. And there might have been a little bit of that yesterday, as in over the wicket comes Sanderson to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson's forward, prods this one down towards backward point. Kerrigan does the fielding, moving away to his left hand side. But I still think runs on the ball could be important here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they should be aiming for at least 300 here. I know they've only got 2 wickets in hand, but if they can push up towards 340, then even better. But yeah,
I think 300 now will be obviously the aim for Surrey. There's a good shot here from Atkinson, punches up towards mid-off. We'll take a quick single, and that'll be Gus Atkinson moving on to 14, 279 for 8. I was saying, being the old man I am, that if I ever do go out at grounds like this, I always imagine myself obviously cover driving my way to but you've played at the big grounds. It must be special. I mean, we were talking about this with the Northamptonshire boys, and John Sadler was saying yesterday, to play here, it's something very, very special. As waiting is Jamie Overton in a short sleeve sweater, as in over the wicket comes Sanderson to him, and that's hitting the pad of Overton as he looks to work leg side, and leg by will be the signal. 280 for 8.
Definitely. I made my debut at the Oval on my 16th birthday, and I remember just looking around and thinking, this is cool.
Well, so 16, and you make your debut here at this ground, and obviously so exciting. Were there a few nerves knocking around the place? But at 16, it's like, well, I'm here, I'm just going to enjoy it. Was it a bit like that?
Yeah, I'd probably say I get more nervous now. Obviously, the crowds weren't exactly the same, but coming back here for the 100 last year, the thought of dropping a catch at the Oval just scares me so much.
Yeah, well, I can't imagine what it's like. But I think it's great that, as I say, spectators do go out there and have a look and see what it's like. Now, they're changing the ball. So the ball's been... I'm quite surprised at this, actually, because they picked up a couple of wickets with it this morning. But it was actually the captain, Vasconcelos, who took the ball over to the umps. And they've got their little hoop to see if it's still going to be round and go through the little hoop. They must have spotted something, because, as I say, Eva, they picked up a couple of wickets with this one this morning, and now Vasconcelos has taken it over to the umps.
Yeah, and it's not old, is it?
No. what are we now? We're into the 25th over with this one. Although, interestingly, I don't know whether it's the batch of balls this season. We've seen this a few times this season at around about this mark, that the ball does get changed.
It's also not as if it's ended up in the stands, has it?
No, I'm quite surprised by this one. But there we are. They are changing it. How does it work? Because who gets to pick the ball? I'm always fascinated by this. Because you bowlers get an opportunity to have a look at the balls first up, don't you?
Yeah, but the new ball bowler tends to pick.
Yeah. So your main bowler gets to pick the ball.
But I think it's the umpires that pick the one that's most similar in condition.
But at the start of an innings or a start of a game, your main bowler gets to go and have a little feel. And
yeah.
Have you ever had it where they've gone, this is going to be an absolute belter, and then it's never done anything, and you've been like, well, come on. If you're going to pick a ball, at least pick one that swings or does something. Because I think with England, it's normally, if he's playing Jay Anderson, that gets to pick the ball out the box that they're going to have a bowl with. As Sanderson comes over the wicket to Atkinson, who's forward and pushing this one away into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 280 for 8. Atkinson has 14, Overton has 3. Eva Gray is alongside us today, which is fantastic. Surrey, of course, started at 261 for 6. Sam Curran gone for 73, Jordan Clark gone for 2. But it's just the feel. Just explain to everybody, because we all just think if it's shiny, it's going to go, and they all look the same. But sometimes you can pick up a ball and it just feels right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think, as you say, I think it is mostly about feel. Like, when I look at a new ball, I don't necessarily think, oh, I think this one's gonna hoop. But I guess how the seam feels in your grip. But funnily enough, when we started training for the 100 balls are like completely different.
Yeah,
they feel.
Now that's interesting. Here comes Taylor, and this is driven by Overton. Shot of the morning from Jamie Overton. Just drilled that away through the covers. That whistles over the rope and away for 4. Nicely played by Jamie Overton. He moves on to 7. 284 for it. Just explain to everybody what the difference was.
It felt slightly smaller, but it was, that was the main thing, that it was smaller. The seam was slightly different, and the kind of writing on the outside a bit different as well. It had the 100 logo and stuff, but it was funny. We got delivered, I don't know, 50 of these balls to training, and we rocked up on day one, and we had to.
As Taylor comes over the wicket to Jamie Overton. Overton the on drive. That's the shot of the morning from Jamie Overton. That might be the shot of the day already. That is a glorious stroke from Jamie Overton. Straight back down the ground for 4. He's on to 11. 288 for 8. Nothing wrong with that shot.
Straight out the textbook.
Gorgeous, and held the pose as well, quite rightly. So the 50 balls have turned up. Yeah,
and as we've just seen, you need balls to use during the game that are 10 balls long, 30 balls into being used, and
they're all brand new.
So we started bowling with them in the nets, and Jonathan Batty says, girls, once you've done with them, write how many balls you've bowled with them. So I'd bowl 4 sets of 5 or whatever, and I'd write a little 20 on the seam.
Is the owner of the wicket once again. Comes Taylor forward, goes Jamie Overton, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I thought you were going to say that you had the great fun of just having balls thrown at you and smashing them to make at least 15 or 20 of them look 100 balls old or something like that. But there was the mad time in the men's championship where they had a different ball in Division 1 to Division 2. Oh dear, that didn't last long. Tie flex, I think it was called. As in over the wicket once again is Taylor. Oh, and that's a good one. That beats the edge of Jamie Overton's bat, who then, off a good length ball, he's pushed forward at that. It beats his edge, and then he plays a shot where he's launching that into the Harleford Road. Jamie Overton, score remains at 288. Must say well done to John Batty, because of course yesterday announced that the head coach of, which one was it? The Melbourne Stars, that was it. I saw his little press conference he did on Twitter yesterday, wearing his Melbourne Stars shirt. So congratulations to John Batty. As in over the wicket once again is Taylor. This is driven back to him by Jamie Overton. Sort of hit Taylor really than doing the fielding. It was well struck by Jamie Overton. But yeah, he's gone all right, hasn't he? Really,
Yeah,
if you think
definitely.
you guys go and win the 100 last year, he's gone very, very well with sort of South East Stars and Surrey and the Stars as they were. So yeah, good luck to him. I think he's looking forward to the challenge as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really pleased for him. I think he's kind of made a name for himself now, hasn't he?
In comes Taylor over the wicket to Overton. Overton's letting this one go outside his off stump. End of the over, 288 for 8.
Dane van Niekerk I think she told ESPN the other day that he was one of the best coaches that she'd worked with, and I kind of, to hear that from kind of one of the overseas captains, he's definitely making a name for himself, and he's got this reputation now where he wins tournaments like the 100. I mean, he did it in the first year, didn't he? And Melbourne Stars will be hoping he can do the same thing there.
Absolutely. Well, of course he captained Surrey, opened the batting and wicket-keeper for many years for the men's side, John Batty. 288 for 8, but yeah, off to Melbourne he is. You had a quiet word with him. As in over the wicket once again then comes Sanderson, and this is flashed off the back foot by Gus Atkinson, and that whistles off to the cover boundary rope for 4. Good shot that from Gus Atkinson. He can bat. Atkinson moves on to 18, and Surrey 292 for 8. It's a terrific shot from Gus Atkinson. Just a bit of width from Sanderson on that occasion, and Gus Atkinson has just thrown his hand through that. That has fairly raced off to that short cover boundary rope for 4. Little flurry of runs here for Surrey. Over the wicket comes Sanderson once again. Forward comes Gus Atkinson, plays this off a good length out into the offside, rolls out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. And Surrey this season, how many games in are you now?
4 games in. It's finals day on Sunday of the T20, the ECB Cup. That's down at Totton and Ealing Cricket Club.
As Sanderson runs towards us once again, comes into Atkinson, short ball, accident. Well, he's hit that by accident almost, Atkinson. It wasn't quite as he intended to play it, but he'll pick up a single. Hooking at that, he did pretty well to reach it actually, Gus Atkinson. Moves on to 19, 293 for 8. So it started well, that's what we're saying for Surrey.
Yeah, no, it's good. We started really well against Sussex at Wimbledon. I think we bowled them out for 89 or something. So that was a really good start, and we've had some mixed results.
As in again comes Sanderson, forward goes Overton. There's no run.
But the way that it works this year is that all 4 teams in the group go to finals day, and first place 4th, second place 3rd. So it's kind of still all to play for, really. I think on their day, anyone can beat anyone. Yeah. So still definitely in with a shout of picking up the title.
Captain's enjoying it. Is she? In charge now, Ailish Cranston, of course, as in over the wicket once more goes Sanderson, short ball, and this one's turned into the leg side by Jamie Overton, because she's very experienced player anyway, and I always describe her as sort of the glue that holds the whole thing together. I know how much she was looking forward to it as well. Yeah,
definitely. She's been around Surrey for a while. She was in the Kia Super League. She was with the Surrey Stars, so she kind of, I think she joined Surrey Women in 2017 or something like that.
As in over the wicket comes Sanderson. Round about then as driving is Overton. That beats the outside edge. It's nicely bowled again from Sanderson. End of the over, 293 for 8, sorry.
So she seemed like quite a good fit for the job when Hannah Jones left. She chose just to kind of take a step away from cricket for a bit. She's set up her own personal training studio, so she's pursuing that. But that opened the door for Ailish, and she's got her picture on the pavilion now.
I know, I saw that when I walked in the other day. Yes, for anybody who doesn't know, there's a huge picture of Ailish Cranston and Rory Burns, of course, the 2 captains, on the pavilion here at the Kia Oval, as Tom Taylor is over the wicket to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson is forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Just a reminder, we're in the 108th over now. In terms of bonus points, in the first innings you have to get them in the first 110. So Surrey are 7 runs away now from a third batting point, and Northamptonshire need 1 more wicket for a bowling point, because at Bristol, of course, Surrey didn't pick up any bowling points, in the fact that only 2 down with over 400 on the board were Gloucestershire. And then it rained the whole of the last day, sadly, as in over the wicket once again is Taylor, and this is pushed forward by Gus Atkinson into the leg side, and then all the South East Stars. It's not far long to go now.
No, not long at all. It's, what is it, next weekend?
Is it next weekend? Yeah.
Yeah, it's crept up on us, really.
Looking forward to that. I'm doing quite a few of your games this year, so I'm really looking forward to that. And
yeah, it's very exciting. I feel like everyone's made so much progress over the winter, and everyone's worked really hard. I think even those who aren't fully professional have been in 3-4 times a week.
In over the wicket once again is Taylor. Forward goes Atkinson, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think people are beginning to twig how much of a difference that has made.
Yeah, definitely. It's the kind of, it's obvious that the standard is going to get better, kind of, but the kind of environment is so much more professional. All aspects of it, really. Just kind of the difference and the step up that we've made from county cricket to this regional setup. It's definitely been a good thing for the standard of the game.
Well,
as well.
I've been fortunate enough to be down to see you guys at training in the winter and things, as this one's turned into the leg side by Gus Atkinson out towards deep mid wicket, and they'll pick up a single down at Beckenham. I've been down there a couple of times to see you guys in action, and it's terrific. It really is, and it just makes perfect sense. It really does. As you just said so rightly, yes, the standard is getting better, and there's a good reason for that, because you can concentrate on playing your cricket. 294 for 8. I was chatting with Danny Gregory about it as well, with her contract and everything she's fits in. I don't know how everybody fits everything in. As in over the wicket comes Taylor. Oh, hello. That is a beauty from Taylor. Goodish length, just climbs a touch on Jamie Overton. And again, sort of Overton and Atkinson are out there, but Surrey won't mind seeing that too much, will they?
Definitely not. They'll be looking at it thinking, hoping they can hit that area themselves later on.
Well, it's that sort of length that against Hampshire and Somerset, it's that sort of length, just a bit fuller. And that's the length that caused all sorts of trouble with the odd short ball in there. And this man was doing that against Hampshire, Jamie Overton, as Taylor is over the wicket to him, and this is turned leg side by Jamie Overton down towards long leg as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Taylor looks absolutely exhausted after that delivery, but I think he's still reflecting on the one that went past the edge, and then I think Overton's taken that off a roundabout middle stump as well. So Taylor looks like the whole world's against him there. 295 for 8. Atkinson 20, Overton 12. And there's a little chat between those two out there in the middle, and it's going to be Luke Proctor into the attack to replace Sanderson. And Proctor with 3 wickets yesterday, we were saying before we came on air, and then we actually said it while we were on air, I think. Pick of the bowlers yesterday was Luke Proctor. So 295 for 8. He's going to have 2 slips, sweeper on the short cover point boundary rope, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a long leg as he's in. Proctor. This one's pushed by the right-handed Overton out into the offside, and there's no run.
He's got a bit of an odd action, hasn't he? Kind of.
It's almost like we were saying. It's almost like he bowls off the wrong foot. He doesn't, but it's almost like he does. And it's like I was saying, if anyone can remember how Andrew Flintoff bowled, it's like a mini Flintoff. It really is. As here he comes once again, in over the wicket, and this is turned into the leg side. I think that's off the pad of Jamie Overton, and leg byes are the signal. I think in delivery, if you put the two of them together, Flintoff and Proctor, it would look much the same. Now obviously Freddie was a bit bigger and got it down there a bit quicker, but the action's very similar.
It's one of those where you're stood and you're waiting for the ball to come down, and then all of a sudden it's just on you. Gets through his action very quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, setting up as a batter must be quite difficult, I'd have thought, against him. As he's in now, quick arm action. This is whipped by Atkinson. Oh, he's timed that nicely. He'll just get a single out there towards that deep mid-wicket boundary rope. One more to the total, 297 for 8. But yeah, it's a quick arm action. And as I say, yesterday, well, beautifully yesterday.
Got Amla with a beauty, didn't he?
Yeah, absolute cracker. We were saying if you can hit the top of Amla's off stump, then you've bowled a pretty good delivery, really. It goes a bit wider of the crease this time. That's hitting the thigh guard of Jamie Overton. This will be leg byes. And 2 more to the total. These handy runs. This is, as we were saying, sorry, but a long way down. And these two, this partnership's already worth 28. And they've got Surrey to within 1 run of a 3rd batting point.
I wonder why that's whether we saw the flurry of runs a couple of overs ago, and I don't know whether that was a change in length from the bowlers or whether it was a conscious decision to
get near that 300. As over the wicket once again is Proctor, and little outside edge from Overton will fly away down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4, and that will bring up the batting point for Surrey. A 3rd one, 303 for 8. It's really good, and I'd forgotten this, but at Bristol, really good point from you there, Eva. When Will Jacks basically took one for the team because Surrey were trying to get to 350, and I think with the 110th over, Will Jacks was on strike, and I think they needed 13, and he hit 3 boundaries, and then trying to get there off the last ball, skied one in the air and walked off at 349 for 7. As Proctor is in, and forward goes Jamie Overton and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And obviously they missed out on a point there. So absolutely from you, it may have been, look, let's just get ourselves as close as we can, if it's as quick as we can, so we don't miss out on a batting point, and they've got there now. And from a Northamptonshire point of view, they've got this over to try and pick up that 9th wicket. But sort of psychologically on a surface like this, I think getting past 300 is a tick in the box when you've been stuck in. I really do. Ideally you want 400, but I think on this surface it's runs on the board. It really is. Whenever you get stuck in to bat, runs on the board. Obviously at Bristol, Surrey was stuck in and got 603. As in comes Taylor, and that's an outside edge from Atkinson. He's absolutely thrown everything at that. Not just the kitchen sink, he's thrown the sitting room, his ensuite bathroom, the garage, everything at that, and it's flown off the outside edge and whistles off down to the 3rd man boundary. Atkinson's on to 25, 307 for 8.
Yeah, Northampton have picked up those 2 quick wickets, but in a way, kind of the longer that this kind of innings goes on, it kind of, the momentum shifts, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I think these runs have come pretty quickly. They came together in the 103rd over. They've added 36. We're in the 110th now. As Taylor is in again. Length delivery. Lovely shot from Gus Atkinson. Oh, that's a nice shot from Gus Atkinson. Just driven away through the covers for 4. A gorgeous looking shot from Atkinson. The straight drive from Jamie Overton was lovely. That's lovely as well from Gus Atkinson. And held the pose a touch. He's on to 29. Sorry, a good little 20 minutes this. 311 for 8.
It's nice to see them try and get the ball up there, though. So often we see bowlers bowling too short and looking for that kind of worldy delivery, but you know, give it a chance to do something, I think.
As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and this one's driven again by Atkinson. That's flown through backward point. Taylor's getting it up there, but Atkinson's now decided if it's there, I'm going after it, and that's whistled off. And Atkinson moves on to 33. It's an interesting thing to say at this point, but I think on this surface, you don't mind getting driven. It's if you're getting cut or pulled that you're annoyed. Now, Jamie Overton will bang the odd short one in, but I think early on especially, you don't mind getting driven on here, do you?
Yeah, definitely. The only kind of, I guess with the difference in boundary sizes, kind of with the, whatever this is, our left-hand side.
The gasometer side.
the gasometer side.
That is a big boundary for a right-hander on strike to a bowler from the pavilion end. As this one's down the leg side from Taylor, and Atkinson gets nothing on it.
So that's definitely a wicket-taking option, but I think, as we've seen, the main kind of method of dismissal that we've seen is just kind of bowling that line and length, get the nicks, get the bowls, get the LBWs.
Well, I think Worrell will want a bowl from probably the pavilion end, but Jamie Overton will definitely want a bowl from the pavilion end. But mainly if the right-hander's there, he won't mind having that. You can drive, by all means, it's a short boundary, but if you're going to hook me, you've got to get all of it. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor, forward goes Atkinson, very solidly plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Gus Atkinson, I think, may have just gone past his highest first-class score. From memory, it's 41 not out. He had a lovely partnership last year with, who was it with? He had a lovely partnership with someone, and I can't remember who it is now, but he batted very, very well. As waiting once again over his bat is Gus Atkinson, and in over the wicket comes Taylor. This will be 4 more. Atkinson deliberately, he's just opened the face there and guided that off towards third man. There was half a second, I know this sounds a strange thing to say, there was half a second where I thought it had bowled him, because as he played the shot, he walked off, Gus Atkinson. He's off to get another set of gloves, but literally as it flies off down to third man, he's turned his back and walked off. And I wondered if that just clipped the top of the off stump for a second, but as it is, it's whistled off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Atkinson 37, the partnership's 48, and Surrey a 319 for 8. And Eva, great. This has been a very nice little 20 minutes for Surrey, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. As you say, we were talking about them getting up to 300, and here we are, 319 for 8. Should definitely be looking at 350 now. I think they'd be annoyed if it was anything less than that.
It was Amar Verdi he had the partnership with, as Proctor comes in over the wicket from the pavilion end, and forward goes Jamie Overton and plays this one solidly back up the pitch. We'll just have a little look at the scores from elsewhere as well, as we're through the first hour today. Hampshire are all out against Gloucestershire for 342. Warwickshire, Dom Sibley 100 yesterday, of course, 308 for 9. Warwickshire against Lancashire. Proctor is in over the wicket, and this is turned by Jamie Overton out towards deep backward square. He'll stroll a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. 320 for 8.
You were saying it earlier, but there's been lots of big scores, haven't there? And lots of people kind of putting the name in the hat for England's selection with this new kind of management system. And yeah, I mean, we saw Rory Burns yesterday. He'll be hoping that his name's in the hat, but Sibley there as well, I guess.
Absolutely. Sir Alistair Cook got another one. As in over the wicket comes Proctor. This is turned by Atkinson off his hip into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be the 50 partnership. It's been a good one, this, between Atkinson and Overton. Very valuable runs from these two, and this is what it's like when you do have Jamie Overton wandering in at number 10. 321 for 8. Essex 275 for 3 against Yorkshire. Of course, Joe Root playing that one for Yorkshire. In Division 2, Leicestershire all out for 320. As over the wicket goes Proctor, and Jamie Overton's forward and pops this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And Glamorgan are 8 for 1 in response. Sussex all out for 392. Middlesex already 4 for 1. So 4 for 1. Sam Robson has gone to Ollie Robinson, who's playing his first game of the summer. Mark Stoneman yesterday got his maiden first-class wicket with his off breaks. As in over the wicket comes Proctor. This is turned leg side by Jamie Overton. He'll want a couple, he'll only get one. It's good fielding. Throws rocketed in by Kelly.
I saw that Rizwan had a bowl the other day.
Yeah, he didn't bowl bad, actually, to be fair.
Looked all right.
Yep. But yeah, I have to be honest, I did text M. Stoneman last night to talk me through it, and he said I did him in the flight, got him driving outside the off stump.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, Allsop it was, for the small matter of 107, I think it was at that point. But no, Mark Stoneman with his maiden first-class wicket yesterday, as in comes Proctor, and this is turned by Atkinson into the leg side, and there's no run. Durham 419 for 4 against Worcestershire, and Beddingham is 98, and a certain Ben Stokes 40 not out of 42 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s. So the England Test captain, his first knock of the summer, ticking along very nicely there against Worcestershire. So those all the other scores from around the country. Yeah, interesting time this at the moment. As I was saying, we've got the captain, we've got the managing director, we're waiting on the head coach. Now what we'll do, Eva, is you jump out of that seat, we'll bring Andrew Rad into that seat, and then I'll disappear and you can have a chat with Andrew Rad. So Eva's not going anywhere, it's just the technicals of musical chairs, really. I'll give you Eva the end of her microphone and headphones, and then I'll plug Mr. Rad in. It's one of those things I've always wanted to say, is plugging in Andrew Rad here, and it's going to be Simon Kerrigan into the attack from the Vauxhall end. Andrew Rad will pick up the commentary, and in a few moments' time he'll be joined again by Eva Gray.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Simon Kerrigan joining the attack from the Vauxhall end after Northamptonshire, as you just heard, missing out on a third bowling bonus point. And this partnership for the 9th wicket between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton, I think, is starting to hurt Northamptonshire a bit. They sense that they might be through, but as we were saying yesterday, Surrey do bat very, very deep. First ball from Kerrigan, already Overton looking to come down the pitch to him, plays it to backward point, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Afternoon, Eva.
Afternoon.
So 322 for 8. Surrey picking up the third batting bonus point. Northamptonshire just the 2 for bowling. Kerrigan in again, bowls to Overton, pushes it out to Proctor in the covers, and there's no run. And even after Northamptonshire making a good start to the morning, you say this second half hour has been very much Surrey. Bowls a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, Kerrigan, that ball. And Overton down the pitch, plays defensively when he gets there. One thing you find out commentating with Simon Kerrigan on, you get absolutely no time to say anything because he gets through his overs very quickly indeed. We have timed him as a sub-minute over. Here's Kerrigan in, bowling to Overton, plays defensively back down the pitch. There's not a big workload in this innings so far. This is just his 13th over, no wicket for 33. Didn't play in the previous match at Chelmsford. Here's Kerrigan again, saw Overton coming, fired it in a bit quicker. He just drops it down on the onside for Kerrigan to field off his own bowling. Kerrigan exchanging a few words with Nick Cook as one left arm spinner to another. Just the slip in place as the only close catcher. Kerrigan round the wicket bowls, and Overton defensively back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields. End of the over, 322 for 8. Atkinson 38, Overton 18. And I just wonder, Eva, just to go back to that point, Northamptonshire, having picked up those 2 wickets early doors, would have been thinking, yeah, we've got a chance of bowling Surrey out for under 300. This partnership has been absolutely terrific as far as Surrey are concerned. What they've put on 51 in 9 overs. Good going.
Yeah, definitely. Northampton definitely would have been happy with that first half an hour, 40 minutes. And then, yeah, I was saying to Church, there's just been a bit of a shift in momentum now, and even if they get these 2 wickets pretty quickly, although these 2 are looking good.
Yeah, very much so. Here's Luke Proctor starting another over, and that's whipped away by Gus Atkinson down to long leg. Matt Kelly fielding down in front of us, and they come through for a single. One more to Atkinson, who goes up to 39, and Surrey up to 323 for 8.
As with any kind of end of the innings partnerships, it kind of just drags out the innings, doesn't it? And as and when it does happen, the Northants batters will be walking on thinking they could have been there a little bit earlier.
Here's Proctor with 2 slips in place, bowls short to Overton, who pulls that away through mid-wicket, going out towards the boundary. It's a long chase run there for safe save, and he can't get there, and it crosses the rope in front of the Galadari stand, and that's 4 runs to Jamie Overton, who goes up to 22, and Surrey to 327 for 8. We're just talking off air next door, Even. I'd be interested to get your take on this in terms of the selection for Northamptonshire, because previous match at Chelmsford they went in with 5 seamers. This time they've gone in with 4 seamers, with Proctor being your 4th one. Come back to that point in a second, as Proctor in from the pavilion, then bowls to Jamie Overton, pushes it out into the covers, smartly fielded by Kerrigan, and in fact they're going to get an overthrow because Lewis McManus couldn't gather the ball, and it runs away into the outfield, and Safe Save has to make a lot of ground to back up, and so a scruffy bit of cricket costs a run. 329 for 8, and Overton up to 24. This time they've gone with the four seamers plus Simon Kerrigan plus Rob Keogh, and we're just debating whether maybe the fact that Surrey haven't played, been reluctant to play spinners here, is Proctor in again and Overton defensively back down the pitch, whether Northamptonshire might have missed a trick here. What do you reckon? Yeah,
definitely. I think with the amount of green that's on the pitch, I think usually a bit of grass kind of thing means that it might nibble about a little bit for the seamers, and the weather yesterday, I think, kind of being overcast, a little bit cloudy. With all that knowledge, I am surprised with the selection that they went with. Here's
Proctor in again, and Overton looking to drive over the top, doesn't make contact, runs down into the slip cordon, and there's no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, the fact is we've seen very little spin. Say Kerrigan's bowled 13 overs, Rob Keogh's bowled 3. Rob Keogh's bowling well this year. He bowled 33 overs, 4 for 51 in the second innings down at Chelmsford on Sunday. Yeah, it's one I'm sure that will be debated. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Overton, who plays that back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. Atkinson is 39, Overton 24, Surrey 329 for 8, partnership worth 58. Yeah, I mean, I suppose they'll be thinking maybe about second innings, but if Surrey get a big first innings total here, then that sort of slightly knocks the equation out, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think if you've got the off-spin option anyway, kind of with the part-time spinner, then I am surprised that they've chosen with the 2 spinners. Surrey have got Will Jacks, haven't they, who can bowl a few overs, and if it is turning, then he can do a job. Yeah,
the decision at Chelmsford was to go in with the 5 seamers plus Rob Keogh plus Safe Save, who can bowl a bit of left arm spin, and actually picked up a couple of wickets down there. Anyway, here is Simon Kerrigan bowling round the wicket to Atkinson, who pushes forward. It goes off the pad, and whilst Northamptonshire were thinking about whether to appeal or not, in fact there was a bit of bat in there as well, which explains why they didn't go through with the appeal. It ran into the covers. Luke Proctor had to come in. He's fairly deep at extra, and they're able to come through for a quick single. So it's good, energetic, purposeful cricket by these two. 330 for 8. Atkinson up to 40. Kerrigan in, bowls to Overton, who's missed. Came down the pitch aiming to hit that over long on. It beat the batsman. It also beat the wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. Not an easy one to take, but it's run away for 4 byes. 334 for 8, and I think that was, well, whether it flicked the pad, that's the thing I'm wondering about. I'm not sure it did. Not sure it did. I think that's just beaten everything and gone through for 4. So when it's not going your way, it's not going your way.
I think he'd expect to take that,
yeah,
wouldn't he?
I think so. 334 for 8. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Overton, just drives on the bounce back down the pitch. Yeah, the sort of chances that in these sort of circumstances, when you're under the pump a little bit, you need those chances to be taken. Aware of how difficult it is, and if it just flicks the pad, but I don't think it did. And this time, well, to add insult to injury, Overton comes down the pitch again, and this time he has got hold of it, and this time it's gone into the stand for half a dozen. So 6 to Jamie Overton, he goes to 30, and Surrey up to 340 for 8. And if Simon Kerrigan was feeling a bit sick before, he feels a bit sicker now.
He's been practicing that for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he ventured it before. He should have lost his wicket as a result. He didn't, and he's made Northamptonshire pay. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls to Overton this time. Just drops it out on the onside, fielded by Emilio Gay. Finds himself in there at mid-wicket. The field now well scattered. There's a slip in. Give the rest of it in a second as Kerrigan bowls again to Overton, drives back down the pitch, fielded by Kerrigan. In fact, it's the end of the over, so we'll come back to that when or if Simon Kerrigan has another over. 340 for 8 at the end of the over. Atkinson is 40, Overton is 30. Partnership worth 69. And Simon Kerrigan's bowled 14 overs, no wicket for 40. Probably should have had a wicket in that last over. Lewis McManus has been pretty tidy for Northamptonshire, of course, on loan from Hampshire. But
yeah, I think he's done some work with Michael Bates, I think.
Yeah.
Batesy kind of works with some of the women's teams as a fielding coach, but obviously his kind of forte, I guess, is as a keeping coach, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he's made a very, very positive impression since he's come to Northamptonshire at the start of the season. His loan period has been extended, but yeah, I think that must go down as a missed opportunity. Anyway, 2 slips in place. Luke Proctor starting a fresh over from the pavilion end, bowls to Atkinson, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Absolutely glorious morning in South London, isn't it? Is it always like this?
I'd like it if it was.
No, it's a fantastic morning for playing, for watching cricket. The crowd, as yesterday, I think is just building a little bit. The stand down to our right is filling up. Obviously plenty of members in the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. The other end of the ground is Proctor in again, bowls, and that's turned away nicely by Atkinson just behind square, past umpire Nick Cook. And they come through for a single. Takes Atkinson up to 41 and Surrey to 341 for 8.
I'd imagine we'll get quite a few people in after tea, won't we? Coming in after work. It's not a bad way to spend your Friday evening, is it?
Absolutely perfect. We were actually talking, Eva, I think during Northampton's previous match down at Chelmsford about an innovation that they tried a few years ago, which I'll come back to in a second, as Proctor comes in and bowls to Overton, who plays that up to mid-on, fielded by Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. I think it would have been early 90s, maybe even late 80s, when they decided it would be a really good idea to start late and finish late, championship days, and finish at about 8 o'clock, and get middle of the season, obviously. No, this is pre-floodlights, and get lots of people in to after work. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Overton, pushes it up to mid-off this time by way of variety, fielded by Keogh, and again there's no run. And I have to say, it wasn't a great success, and the spectators didn't seem to really buy into it, because they wanted to go home for the dinner after a certain time. You'd have it at 6:30, you'd just get an exodus from the ground, and those that had been in it, for most of the day just went home anyway. And it was also very unpopular. As Proctor comes in, bowls to Overton, he's going to pick up a single as he pushes that down into the covers. Kerrigan has to make ground round from extra cover, and they come through for another run. 31 to Overton, Surrey to 342 for 8. The players hated it, as you can imagine. And journalists hated it almost as much, because of course deadlines meant that copy was being filed late, and it didn't really please anybody, I don't think. Here's Proctor in again, and driven back down the ground by Atkinson, and that's the end of another over. 41 to Gus Atkinson, 31 to Jamie Overton, 342 for 8 Surrey. Partnership worth 71. And I suppose, they did obviously have day-night championship cricket, didn't they, which they experimented with. What do you reckon? I'm not altogether sure. There's always this assumption that there's a big audience ready to pile into the ground at 5 o'clock. You may get a few extra in if they know they're coming in for an hour or maybe an hour and a half, but I'm not convinced about playing under lights and this sort of thing. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. I think the people that are going to come after work will come after work regardless of whether they're going to get an hour or...
Yeah. Here's Kerrigan starting another over, wasting no time as usual, driven back down the pitch by Overton, and there's no run. Yeah, and it's obviously, they say, well, people come in for T20, but it's a totally different audience and totally different dynamic, and which we shall see fairly shortly. Next month is Overton coming down the pitch, having got there, just pushes it out into the offside. A little bit of cat and mouse between Overton and Kerrigan at the moment, which is good to see. Here's Kerrigan again round the wicket, bowls to Overton, who's playing that back down the pitch. The field, a slip, then a backward point, cover, deep cover sweeping on the boundary, extra cover, long on, mid wicket, deep mid wicket, and a deep long leg. And Overton again goes down the pitch and hoists it over long on, and fielder down there, Matt Kelly, all he can do is just turn around and see how many rows back that's gone. It's another 6 to Jamie Overton, who's thoroughly enjoying himself. 37 to him, and Surrey up to 348 for 8.
I think Kerrigan's going to keep bowling flatter and flatter and quicker and quicker. as long as Overton keeps smacking him back over his head.
You're absolutely right. Here's Kerrigan again, and this time it's a football of fuller length, and Overton just dropping it down into the onside, fielded there by Emilio Gay. It's a good tussle between these two, but at the moment Jamie Overton is certainly enjoying the better of it, although I say should probably have been dismissed in the last over. Here's Kerrigan again, bowls that again a bit flatter, and it's punched off the back foot up to long off, where it's fielded down there by Matt Kelly, and they come through for a single to finish the over. So well counted, Jamie Overton, 38 to him, 41 to Gus Atkinson, 349 for 8. Surrey. It means this partnership for the 9th wicket is worth 78, and the Surrey record against Northamptonshire is 84 between Martin Bicknell and Northampton-born Ian Salisbury, so we'll claim half a share of that. That was back in 2001.
The thing with the spinner is either end that he bowls from is going to be a short hit.
Yeah.
Overton's kind of playing against the spin, but we're not seeing loads of spin, and he's bowling it quite quickly. So kind of going through the leg side's not that much of a risk for him. And if he bowls from the other end, obviously it's a massive leg side hit, but he can just go kind of with the spin, and he doesn't have to get even half of it really. It's so short, isn't it?
Yeah, and it feeds into again a point about selection, which I'll come back to in a second, because I think that observation again makes the selection possibly a little bit surprising. Matt Kelly comes into the attack to bowl his 16th over, first of the morning, and first ball is pushed up to extra cover by Jamie Overton, no run. When we came to the ground yesterday morning and saw where abouts on the square the pitch was over the Harleford Road side, I think there was this thinking about, well, you know, for that reason, is Simon Kerrigan a good option? And there was a feeling that they might just go, you know, with a Chelmsford style attack, 5 seamers plus Rob Keogh plus Sabe, because of that short boundary. Now they saw it and they still went for the selection they did. So here's Kelly bowling again, and yeah, not timed by Jamie Overton. He was looking to play it through the offside, through the cover gap. In the end it came off a thick inside edge and went past mid-wicket, but he still comes through for couple of runs, and that brings up the 350 for Surrey. 351 for 8, the partnership worth 80 now, and Jamie Overton up to 40. So yeah, again, I dare say Northamptonshire supporters will be wondering maybe whether that was the right call, but well, we shall see. 351 for 8. This partnership really has wrested the initiative, as Eva was saying. The momentum's changed a lot in the last 3/4 of an hour or so. The next ball from Kelly is pushed up towards mid-on by Jamie Overton, intercepted by Emilio Gay before it got to Ben Curran at mid-on. To Ben Sanderson rather at mid-on. Sanderson under the floppy hat.
It's the rate that they're scoring these runs as well, isn't it? They're not taking much time out the game, kind of leaving results possible, and yeah, just.
Well, they've scored 80 together, and they've been together 14 overs, so it's good going. Here's Kelly in again, bowls to Overton, who clatters that back past the bowler. Now I just wonder if Russell Warren might have suffered a glancing blow there. I think he's all right. Yeah, he's fine. I think he did actually I think it hit him on the way through, because I think he hit that so hard that if it hadn't have been partly stopped by the umpire, yes. Oh yes, that's hit him. That's hit him in the stomach, I think, Russell Warren. And it took a lot of the way off the ball. Otherwise, I think it was a nailed-on boundary, wasn't it? They came through for a single. Jamie Overton, when he came down, apologised to Russell Warren. Not that he had anything really to apologise for. The upshot of it was they pick up a single. 352 for 8. Brings Atkinson back on strike. And Atkinson onto the back foot, that ball from Kelly, just pushing it out into the covers again, and there's no run. I think if I was Jamie Overton, I'd be having a word with Russell Warren. You cost me 3 runs there, mate.
He's not showing any pain, is he?
No, he's a Northampton boy, you see. We breed them tough. But yeah, he's Bruce Oxenford had his famous shield there. It would have been in use. Hit that hard. Here's Atkinson on strike again to Kelly, That's wide outside the off stump, and it's leathered through the gap in the covers for 4 runs. It's the short boundary out there, but again, he hit that beautifully. And it raced away for 4, 356 for 8, and that is now a Surrey 9th wicket record partnership against Northamptonshire, beating the 84 by Martin Bicknell and Ian Salisbury at the county ground in Northampton 21 years ago. End of the over, 356 for 8. Atkinson is 45, Overton 41.
This is, I think it's Atkinson's joint top score now.
Good spot. Well, this has been a terrific partnership, and you do feel that Northamptonshire, having had a good first half hour, have now found themselves being well and truly, well, I'd say batted out the game. It's too early to say that, but they're certainly, we were talking at the start of the day that if Surrey could finish up, pushing up towards 400, something like that, then they'll be in a very, very good position in this match. And, well, that could well happen. Here's Kerrigan starting another over to Jamie Overton, who picks up an easy single, pushing it into the leg side. Man comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. One more onto the total, 357 for 8. Takes Overton up to 42. Yeah, high score, 41 not out against Northamptonshire at the county ground last year, which I did see. Terrific game of cricket that was. Next ball is driven by Gus Atkinson up to extra cover, fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Kerrigan already back at his mark, 3 steps and in, flights that one up a little bit more. It's worked round the corner down to deep backward square by Atkinson. It comes through for a single, fielded down there by Ben Sanderson, who's found himself a little bit of shade under the scoreboard. 358 for 8. Kerrigan in again. Aerial goes Overton, and that's huge. That's an enormous hit. It's gone, well, not quite over the stand, but not far off. And that's a third 6 to Jamie Overton. And he goes to 48, 364 for 8. And Northamptonshire and Simon Kerrigan in particular taking a bit of a hammering at the moment.
It does slightly feel like they're just waiting for something to happen a little bit. Just struggling to see kind of what their plan is, how they're thinking of getting these 2 out.
That's absolutely right. I think that it's the one thing with Simon Kerrigan, even if the ball's not turning, usually you would say that the one thing you can guarantee is that he will hold an end and he'll just block up an end. But it's so difficult when you're bowling with with a couple of, especially Jamie Overton, who hits a long ball, as we know, with a short boundary on that leg side. It's slightly baffling, as you say.
He's just going to keep on doing it, isn't he, until he gets it wrong.
Yes. Well, so he did get it wrong once, and the stumping wasn't taken. But here's Kerrigan round the wicket again, bowls to Overton, bowls a little bit flatter, a little bit shorter, and it allows Jamie Overton to punch that away off the back foot down to Saif Zaib, who's sweeping on the cover boundary on the old practice pitches down there. One more to the total, 365 for 8. Here's Kerrigan in, bowls to Atkinson, short. He was trying to cut, didn't make contact. Lewis McManus didn't take it cleanly, and that's the end of another over. 365 for 8. It's the race to half century because Atkinson's on 46. Overton is 49. 365 for 8. The partnership worth 94. Yeah, we were saying, I think, I don't know how much you've seen of Northamptonshire before, Eva, but they do have a bit of a propensity to go a bit flat in the field sometimes if things are not quite going to plan. Luke Proctor is the one who generally is trying to sort of G people up, but they can go a little bit flat and a little bit quiet, and I think that's probably what's happening here.
Definitely. I mean, it's a natural response, really, isn't it? You're getting hit into the stands and everywhere, and I mean it happens at all levels of the game, but as you say, you do need a few kind of senior figures to kind of bring people together or have a word and be like, come on, man, say.
Well, it's going to be Rob Keogh, who we were saying had a long bowl down at Chelmsford in the second innings, bowled beautifully, 33 overs, 4 for 51. He's coming into the attack from the pavilion end, so you would think they're going to have to be obviously hitting with the off spin, hitting towards the long boundary. They've got 2 men out, deep backward square and a deep mid wicket. No close catchers, 4 in the ring, saving 1. Here's Keogh bowls his first ball of the day, and it's turned away behind square by Jamie Overton, who comes back for 2, and that's 50 to Jamie Overton. Well played. 63 balls for his half century, and as we've been saying, and as Eve has made the point, this really has switched the whole momentum of the game. And applause from around the crowd, acknowledged by Jamie Overton, and also congratulations from his batting partner Gus Atkinson, who has lost the race to 50, but I'm sure he won't be too worried about that. Partnership now 96. Keogh bowls quick and flat to Overton, who plays it back down the pitch. Keogh fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Walks back to the end of his short run, and he's in again. Bowls it fairly flat and quick. Punched off the back foot by Overton into the covers, fielded by Luke Proctor at extra, and there's no run. 367 for 8. Keogh flights that one up very full, and Overton watchfully forward. And the thing is also, even Northamptonshire having put Surrey in, Surrey can just bat as long as they want. There's no time pressure at all.
Definitely, I think they're just going to keep going, aren't they?
Yeah, why not? Here's Keogh in again, bowls, and that's cut well by Jamie Overton, who gave himself plenty of room, but there is a man out there sweeping on the extra cover boundary, and it keeps it to a single. Tom Taylor out there. 52 to Overton, 368 for 8. Keogh bowling his 4th over of the innings. Bowls this time to Atkinson down the leg side, not taken by Lewis McManus. At the end of another over, 46 to Atkinson, 52 to Overton, 368 for 8. The partnership is worth 97, and thanks to Eva, we'll be back with us a little bit later. And for now, Mark Church is about to rejoin me, and while he's doing that, I'll just update you with what's happening elsewhere around the country. At Southampton, Hampshire bowled out for 342, and Gloucestershire lost 2 early wickets. They're 13 for 2 in reply. Warwickshire just bowled out for 315 by Lancashire at Old Trafford. Lancashire just starting their reply. At Chelmsford, Essex have reached 303 for 3, so batting on against Yorkshire down there. Matt Kelly is about to start another over. Churchy, you've come back at a time with Surrey very much in the ascendancy.
Yeah, I've been watching outside actually, sat out there with Mr. Matt Roller, and yeah, this has sort of taken it all away from Northamptonshire in the last 45 minutes as Kelly is in. Forward goes Jamie Overton, plays this one into the leg side, and all we were sitting there saying was it just proves that if you've got Jamie Overton wandering in at number 10, then this can happen. 97 they've put on. Overton's played really well actually. He's just taken the ball by the horns, and Gus Atkinson is highest first class scorer. He has looked very, very good for this 46, and this will really be hurting Northamptonshire now. After those 2 early wickets, as in over the wicket comes Kelly, and forward goes Jamie Overton and plays this one out into the offside.
Yeah, the mis-stumping doesn't help as well, which just one of those things that happens. You always sort of tending to look for, I say excuses, but look for reasons when those chances aren't taken, and you look to see if it flicked the pad on the way through or whatever. I don't think it did. I think he just missed it.
And that tends to happen in these situations. And the other thing I always think in these situations is sort of your whole game plan disappears very quickly. And then trying to catch it up again is virtually impossible, as Kelly is into Overton, and Overton gets turned round a touch by one that just holds on him as he's looking to work that into the leg side, and that rolls out there towards cover, and they will pick up a single. So the partnership now worth 98 between these two. And there was a round of applause whilst I was outside, because
the record
is the record now, isn't it? Past Bicknell and Salisbury.
Yeah, but we'll claim half of that because Ian Salisbury's Northampton born.
Of course. Well, actually, there is a hotel in Northamptonshire that we always used to stay in when Mr. Salisbury was playing and coaching and all that good stuff. And in the foyer area, they have famous sports people of Northampton. As forward goes Gus Atkinson, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. And there is Mr. Salisbury.
Yeah.
Picture of Mr. Salisbury in the hotel foyer.
Well, great man of cricket. Very good to see him down at Hove last year. I think some terrific work down at Sussex with some terrific crop of young cricketers, and
absolutely.
I think he and others will be hoping that he's actually given the time that he needs to bring them through. But
he's doing the right thing down there,
absolutely,
without a doubt.
Good man.
As in, over the wicket once again comes Kelly, and this is turned into the leg side by Gus Atkinson. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think if you go down that route, it's always going to hurt. At some point, it's always. I always remember here when Graham Ford came in, and he sort of said, "And sorry, we're in the second division, and it hadn't been going well." And he said, "Right, we're going to play the youngsters, and it's going to hurt for a while, but when it starts working, we'll have a core group that played an awful lot of their cricket together." And that's exactly what Sussex are trying to do down there at the moment. As in over the wicket once again comes Kelly. Forward goes Atkinson. You know, signing Sangakkara always helps, but you think of, and they played a lot of their academy stuff together, and he sort of made that decision that we're gonna stick them all together, so that when Surrey do come up, there's that core group that have all played a lot of their cricket together. And sort of the proof was in the pudding in 2018 when Surrey won the championship.
Yes, well, yes, he and Salisbury played Colts cricket at Northamptonshire, but wasn't taken on the staff. Northamptonshire then had Andy Roberts bowling some leg spin, so Ian moved on elsewhere, and of course had a terrific career and played Test cricket. Here's Keogh starting a fresh over, and Jamie Overton, coming down the pitch. When he got there, he blocked it. It rolled back towards the stumps, and Lewis McManus came round from behind the stumps and might have been thinking of trying to flick the ball back onto the stumps, but in the end, Jamie Overton was denied 3 runs by Russell Warren, but Russell Warren's midriff over a 2-back. Short goes Keogh, cut away, but there is a man back there on the cover boundary. The sweeper, Tom Taylor, keeps it to a single, 370 for 8.
I'm really glad that he's all right, because that was absolutely,
it was clattered, wasn't it?
Smash back at him.
Well, as I said to Eve, he's a Northampton boy as well, so we breed them tough. Driven on the bounce back to the bowler by Gus Atkinson. He stays on 46, so Overton winning the race for the half-century. I do actually remember Ian Salisbury's season playing Colts cricket for Northamptonshire, 1987, flighted up by Rob Keogh to Gus Atkinson, and that was a little bit of a gimme, and it was driven away through extra cover for 4, and that's an excellent half-century for Gus Atkinson. 50 off 74 balls, just very slightly slower than Jamie Overton's, but what a valuable contribution this has been. It also brings up the 100 partnership for the 9th wicket. These two have put on 103 for the 9th wicket, and they haven't been together that long, just 17-18 overs. Next ball finds Atkinson with studied defence, studiously playing it back down the pitch.
Well, that's
no
a
run.
Maiden first class 50 for Gus Atkinson.
Well played. Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Atkinson, comes across his stumps, plays it back down the pitch. Keogh fields off his own bowling and just tosses the ball away with an air of frustration that seems to be pervading the whole of the Northamptonshire side at the moment. They thought they were through, but there's one thing, you look at this Surrey batting lineup, and we talked about it, heaven knows enough on commentary yesterday, Mark. They bat so deep, and that's exactly what Northamptonshire have fallen foul of here. 374 for 8. Atkinson is 50. Overton is 54. The partnership is worth 103. Yeah, the nearest Ian Salisbury came to taking a wicket that year, when he bowled quite nicely, was he got the edge of a Bedford Town batsman, and Bob Carter, who was captain of the side, dropped it.
Oh no. Here is Kelly with a short ball to Jamie Overton, who pulls this one out towards deep backward square. He'll get a single, and that'll move Jamie Overton on to 55. 375 for it. Whenever you say that, anyone like that, you know who I always think of?
Go on.
Mike Smith.
Oh yes.
And he had Elliott dropped by G. Thorpe, didn't he? And Elliott went on to get a double 100. Mike Smith never took a test wicket.
No, well, Ian was then playing as basically an opening batsman who bowled a bit, and that was the nearest he came to taking a wicket that season. Come back to that in a sec.
As over the wicket comes Kelly and Gus Atkinson forward.
But my memory of Ian was that he was then quite slight and slender, And then he seemed to have the sort of the growth spurt, and a couple of years later he got much taller, and his bowling was getting a real zip, a real fizz to it. I remember him bowling in the old indoor centre at Northampton downstairs from where we used to commentate, and which was a fairly quick bouncy surface anyway, and seeing him in the nets a couple of winters later, he was a different bowler, and well, the rest as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. As in over the wicket once more comes Kelly. And Gus Atkinson drives nicely into the offside. You've got to love Ben Stokes, haven't you? So Ben Stokes has just gone to his 100 with 5 consecutive sixes. Of 64 balls for Durham.
Oh my goodness.
So, yeah, that's why you got to love the lad, because obviously there's an awful lot of people there went yesterday to watch him have a bat, didn't see him have a bat, and then half the national press have gone today to hopefully watch him have a bat, and he's just gone to his 100 with 5 consecutive sixes off 64 deliveries.
Well, he's obliged, as they say.
Yes, absolutely. Is in over the wicket once again. Comes Kelly. This one's Gus Atkinson playing for. Whenever that happens, Andrew Rudd, I think of the amazing time that I was at Oxford University. And Cambridge University, Cambridge University. And
what were you reading?
Well, I was reading my book at the time, but Mr. Kevin Peterson was playing for Surrey. It was during another one of the KP moments, and a young Zafar Ansari was playing for Cambridge. Now, a lot of the national press came down to watch Mr. Kevin Peterson. As in over the wicket comes Kelly, forward goes Gus Atkinson and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I won't name any names, obviously, but the first thing was I had to give out my 4-way power adapter because we could only find the one plug, and they had to take it in turns to use it. And then KP batted quite nicely for a while, so they went off for lunch at a local hostelry, but came back about 20 minutes late after lunch. And in those 20 minutes, Zafar Ansari got Kevin Peterson LBW, as this was picked up by Gus Atkinson and whipped down towards fine leg, and they'll pick up a single, and Atkinson will move on to 51, 376 for it. Now, normally with our national press writers, whenever I say anything to them, they're always very polite, but they just raise their eyebrows and wander away. Suddenly, for 5 minutes, I was the most popular bloke. I was the most popular bloke at Fenners that day.
Yes, I can very well imagine. I have to say, actually, from Fenners, because it's a little bit of a walk, isn't it? Actually, to the nearest pub.
I think that's where they got stuff.
I speak from experience. It's a bit easier at the parks because you just nip down into the city centre. It's a shorter walk, but the nearest pub is quite a little way away from Fenners. Anyway, here's Rob Keogh. He's about to start another over to Gus Atkinson, who runs that down towards backward point, fielded by Will Young, and there's no run. Yes.
Here's a lovely stat from Jeff. And all that. Now, every member of this Surrey 11.
Keogh is in again, driven up towards long on by Gus Atkinson for a single. He goes up to 52 and Surrey to 377 for 8.
Every member of this Surrey 11 now has a first class 50.
Oh, good stat.
So that's a great stat. Well done, Jeff.
Keogh in again, bowls to Overton, comes down the pitch. When he gets there, he just blocks it back to Keogh and there's no run. Yes, the thing I was slightly surprised about when he said about Ben Stokes reaching 100 as Keogh comes in and bowls, and that's played down to backward point, fielded smartly by Will Young, keeping his own standards up, and there's no run. Was when I think we did the first half an hour on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Here's Keogh bowling again to Overton, who drives up towards mid-off. Mid-off's on the boundary. That's a really good bit of fielding by Rob Keogh. Talk about keeping standards up. That's super bit of fielding off his own bowling to save a single. I suppose you're going to do it off your own bowling. That's fair enough. Keogh in again, bowls short, and that's cut away, and that's going to be 4. Once it had beaten the man at backward point, Will Young, it was far too much of a run round for Tom Taylor sweeping on the cover boundary, and again it was a short ball, and Overton just cutting it away. For the simplest of boundaries, he goes up to 59, and Surrey at the end of the over to 381 for 8. The partnership up to 110. Yes, and I was saying to our colleague Kevin Howells, and he said, "Oh yeah, we've gone over to Durham because Ben Stokes just gone into bat." I said, "Oh, great, fair enough." And then when he said he's got 100 off 60 balls, okay, that game has moved on.
Ideal, isn't it? Absolutely ideal. I think he might be out now.
Well, Durham are 512 for 4 against Worcestershire at New Road. I'll have a look.
Kelly is coming in over the wicket from the Vauxhall end to Gus Atkinson. He's turning this one into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's still going, is he?
116 not out of 68 balls. David Beddingham is 113 not out. And Durham 512 for 4 against Worcestershire.
I don't know who the bowler was that went for the 5 consecutive sixes, but
well, he'll make a few headlines for the wrong reason then, won't he?
Absolutely, but you've got to love him, haven't you? As waiting over his bat is Gus Atkinson on 52. As Kelly comes over the wicket to Atkinson. Short one, and Atkinson's putting this for 4. It was in the air, but it's whistled past short mid-wicket. And away for 4 it goes. This is hard for Northamptonshire now. 385 for 8, Surrey. They were 271 for 8 in the 103rd over. So this is coming around about 20 overs.
Yeah. But the thing is, Mark, it's just one of the strange things that there was almost an air of inevitability about it when I think the first we were looking up and talking to our colleague Mark Baldwin next door, and they put on 30 odd, and we said these runs are coming far too easily from Northamptonshire point of view.
So as in comes Kelly again, forward goes Gus Atkinson, and there is no run. As I say, it's so difficult, but if you're as a bowling side, if your game plan suddenly gets torn up, it's very difficult to react and fall back.
Well, I was talking with Eva about the Northamptonshire selection for this game, and the fact that they decided to not go in with the 5 seamers plus Rob Keogh plus Save Sabre as they did at Chelmsford, but go in with if you like the 2 frontline spinners with Simon Kerrigan in there. And we did wonder whether the short boundary on that side might force a change of heart, but it didn't.
So over the wicket once again comes Kelly, and Gus Atkinson's forward just prods this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Rope will pick up a single, moves on to 57.
And that's absolutely fine because coach and captain have to make a call. But you just look at the worrying. One of the most worrying statistics for me on that board is the fact that Ben Sanderson's already had to bowl 31 overs in this innings, and the good thing about with the 5 seamers down at Chelmsford is the fact that they could rotate and they could just share the workload out. And in fact, yesterday, to be fair, they did that quite well. We remember us playing on commentary. We looked up at the board, and they'd all bowled roughly the same number of overs, the 4 frontline seamers. But now Sanderson's up to 31.
And the brutality of this, of course, is, and we'll sort of go back to what we were saying, that it's down to Northamptonshire to bowl Surrey out here. They stuck Surrey in, so this is down to Northamptonshire to bowl Surrey out. And this partnership now with 115, and it's coming around 20 overs. So they've just put their foot. So they played some lovely shots, but I think this is sort of, it's almost taken Northamptonshire by surprise.
It's not the stuffing out of them, without a doubt.
No, as in over the wicket comes Kelly to Jamie Overton down the leg side, and Overton will fit. He's missed out a touch there, just trying to help it off his hip down to fine leg. Got nothing on it, taken by McManus, but the field, and defending on here is tricky in the fact that you've got such a long boundary that even if you don't time it, you can always get back for 2. So with the field spread and you're trying to defend the long boundary, and we've seen them both do it, just pop it into the offside, and if you get it in the right spot, you can get back for a second. So all of a sudden you're trying to defend the boundary, but they're still going at 6 and over. As Overton waits again, tall man of course, Kelly into him, and Overton solidly forward, just pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Because there's been 4s and 6s, yes, but there's also been some singles in there, quite a few singles and 2s and 3s, in the fact that, as I say, the big old boundary, trying to defend that when you've got 2 in is tricky, because you pop it into a gap, you can always get back for a second.
Well, yeah, and again, we were talking with Eva a few moments ago about, with Simon Kerrigan, the one thing that you would normally, and this again is part of the Northamptonshire game, you talk about the game plan, which is they've always thought that, you know, if Kerrigan, even if he's not turning, he'll block an end up for you. He hasn't done that here. Here's Keogh starting another over from the pavilion end, and it's on driven, but only as far as Ricardo Vasconcelos at mid-wicket. The fact that Vasconcelos is at mid-wicket will tell you that there are now no close catches at all. 4 in saving the 1, flighted up by Keogh, driven and very well fielded indeed by Vasconcelos at mid-wicket. We're talking about keeping standards up. Well, that's the setting by example. Very good bit of fielding, certainly saved a couple of runs. Keogh in again, bowls to Atkinson, plays it back down the pitch for Keogh to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, and Simon Kerrigan in this innings, and to a large extent against Yorkshire as well at Northampton, just hasn't managed to play that role as he would like, and that's driven beautifully away through extra cover, and well, it's beaten the man at extra on the perch there, and well, it probably wasn't the greatest bit of attempted to stop I've ever seen. Luke Proctor, who's usually very good in the field, just going under his body there, and runs away for 4. And as they say, when you're under the cosh, you're under the cosh. 390 for 8, and Atkinson up to 61. There's Keogh bowls to him again, works that into the onside. He's going to pick up at least 1 here. It's Emilio Gay running in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, manages to keep it to 1, so they settle for the single. 62 to Atkinson. Surrey up to 391 for 8. About 10 minutes to go until lunch. Brings Jamie Overton back on strike, a man who really did get after Simon Kerrigan earlier. Comes down the pitch, and when he gets there, just pushes it up to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Vasconcelos. Russell Warren, the umpire, tosses Rob Keogh his cap, and at the end of the over, 391 for 8. Atkinson is 52, Overton 59. Partnership worth 120. Surrey's 9th wicket record against anybody is 168 by Errol Holmes and Ted Brooks against Hampshire at the Oval in 1936. Wow. Could be one of the few record partnerships made during the reign of King Edward VIII.
Well, it could have been. Ratters.
Misspent you.
Very
Zebra Book of Facts for Boys was never far away from me as a child.
You're a well-read man. Kevin Howes and I would have obviously known that. 391 for 8, as Mr. Andrew Radder said. And Gus Atkinson is the man on strike on 62, as Kelly comes in over the wicket to Atkinson. He's solidly forward again. It does seem a long time ago that Jordan Clark nicked off to, to Sanderson for 2 at 271 for 8.
Not as long ago as it feels to the Northamptonshire fielders, I suspect.
That's the thing, and sort of, I suppose if one of these two goes now, we'll have a delayed lunch.
Yes,
as well,
we will.
won't we?
Yes.
But,
should be a very bad idea.
It's sort of, as you say, just this is one thing Northamptonshire wouldn't have been expecting. Is to still be out there now after those 2 wickets this morning. But that's the thing with, I mean, Jamie Overton at 10. Kelly is in, and Gus Atkinson looks to drive thick inside edge. That rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run.
To answer your question, Mark, the unfortunate bowler that got slotted for 5 sixes in 5 balls was Josh Baker of Worcestershire.
Yes. Thing is, though, I look at all the batters round the world these days, and you see them all doing their IPL stuff and everything. I think if I could bat like anybody, it would be Stokes, because some of the shots he plays are just gorgeous as well, aren't they?
Indeed.
And when he's going like that, he just makes it look so simple. As in over the wicket once again comes Kelly. This is whipped by Atkinson, bottom hand. Actually, I wouldn't mind batting like Gus Atkinson, to be fair, the way he's gone today. He's on to 66 now, and it's 395 for 8. But again, it's that short leg side boundary, and Kelly just drifted onto leg stump there, and all Gus Atkinson done really is thrown his bottom hand into that. He's just on the angle coming back into him, and he's just picking it up and whipping it behind square for 4. He's on to 66, 395 for 8. Sorry.
I have to agree with Eva's observation that Northampton just looked to be almost waiting for something to happen now.
Well, the declaration's not coming. As in over the wicket comes Kelly, and forward goes Gus Atkinson solidly. plays this one out into the offside and there's no run.
And why on earth
Why would it? It was the same at Bristol. I had people asking me at Bristol, why haven't Surrey declared? They had 25 overs on the second evening at Gloucestershire with 603 on the board, and they've been stuck in.
It's not exactly batting them out of the game.
You know, if you get stuck in, it's down to the opposition to knock you over, really. You have that sort of luxury if you get yourself into a good position. In comes Kelly over the wicket again to Atkinson, who's forward and nudges this one into the leg side, and there's no run. But again, 3 men back on that leg side boundary, that short leg side boundary, and then a sweeper on the long cover boundary. If he can find a gap here, Atkinson, he's got a chance of 2. But the problem they've got at the moment as well is this isn't giving one of them the strike because they're not batting very well. No. You know, Atkinson's on 66 and Overton's on 59. Very tricky, this.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson saying to Jamie, so I'll shield you, mate. Don't worry.
As in over the wicket comes Kelly, and Atkinson is forward. Solid looking defensive shot again, that from Gus Atkinson out to the captain, Mr. Vasconcelos, who's back out. He might wish he'd gone back in for a bit here.
Might be feeling sick for slightly different reasons.
Absolutely.
I was trying to think which batter in world cricket I'd most like. I think I'd probably finish it being something like a right-handed Dean Elgar.
Oh yes,
Just you know.
Are you a bit like Dean Elgar?
I was a blocker in a big way. It was the only thing that really justified my place in the side. I had no ability but limitless patience.
Yes.
Here's Keogh starting another over, and he's got past the outside edge, and finally they've got the man, and it's caught behind by Lewis McManus. Was Jamie Overton came down the pitch, having got to the pitch of the ball, he just attempted a little push at it. It wasn't a big expansive stroke by any stretch of the imagination. I just wonder if that just drifted away from him a little bit. Yeah, I think it probably did, and it took the outside edge given out by Russell Warren. So the partnership is broken, and it means we are indeed going to have a delayed lunch, and Jamie Overton is the man to go. Caught McManus, bowled Keogh for 59, and Surrey 395 for 9.
124 run partnership between Messrs Atkinson and Overton, and a very, very good one as well, and that will be a relief to Northamptonshire. Dan Royal won't hang around, he will play his shots as well, but very good innings that from Jamie Overton. Shifted the entire morning, that partnership.
I think it's shifted the entire momentum of the match, to be honest, Mark. So 124 that partnership, and they were together for 24 overs. Yeah. So they were going at 5s, which is absolutely terrific in these circumstances. I better go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Absolutely, so no problem at all.
I'll leave it with you and be back with you presently.
Thank you very much indeed, Radders. So Andrew Radds nipping off to do his 1 o'clock update. Eva Gray is at the back of the box. Bring Eva back in, because now we're 9 wickets down, of course. As we were saying, lunch will be delayed. Now, how long it's going to last for, we'll wait to see. Because Dan Worrell, as I say, will look to play some shots. There's absolutely no doubt whatsoever about that. He might have a couple of sighters, and then he'll look to play some shots. So, yeah, with 9 down, lunch could be delayed for half an hour here. We can have an extra half hour with a side now 9 down approaching lunch. So it's going to be Rob Keogh, having just picked up that wicket of Jamie Overton. And Dan Worrell, right-handed, ready for his first ball. Here he goes, Dan Worrell, straight away. He's not having a sighter at all. It's gone over extra cover for 6. So Dan Worrell tossed up by Rob Keogh, and Dan Worrell has slung it over extra cover, short boundary, and Dan Worrell off the mark for Surrey to his first ball here at his home ground with a 6 over extra cover. Eva Gray, welcome back. It's entertaining anyway, isn't it? 401 for 9, Surrey.
Well, he said he wasn't going to hang about.
He hasn't hung about. First ball, bang, 6. Where's he going this time? Same place and he's out. He's driven this one straight to short extra cover, and that's taken by Luke Proctor. It means that Gus Atkinson will finish 66 not out. What a fine effort that's been from Gus Atkinson. Dan Worrell walks up to Gus Atkinson, little punch of the gloves. Worrell 6 and out, Atkinson 66, but I think Surrey will be very happy with that, Eva. 401 on the board.
Definitely. We spoke about it this morning, didn't we? After those 2 early wickets, we kind of thought that we might have to revise things and think again, but they've made up to 400, and as you say, they were put in yesterday morning, and I think they'll be really pleased with that, and Atkinson and Overton really did a good job of getting them up to 400.
And just a word for Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson there, and you were on air with Andrew Rabb when it all started, but they've just taken that away from Northamptonshire in the blink of an eye, haven't they?
Definitely, and even like mentally getting past with that 6 there, getting over 400, it just seems like a tougher ask, doesn't it? And I was saying as well, they haven't taken much time out of the game, that they've scored the runs quickly, and that's kind of key in 4-day cricket, isn't it? 'Cause kind of you can make results happen when you score the runs quickly. So yeah, I think they'll be really pleased with that partnership.
Yeah, and a sort of a nice symmetry to it in a way, because that is 1 o'clock, so that will be lunch now. And Surrey can go to lunch, put their feet up for 40 minutes with 401 on the board. Bowlers they'll be warmed up, Overton and Atkinson, and Worrell's slung a 6 and then got out. But yeah, from a Northamptonshire point of view, I think they've just got to put that to the back of their minds and come out and bat, obviously, after lunch. So Surrey all out for 401. Eva, you go and get some lunch down the corridor, and we'll be back with you here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Northampton in 40 minutes time on the Surrey live stream, though. And Ebony Rainford-Brent, of course, getting her MBE a couple of days ago, which was wonderful to see. Some lovely photos of Ebony with her mum, both looking lovely, getting the MBE. And of course the ACE programme, the brainchild of Ebony Rainford-Brent. And now on the Surrey live stream, a documentary take you through lunch about the ACE programme.
The love and passion that the Caribbean community had for the game when they first came to the UK was just taken for granted, that it would always be there. And actually, if you don't do anything to support it and to feed it, then you end up where we are today.
I think at times we can be a bit lazy, not looking outside that small independent school bubble sometimes for some of our better cricketers.
I think there's a lot of beauty in that system, you know, so this is not me sort of saying change that. What it made me realise is we need to design new systems from the ground up to support everybody else getting in.
You know, any way we can help to encourage or just let other black kids know that, you know, it's possible, you know, it's not impossible, it's very possible. That's why we're here, to pretty much fly the flag, you know, let them know that it can be done.
Hello and welcome to the press launch of the ACE programme charity. My name is Ebony Rainford-Brent and I'll be hosting proceedings today, so I'm absolutely delighted to be here.
Now, Surrey have announced that their ACE programme, designed to increase opportunities for the African Caribbean community, is to become an independent charity following more than £500,000 worth of support from Sport England.
Well, now what we're going to do is build the programmes from the bottom up, look at the grassroots, build school programmes, community programmes, and link that all the way through. This is a serious programme that can make a difference.
You must once again stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
In January 2020, an initiative was launched aiming to re-engage the Black British community with cricket in London. 25 scholarships were handed out to players in 2 age groups, all with the chance to play and train at the Oval.
For black players playing cricket, it's decreasing, and not just at the county level, at the recreational level as well.
It was really shocking to me when I found out the figures about like a 75% decline. Again, it's not something that was on the forefront of my mind, but now when I think about it, you know, that's so shocking, and a programme like this is really going to change that.
Good.
Cricket is one of the sports that you need facilities, you need the resources, and it's quite hard. It's quite hard for a lot of players, and especially without being in a private school or a pathway within a county. Access to facilities just by itself, just for recreational purposes, is quite hard to get.
We've had 2 training days here for the boys and girls. We selected from the winter pre-COVID. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we've had to cut our summer short, but it was still a good summer for them to have 2 training days here at the Keir Oval, to have a game at our outground LSC, and then also to have a game here. I think they all went away really proud players.
The pitch here is amazing. It's a different level, completely different to club cricket. It's like one of my dreams to play on an international cricket ground. It's amazing.
I found out through an email that I got the A scholarship, and I can tell you that it was one of the happiest moments of my life. I remember I just jumped up, shouted, screamed all over the house, called my mum and dad, and we definitely got to celebrate a special achievement.
I especially like the social aspect, being around my friends who also enjoy the game too, and I love bowling, especially like bowling aggressively at the opponents and trying to get them out.
We've taken big strides to get 24 young people that we didn't really know about, and they've had a chance to play here and train at the Oval, and we've seen them develop over a short period of time. And thankfully, we've had one player in particular who's come through and now is being seen by our academy performance managers and is going to get opportunities to play for the under-18s. Now, that wouldn't have happened without this programme.
The thing that's great about it is I believe that anyone can do it. If you can't think you can't pick up a bat, I'm sure you can run. You've got to run in the field, you've got to run between the wickets, everyone can throw. There's so many different elements to it that can make like so many different people enjoy the sport.
You're going to come and stand here. We're looking and finding anybody out there that wants to play cricket. But also with that comes, we can help you access not just playing at county level, but we hopefully could get you to access playing at first team club level, or becoming a scorer, or getting involved with being a physio, or an S&C guy. So there's so many angles that you can be within the game, that their taste of cricket will help them explore where they want to go.
After a successful first summer, Ace continued making national headlines as autumn brought some thrilling news.
Today we're going to announce this exciting partnership with Sport England, who have invested over £500,000 over the next 3 years to support us reaching these communities and to make a difference. They've set us the exciting challenge of taking the insight, the learning and the passion, and we can look to have a wider and maybe more national impact. So the ACE programme charity has been born.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it? It's one of those where, I remember when we were speaking, should we go big to Sport England? Will they match that? And they did.
The thing that's missing for so many of them is opportunity. If you give them the opportunity to get involved, many of them will grab it. And this is such a brilliant example of a programme and now a fledgling organisation that's going to help many more young people have those opportunities.
Good ideas are great, but people who've tested them, and what Surrey County Cricket Club have done here is they've given this an opportunity to prove its worth, and that's why we can now with confidence get behind it.
It's a talent ID programme, so hopefully we'll have them playing at the highest level, but also if we can just make them better cricketers, better people. It's important that we're realistic in that we might not get 20 county cricket players. It's not just about that, it's about helping these players on their journey, developing as individuals.
It's a great scheme, it's a great programme, but are we playing catch-up in reality after years of complacency and neglect?
Long overdue, long overdue. How many other industries or sporting establishments would allow one demographic that you knew had a 75% interest and drops nearly to 0% and for 20, 30, 40 years and not allow anything to happen, that's a clear problem.
There are going to be many people to say thank you to today.
Ebony Rainford-Brent, who's at the heart of this and the leader of this, the work that she did with Michael Holding on Sky in the early days was absolutely central, not only to getting people's attention, but to keeping it going. Black Lives Matter has been picked up by the athletes and the retired athletes, and they're not going to let this go away until they see real change.
West Indian clubs, or the black clubs that tried to get established, never got homes. You know, there's a lot of wandering clubs. I really want to work towards building more homes or places that the clubs can go, that the prices aren't going to shoot up on them, that they know that they can get fixtures on set days, that they know that they can do fundraisers and build around that. So that home, that infrastructure is massively important for making sure the community can thrive in 5 to 10 to 20 years' time.
Behind the scenes, what we're hopefully going to help with is just making sure that they're clear about how they can measure their success. We can connect them to other parts of the country where they might be able to take their model. And hopefully, at the end of the day, what we can do is turn this into a programme which runs everywhere.
With more restrictions and lockdowns throughout the winter, training opportunities were limited. To keep the kids engaged, ACE sought help from a few familiar faces to inspire the scholars.
I was just wondering, do you have any advice to give for us, to boost our cricket skills?
As a batsman, I think good practice is a massive thing, especially at your age. You don't want to be practicing bad habits and doing things without thinking about it. You want to make sure every ball you're hitting, there's a purpose behind it.
It's all about you guys. If you guys are willing to put in the hard work, it can take you anywhere. Trust me.
Sport's about mistakes, and we're all going to make that mistake. But if you start looking negatively at things, if you see failure, you fail. It happens, and the more relaxed you are, the better you are at playing. So I teach and get people to adopt that principle and the thought of it from young.
Your mindset is got to be switched on. You have to be able to block out any sort of distraction, whether that be your form, whether that be the flat wicket, whether that be the media, whether that be an injury, or whether that be whatever it may be. You have to block that out and be able to purely focus on what you're there to do.
As a community, we need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
With support from the ECB and Warwickshire, Birmingham became the first city to run the ACE programme outside of London. Inner City Club Handsworth hosted the launch and have strong roots in the Afro-Caribbean community.
Hi guys.
The ACE programme launching here in Birmingham is really important because cricket in Birmingham is for the black community, for me, has completely sort of been kind of wiped out through various reasons over the past few years.
Who likes batting? Let's get in action, let's go. Good.
We've got a real passion to try and reflect the communities that we serve around Birmingham, and I think over the last 2 or 3 years the ECB and the Council have done a great job building cricket for women and South Asian communities. We just felt there needed to be a focus on other areas of the community as well to bring them up. And so when we saw the ACES programme in Surrey, we spoke to Ebony and said, could we be the first people to bring it out of London and bring it to Birmingham?
Together, catch, good.
I can only commend Ebony on what she's done. It's taken a lot of courage for her to use her platform to actually come out, stand up and say something about the lack of engagement, and for her hard work she's done up until this stage has been fantastic, because the ACE program that we see today isn't the ACE program that started, so she's had to do a lot of groundwork. That's the message I think as a community we need to do. We need to stand up, support ourselves, and then people will then come on board with us.
The identity with Birmingham black youngsters in cricket has been sort of like, is not there. We just want to bring that back to them, to be fair. So we're starting from scratch. I think the ACE program started in Surrey, where there's a lot more sort of black youngsters playing cricket in Surrey. There's no black youngsters play cricket in Birmingham. So our aim is to just get them back in love with the game and try and enjoy it a bit more. So we're not really looking at guys that can really play the game to a different standard at this moment in Birmingham. I just want us to be able to say there's black kids in Birmingham that like and can relate to cricket. Simple as that.
As hard as you can, John. Good throw, John. Ready, DJ? Good swing. One at a time, son. Yeah.
This is my home club. I was telling a few of the guys today about a little bit of how I got started here. I didn't play, and then I came down here, and we always have the Malcolm Marshall Day, and I got to see Sir Viv walk out, and I would say there's about a couple of thousands of people in the park, and it was just amazing to be here. And then that's when I knew even more that, you know what, one day I want to be able to walk out to a crowd like that.
We do know there's a strong West Indian community. We do know that they love the cricket. That's waned a bit over recent years. So our job is to think, how can we try and get that going again? And it's not just for the cricket in terms of finding youngsters and getting them playing, but also the benefit of the social side of things as well. We can see here today there's a barbecue going, the music's on. It starts to bring the community together again.
We're doing a schools project to start off with. So in the last half term we were in 5 schools over the 6 weeks of the half term, which is a school a day. So we just go in and we just coach the kids in the skills of cricket, the bowling, the batting, a little bit of fielding, a little bit of catching, stuff like that. Just get them invigorated with the game again. And then from that, we're going to start our community hubs, which will start next week. So we'll have a community hub here at Hansel Cricket Club and another community hub at Holford Drive, which is just down the road, Perry Bar. And then that just sort of brings it, you can do it at school, but one in the community as well. So we're just trying to cover all aspects of trying to get to those kids and get the game to those kids.
I think short term, I think we've got 3 years to ensure that we can actually stand up on our own 2 feet with something such as the ACE program. And then from there, long-term goal would be, you know what, it's not just one Ricardo Gordon, but many more from the community, a wider community from Wolverhampton, you know, from Dudley, from south of Birmingham, West Bromwich, to come and see that, you know what, there is a space where I can be who I am and develop with my cricket.
Just relax a bit more. Well done. That's it. Oh, brilliant. Well done.
How many kids can we get playing cricket? And the reality is that 95% of those won't progress any further in the game, but they've been introduced to cricket, they're playing it, and they might take it up recreationally. Out of that, can we find some talent? And that goes into our county age group, and hopefully 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time, we have an academy that's representative of the communities that we serve. So if you think most of our academy this year is from the Pakistani and Indian community in Birmingham, it'd be great to be able to say, right, we've now got that diverse mix from the Afro-Caribbean community, the Pakistani community, the Indian community, the Afghan community. And what I really want is to get to a point where the squad that walks out at Edgbaston represents all of those communities, and the people sitting in the stands represent those as well. And I think then we've started to achieve something really interesting.
One such player is Davina Perrin. The 14-year-old from Staffordshire might just be a future England star.
All right, Davina, so plan, I think we'll start on the front foot, and then as you feel comfortable, if you want to crank it up or change the length, you just let me know. So what are your favourite shots?
I'm quite confident with pull shots. Cut shots.
Okay, yeah, like the short ball. Ready?
It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy.
Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the innings. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one.
One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I was like, I want to bowl like that.
You've got 6 balls, and I want 3 boundaries. Woo! That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary.
Outside of cricket, say Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her.
Everything's going to be traditional pool, and then when I say offside, then I'm going to go next to my favourite.
I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Davina's first steps on that journey began just 2 days after her 15th birthday, as she made her debut for Central Sparks in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
And that'll be 4, lovely shot.
Young Ibrahim from Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme, which is going great guns here at the Oval. And Ibrahim, on that programme, got the honour of ringing the bell this morning.
I believe they've just secured another £1,000 worth of sponsorship, which means that they're going to be able to open up in Bristol following the opening in Birmingham a month or so ago.
Well, now to a new initiative that's aiming to see more young black people take up cricket in Bristol. It involves a partnership with Gloucestershire Cricket, the charity ACE, and sponsors as well.
So we set up ACE about 18 months ago and created academies. We started in London, got out to Birmingham, but we really wanted to get to Bristol because it's a big community down there where we know there's a lot of talent and a lot of need. So in partnership with Gloucester County Cricket Club, we're going to be going out there now to find ideally the next generation of players. You know, talent that can come through. Boys and girls is vital. And we're working all the way from the ages around 8 up to 18, trying to find talent and get it into the system.
This is the third city that this initiative's been launched in, following on from London and Birmingham. So why Bristol?
Yeah, when we started out, we kind of started with the big picture vision, and we really mapped out the key communities, key areas where there's a high density of the black community. So Bristol was key to us because there's a big community. You just go back to Edward Colston and, you know, us seeing a statue being overturned. There's a big history in that city. And I think going to the black community there will help to strengthen, you know, future community ties as well.
With a new partnership and significant funding provided by the ECB, ACE will become a national programme and expand to 3 more cities this year. A whole community now re-engaging with the sport due to the hard work of Ebony and her team. And with players like Jofra Archer and Sophia Dunkley to inspire them, perhaps a future England star will emerge too.
Sky Sports Cricket. Feel it all.
Lunch break is over. Surrey all out for 401. Very interesting morning this morning because Northamptonshire, a couple of quick wickets. Sam Curran caught by the captain Vasconcelos off the bowling of Taylor for 73, and Jordan Clark then caught behind off Sanderson for 2. At that point, Surrey 271 for 8, but then a 124-run partnership between Jamie Overton and Gus Atkinson in around about 20 overs. They went at 5s and they took the game away from Northamptonshire this morning until Overton was finally out, caught behind off the bowling of Rob Keogh for 59. 2 balls later, Dan Morrell hit his first ball for 6 and then was out the next ball for 6, leaving Gus Atkinson 66 not out, 401 all out. Surrey's and South East Stars and Oval Invincibles Eva Gray is alongside again after lunch here, and I think Surrey will have lunched a bit better than Northamptonshire there, Eva.
Yeah, definitely. That partnership between Atkinson and Overton just kind of swinging things in favour of Surrey, and they'll definitely be walking out thinking a couple of early wickets and they can really kind of force a result in this game and yeah, try and get a win. Yeah,
just a reminder, of course, it was Northamptonshire that won the toss and decided to have a bat, so bowl, apologies. So they stuck Surrey in. Now the first thing to say is Mr. Vasconcelos isn't out there to open the innings, the captain for Northamptonshire. So Emilio Gay is out there with Will Young, the New Zealand opener, of course, and it's going to be Dan Worrell to get us started. The interesting thing here is going to be, and you said it this morning, if you hit the right length, there's something there, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think kind of first and foremost they'll just be looking at kind of bowling on that off stump and fourth stump line. We spoke about this morning, getting them playing forward and kind of have obviously Overton and Worrell might throw the odd short ball in, but ultimately kind of, yeah, line and length is the way forward, isn't it?
Alex Davidson, one of the great photographers in the world, is in here taking lots and lots of photos. He's just taken one for my mum, which is nice of him, of me looking like I'm working. So it's going to be Dan Worrell with our first delivery of this Northamptonshire innings, coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Young, and that just zips away from Young outside his off stump into the gloves. It goes of Ben Folkes. Nice bounce, nice carry there straight away for Dan Worrell. So we've got Ben Folkes obviously with the gloves on, then Jamie Overton, the big figure of Colin de Grandhomme, in there at second slip. I think that's Will Jacks at third. Sam Curran's clapping his hands out at cover. Ryan Patel's at backward point. The captain Rory Burns is at mid-off. Hashim Amla under his white floppy sun hat at mid-on as Worrell is into Young, and Young is forward, covering up to a good length ball, plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Gus Atkinson is in there at short mid-wicket. He's got his white floppy sun hat on as well. So we've got we've got 3 white floppy sun hats, which is rather exciting because normally we've only got the one of Hashim Amla. But Mr. Colin de Grandhomme has his white floppy sun hat on, as does Mr. Gus Atkinson at mid-wicket. Jordan Clark is down there at long leg as Dan Worrell over the wicket he comes. And, oh, that's a beauty to Young. That's the length. Young's played the line of that. It's gone away from him. Good carry into the gloves of Ben Folkes, but exactly what you were talking about, Eva Gray. That's the length from Dan Worrell. I think Young, to his credit here, has just about played the line of that. It's an absolute jaffer, isn't it? Good luck with that.
It's one of those we were talking about earlier where you've done well to miss it.
Yeah, absolutely. That sort of started around about middle and just gone away from him at the last moment as he's in again here, Worrell. Oh, and does him again with another one that just off that length, bit of shape, bounce, carry. And the thing I noticed at Bristol with Dan Worrell, that's taken by Ben Folkes off his feet, he has all the skills, Dan Worrell. He really does. He can go past your outside edge, he can bring it back. It's at a good enough pace as well. And he is so experienced. And again, that's gone late at Will Young.
It's the late swing, isn't it? Kind of angling in with that run-up. He starts so wide, doesn't he?
Yep. And it's a quick, actually strong man as well, Dan Worrell. He can go for ages in a spell as an extra slip has come in now, and it's gone back of a length this time, and Young's off the mark, just prods this one down into the gully region, and that'll be the first run of this Northamptonshire reply. So if you're just joining us again after lunch, 401 for Surrey, and we're in the first over here, and it's one without loss for Northamptonshire. Ricardo Vasconcelos isn't out there, so Emilio Gay is out there opening up with Will Young. Vasconcelos, of course, was off the field for a lot of yesterday. May just be leaving him a bit down the order just to give him a bit of a break. 4 slips for the left-handed Gay then. And those 4 slips are going to be... Rory Burns has stuck himself in at 4th slip because Ryan Patel's gone under the helmet at short leg. So Patel under the helmet at short leg, and then Overton at first, de Grandhomme at second, Jacks at third, Burns at 4th slip, and Dan Worrell from this Vauxhall end. Final ball of this, the first over, coming into Emilio Gay. Oh, it's short, and Emilio Gay hasn't known anything about that. That's a real get-off-me delivery from Emilio Gay. That was quick from Worrell. He wasn't in control of that at all. That's a cracking first over from Dan Worrell, Eva.
Yeah, I don't think he really expected the short ball, did he? And it came onto him really quickly. I think he was expecting a follow-up to the other kind of 4 or 5 balls on a length, late swing, back into his pads maybe, as a left-hander. But it took him by surprise.
As I say, it was when you see it again, it was a get off me, wasn't it? From Emilio Gay, just the hands went towards the ball, and he was ducking. That could have gone anywhere. Really good first over that from Dan Worrell. Of course, his first game here for Surrey, made his debut back at Bristol last week. It'll be Jordan Clark to get us started from the pavilion end. Gay will be the man on strike. He's been in good form with the ball, has Jordan Clark so far this season for Surrey. Just doing a quick bit of adding up here. 11, 15, 16 wickets in the championship this season for Jordan Clark. And he's going to open up from the pavilion end, coming into the left-handed Emilio Gay, and Gay just tucks this ball off his hip, and he will pick up a single out there towards Gus Atkinson. Will feel good about life at the moment, will Gus Atkinson? 66 not out from him today. Did play very nicely, played some lovely shots.
Yeah, he was really good off the front foot. We saw quite a few cover drives, didn't we? We all kind of came within the space of 5 or 6 overs, and we kept saying, oh, that's the shot of the morning.
There were a few shots of the morning this morning, and Jamie Overton, fine innings from him of 59 as well. Some big shots off the spinners down the ground. So Will Young taking his guard here. A little survey of the field from the right-handed Young. I think Ben Stokes is still going, as in over the wicket then comes Jordan Clark, and Will Young forward just pushes a good length ball out into the offside, and there's Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. But yeah, Ben Stokes this morning, I think it was a 64 ball 100, including 34 off 1 over with 5 sixes and a 4 to go to that 100. 100 before lunch from the England captain, and he'd hit 15 sixes at last time of counting. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Young, and Stokes now 16 sixes, so he's equalled the record of Andrew Simons for sixes in a first class game. Graham Napier against Surrey was getting close to that, I remember, at Whitgift School. I think he got 15. But at the moment, Ben Stokes is 161 not out from 86 balls with 17 sixes. It's just ticked round. So Mr. Stokes now has the record as Jordan Clark is in to Young. Young's letting that one go outside his off stump. And yeah, that's off 86 balls with 8 fours and 17 sixes. But as I say, he went to his 100 basically in 1 over with 34 in the over.
Yeah, he was I think he was 50 off 47, and then yeah, 1 over happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen the shots he played, and they were, yeah, I'm not sure the arm's quite big enough for Ben Stokes today, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Will Young off a good length from Jordan Clark.
I felt sorry for the bowler, just an 18-year-old.
Oh, horrible. Horrible. And in a few years to come, he'll look back at that and think, wow, and hopefully he has a very long first-class career and takes lots of wickets, but that's what you love about Ben Stokes, isn't it? I also like the fact I was saying that all the written press were down there yesterday, and obviously he didn't bat yesterday, so a few have gone home today, as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. No, he doesn't. I think a fly has flown in his eye there, Jordan Clark, or a bit of grit has got in the eye of Jordan Clark as he was about to hit the crease. So Jordan Clark there has to remove whatever that was from his eye. And Will Young coming down to do a little bit of gardening, have a bit of a breather there. Sam Curran all on his own down there at long leg. 71, 73 for Sam Curran. Down there at long. I wonder if he'll get a bowl here. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Will Young drives, and it's a thick inside edge down there to Sam Curran. And Will Young not in control of that at all. Picks up a single. One more to the total. Northamptonshire move on to 4 without loss. Young 2, Gay 2. But what will please Surrey is in the first 2 overs, Eva, there have been a couple of events, haven't there? Something is happening.
Yeah, definitely. I think Clark was a little bit wide there. He's swinging it away from the right-hander, but I think he would have liked to make him play a little bit more than he did in that first over. But hoping that Worrell can kind of follow up his first over here.
Yep, Dan Worrell, lovely first over from this pavilion end. Getting the ball to swing and late. He's into Will Young, and Young lets this one go outside his off stump. Nice shape on that, and you can see it's hitting the gloves of Ben Folkes really hard at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting good carry, isn't he? I don't know if it's a slight bit of extra pace or if it's different carry from either end, but he's definitely getting more carry than Clark from the other end.
Yep. And Rory Burns will like the look of this. Stood up there at a wide-ish mid-off at the moment. Hashim Amla, as always, looks very relaxed. Stood there at mid-on with his hands behind his back as Worrell is over the wicket once again here to Young. Young lets him go again. This one, after it goes past the bat, goes the other way at Ben Folkes. And we noticed this last week with Dan Worrell. He's one of those that when it goes past the bat, it then keeps going or goes the other way. So I think if you're in that slip cordon or you're the keeper, you're on your toes.
It's a keeper's nightmare, isn't it?
I was saying Jimmy Ormond, who used to bowl for Surrey, apparently he was a nightmare at slip because it would hit the edge and then it would dip on you or wobble, and he had an awful lot of catches dropped off him, Jimmy Ormond. As Dan Worrell is over the wicket once again, and that's very wide outside the off stump. That one has been left well alone by Will Young. And Ben Folkes has to take that in front of the tall figure of Jamie Overton. Stood in there at first slit. The bowling options for Rory Burns, Jamie Overton, of course, Gus Atkinson and Colin de Grandhomme, and a bit of spin with Will Jacks. Sam Curran is, I think, still allowed to bowl his 15 overs if they need him. And then, of course, you've got a bit of Ryan Patel should you need him as well. As here is Worrell once again to Young. Young's turned around a touch by that one. Plays it late down into the gully. Sam Curran fakes to shy at the stumps. Good crowd in today. A lot of people out there on the outfield at lunchtime, which, as we were saying this morning, is lovely for spectators to be able to go out there and have a look round. There was one gentleman down here, I don't know if he's woken up yet, but he'd fallen asleep sort of sunbathing beyond the boundary rope down to our left. So I wonder if he has been woken up. He might still be there as Worrell is in once again to Young. Young's forward, thickish edge, flies down into that gully, and that's well fielded by Sam Curran. But Worrell won't mind seeing that too much from Young, just having a little drive away from his body there.
Yeah, speaking of the slip catching, it's quite a hard thing to practice, really, isn't it? You see them in the warm-ups and stuff, kind of doing those deflections off the bat, but it's quite hard to replicate it coming off, especially with a new ball and stuff. It's a tough skill to practice.
Yeah, it is. As over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and Young is forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Maiden over from Dan Worrell. Northamptonshire 4 without loss in reply to Surrey's 401. Eva Gray is with us. Andrew Rad is with us as well. Yeah, it is. There are those very skillful sort of coaches who are absolutely brilliant at doing the old nick-offs and everything, but actually replicating that in the middle, it's very well. Let's be honest. It wouldn't if you were good at nicking off to the slips, batting, replicating it. Your confidence would be shattered if you actually played in a game, wouldn't it? So
yeah.
it is a difficult thing to replicate. Emilio Gay, the man on strike. Left-hander, of course, so long offside boundary, short leg side boundary for Emilio Gay, as here is Jordan Clark to him, and Gay turns this one into the leg side. We'll get a single, as up comes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. But there are some coaches who are absolutely brilliant at it, aren't there?
Yeah, I feel like it's quite a brave thing to do. In order to kind of replicate 80, 90 mile an hour bowling, you need to have someone throwing at you really quite hard, and you've either got to trust that they're going to throw it in the right place, or...
Well, some of them do it off the old bowling machine, don't they? And then sort of nick off to that. As Young waits with that bat raised, as in comes Jordan Clark to him, and Will Young's letting that one go outside his off stump. I get mesmerised by a little exercise that Ben Folkes does, where he has the springy net in front of him, and then one person on one side and one on the other throwing balls, and when he catches it, he just flicks it straight back to them, and when they get into the rhythm, it's almost hypnotic, to be honest with you. As he settles himself over his bat once again, does Will Young. Over the wicket comes Clark to him, and shout for LBW, that's out. That looked very tight, and I'm not at all surprised the finger's gone up. That's the length from Jordan Clark, and Will Young, even if he's getting forward there, I don't think it's hit him outside the line, and I'm not at all surprised that the finger's gone up there. That is out, and Jordan Clark knew it. Is it that called the Celebrappeal or something like that from Jordan Clark? I can't say it. Northamptonshire 5 for 1, and Will Young LBW for 2.
Yeah, he stood there kind of looking at where he was on the crease and looking behind him, but looked pretty out from there, didn't it?
What's it called? The Celebrappeal.
Celebrappeal.
Yeah, I can't say it. It's Stuart Broad started it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And sort of, but that he didn't even wait for the umpire's finger there, Jordan Clark. He knew it was out and off he went. So that's a big wicket for Surrey, getting rid of Will Young early. And here comes the captain, Mr. Vasconcelos, making his way out at number 3. Wasn't very well yesterday. He's out there now with a bit of a job on his hands, and 5 for 1 Northamptonshire.
Yeah, you can't really do that in the women's game, because you've got some umpires who you have to make sure that they're going to give it.
Oh, really? It's persuasion as well, is it?
Yeah.
Yes. Same. We used to play with an umpire who was a little hard of hearing, but you could make him really jump. And if he jumped, his natural reaction was, if you shocked him, he sort of just put his finger up. So, yes, you used to sort of just scream at him, and sometimes he would just, and that was it. Thanks ever so much, off you go. So, Ricardo Vasconcelos is out there. It's good to see him out there after his time yesterday in various places around the Kia Oval and back at the hotel, I think. So, 3 sips are in there for the left-handed skipper. But that was just a good bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. Good length ball, hit the front pad. Will Young, as Eva was saying, was just looking to check where his off stump was, but it was a very good shout from Jordan Clark. So first ball here for Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos shot to get off the mark. It's a gorgeous shot. It's just lent on this and driven away through the covers. That's a lovely way to get started by the captain. He's off the mark with a boundary, and Northamptonshire move on to 9 for 1. Well, that shot, he's feeling fine now, isn't he?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him.
Gorgeous shot. Whistled off through the covers.
Maybe he didn't fancy Worrell's first over.
Well, it might have been that. I think, as I say, poor fella yesterday, in and out and up and down the stairs. I think he just gave it away as a bad job at one point, as in comes Jordan Clark to him, and he's forward, Vasconcelos, and plays this one up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. Amelia Gay on 3. Elsewhere then, Mr. Ben Stokes, I think, is out. So Mr. Ben Stokes is now out. He's had his fun, the England skipper, and he's out for 161. Out to Brett D'Oliveira from 88 deliveries, but he's broken the record. 17 sixes from Mr. Ben Stokes. So there we are. He's up and running this summer, Ben Stokes.
It's not a bad way to kick off your...
absolutely. 100 before lunch. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is turned by Vasconcelos into the leg side. He'll pick up a single, and that'll be one more to him, and one more to the Northamptonshire total, but successful over that for Jordan Clark. The wicket of Will Young, LBW for 2 and 10 for 1.
What number was he batting at? Because he's just announced...
Well, he wants to bat 6, doesn't he? I think
does,
for
yeah.
England. He wants to bowl as well. That's the other thing. Now, where are we? Let me
Probably
find
wants to keep wicket or something as well, doesn't
he?
he?
Yeah, he does, and be the groundsman before the game as well. He'll be plenty busy, I think it's fair to say. Yes, he batted at 6. There did Mr. Ben Stokes. And Durham are 580 for 6 there against Worcestershire. So in a good position. Warwickshire all out for 315. Lancashire 35 without loss. Hampshire 342. Gloucestershire 39 for 4 in reply. So struggling a touch down at the Ageas Bowl, Gloucestershire. Here is Dan Worrell in over the wicket to Vasconcelos, and beats him on the outside. Again, that's the length as much as anything from Dan Worrell, and Vasconcelos just walks off. And I'm not sure what else he's meant to do there. He's got to play at that. It's a good leave if he doesn't, because he'll be terrified of the one that comes back. That's the thing here, and that is just a beauty from Worrell. He's got to play at that, and I think you just say if you're Vasconcelos, well, I haven't nicked it, so forget that one. We'll move on to the next one as Worrell is in to him, and this one, has that hit the front pad? It's hit something. It hasn't got through to Ben Folkes on the full, but this is wonderful bowling from Dan Worrell. It really is. It's just hitting a length, getting a little bit of swing, and Vasconcelos there trying to get forward, but it's not an easy thing to do, to get forward. And a good afternoon to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, as in over the wicket comes Dan Worrell. That's nipping back, shout for LBW. That is the one that comes back from Dan Worrell. And Vasconcelos, not the tallest of men, but this is super stuff. 2 away, 1 back in, and that's why Vasconcelos will be so worried about letting the ball go. Northamptonshire 10 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 401 all out. And Surrey and South East Stars and Oval Invincibles, Eva Gray is alongside us, enjoying this from Dan Worrell. At the minute, this is a bit of a masterclass from Dan Worrell. He's in over the wicket to Vasconcelos, and that's a good looking shot from Vasconcelos. He's got fully forward there, punches that away through the covers it goes, short offside boundary, and away to the rope it goes. Vasconcelos moves on to 9, and Northamptonshire move on to 14 for 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. We spoke about how far, how wide he comes from in his entrance to the crease here, Worrell. But he's staying over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's coming from the left-hand side of the strip, next to the strip that we're playing on. But he's still managing to get it to go both ways, so it must be so difficult.
Yes, in over the wicket he comes again, and Vasconcelos, that's the one that comes back, thick inside edge. And that flies off down towards long leg. Gus Atkinson's down there. Gus Atkinson earlier today, highest first class score of 66. Jamie Overton 59. At one stage this morning, Surrey were 271 for 8. And then a 124 run partnership for the 9th wicket between Atkinson and Overton. And then Overton out for 59. Dan Worrell for 6 earlier in the day. Sam Curran going for 73 and Jordan Clark going for 2. And then Northamptonshire in reply have lost Will Young. LBW to Jordan Clark 4-2. Now, Emilio Gay comes on to strike to Dan Worrell. First ball he faced from Worrell was a quick, short delivery. She didn't play particularly well. Here's Worrell again. He's gone full of length this time. That's driven beautifully by Emilio Gay. Off to that short cover boundary rope. Whistles away for 4 runs. Again, Worrell going up to the bat, but Emilio Gay there jumped all over that one. driven away for 4. It's entertaining, this. Gay moves on to 7. Vasconcelos has 10. And Northamptonshire are 19 for 1, Eva.
Yeah, it definitely looks easier to score on when it's that full length, but you're kind of always playing with that bit of caution in your mind, because as we've been saying, it is nibbling around, and it's kind of, if you get it in the right areas, it kind of makes things happen, and you will get the wickets. Caught behind and bowled, as we've seen it, and Jordan Clark with that first wicket. But anything full of a length has been driven this morning, hasn't it? And this afternoon.
Yeah. Jordan Clark then into Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos has had a little nibble at that and then pulled the bat inside the line after it went past the edge. It's a tumbling take from Ben Folkes down to his left, and Vasconcelos has wandered off towards square leg. Colin de Grandhomme stood in there at second slip, as always living up to his surname. And what I like is on the back of his shirt he just has CDG, Colin de Grandhomme. Obviously fitting all those letters on there would probably bankrupt Surrey. As forward goes... No, it wouldn't. Forward goes Vasconcelos and plays this one into the leg side. That goes out there to deep backward square. Fielding's done by Sam Curran. Vasconcelos moves on to 11. Northamptonshire 20 for 1. I think you're always going all right, whatever you do, if it's just your first name on the back of the shirt or just initials, isn't it?
Definitely. In the lunch break, I was watching some of the fair break.
Oh, of course, yes.
And Deandra Dotton has World Boss on the back of her shirt.
Well, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Amelia Gay on 7. That looks a cracking tournament, actually. I've seen a bit of the social media stuff about it as well.
Definitely. I think kind of we all weren't sure about what the standard was going to be like. You've got players, you've got Heather Knight, England captain, you've got kind of Marizan Cap, Shabnim Ismail, like all these big name players, as well as people from, the Netherlands, Austria, Germany, like.
In over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and Gay's just turning this one down into the leg side.
So it's kind of, it's definitely not been done in the men's game. But I didn't realise until yesterday it's organised by Hong Kong Cricket.
Right.
But they're playing it in Dubai because of the COVID restrictions in Hong Kong. And yeah, they've got 6 teams, I think it is, squads of 15 and players from literally everywhere.
Yep.
And I was watching a little bit of it yesterday, and the standard's really, really good.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it yesterday. Of course, there's the Barmy Army. That's Heather Knight's team, isn't it? The Barmy Army, and they're playing the Falcons women this afternoon. As in round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone by Vasconcelos, and that's taken by Ben Folkes away to his left-hand side. Well, of course, Mr. Gow used to stroll round with 333 on his back, didn't he? The universe boss. He used to stroll around with 333. But I think if you're known sort of like, if you say Tiger, everybody immediately thinks of Tiger Woods, don't they? So I think, but I noticed Mr. de Grandhomme has CDG on his back as Jordan Clark is in, short one, and Vasconcelos is playing that very well, actually, up on his toes, turns it into the leg side, and they'll pick up another single. End of the over. Eva, thank you very much indeed. Eva will be back in half an hour. BBC Radio Northampton's Andrew Radd is here as well, so we'll bring Radders in here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton, and on the Surrey live stream in Northamptonshire. 22 for 1 on a gorgeous day down here in the capital. It's warm, sunny, blue sky. There are some clouds about the place, but it's a lovely day for sitting and watching cricket. Good crowd in again, and lovely to see so many of the spectators out there during lunch on the outfield, having a little look at everything. Vasconcelos will be on strike here to Dan Worrell, who comes in over the wicket to him, and that's on his hip, and Vasconcelos, the left-handed Northamptonshire captain, turns that one down towards Gus Atkinson, who does the fielding, and they will pick up another single, one more to the total. And good afternoon, Andrew Radd.
Afternoon, Mark. Yes, got my paraphernalia out of the way. Sort of, it's like carrying a snail carrying the house around with the back at the moment, all sorts of bits and bobs. But yeah, Northamptonshire just didn't need the wicket of Will Young at that stage. He's been the rock at the top of the order really so far this season. Ricardo Vasconcelos obviously down to number 3 today after being off the field most of yesterday. Has been a little bit short of form and runs.
Worrell is into Gay, and it's a good leave from Emilio Gay.
But Young has been excellent since he came to the club, and they needed him really to bat for a long while, but not to be today, and a chance for Emilio Gay to show what he can do, and certainly a positive start from Ricardo Vasconcelos, who likes to feel bat on ball early on, doesn't like to be tied down. They're saying hasn't really got a score so far this season.
Waits again over his bat. Worrell tried him with the short ball first up, and it hurried Emilio Gay up. Here we go, short one again, and Emilio Gay plays that much better, just ducks underneath it. It's taken by Ben Folkes up above his right shoulder. It was always going to come at some point. Again, the short ball from Dan Worrell.
Yeah, score so far this season 4 and 26 against Gloucestershire, 15 and 29 against Yorkshire, and 0 third ball of the match against Essex in the only innings at Chelmsford. So they've got going a couple of times, started to laid a bit of a foundation, hasn't really gone on.
Waits again with his bat raised as Worrell is into him, and Emilio Gay's just pushing this one down into that gully region. Round goes Will Jacks to do the fielding. Kids are back again down below us.
They are
having a great time down there. Saying Mr. Stokes is out now.
Oh, has he failed?
Yes, he has. He didn't really get on with it after lunch, I think. But he has broken the record with 17 sixes.
Gosh.
Because it was Andrew Simons with 16, and Durham had declared at 580 for 6 there. So it's doing the rounds at the moment. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Gay, and Gay's letting this one go outside his off stump. I think in the modern world, Andrew Rad, I think Ben Stokes is trending on social media.
I'm not massively surprised after a performance like that. I do remember talking about great all-rounders, seeing Surrey, Ian Botham, Lord Botham, make 175 not out in a Sunday League match against Northamptonshire when he was playing for Somerset at Wellingborough School in 1986, when he hit 13 sixes.
In over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Emilio Gay's gone after this. He's got that short third man boundary. He's trying the uppercut there, and that's gone past his outside edge and taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over from Dan Worrell. 23 for 1 Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos has 13 and Emilio Gay's on 8.
Yes, and on that occasion, the one of his I always remember, he'd just come back from, I think he was serving a ban, and he'd just come back, and he just flayed the Northamptonshire attack to all parts. And I can hear it today. He hit one of his sixes off Neil Mallender, of course now respected umpire, and it hit, there was like a factory unit over the far side, well outside the school grounds, and it was like a metal factory unit, and the ball hit that full on, and I can still hear the clang as the ball rattled into this factory unit. I hope there's nobody inside. Here's Clark starting a fresh over round the wicket, and that's steered away down towards backward point by Vasconcelos, who comes through for a single. One more onto the total. Northamptonshire 24 for 1. Vasconcelos up to 14.
Do you remember that test match in the 85 Ashes where he strolled out against Craig McDermott and hit the first ball straight back into the pavilion for 6?
The strange thing about that particular afternoon at Wellingborough School was that the match was very nearly moved from there because there was concern about the inevitable traffic in the area and the fact there was going to be such a huge crowd to see Ian Botham play. As Clark runs in again from the pavilion around the wicket outside the off stump, and Gay lets it go through to the keeper. And so they were talking about, police were worried about whether they needed to maybe move it. There was even a big controversy about the toilet facilities, which were fairly rudimentary, let's say, for spectators at Wellingborough School, and whether that passed health and safety regs. But in the end, the game went ahead, and there was an enormous crowd in there. But it's one of those, if you talk to people, they'll say they were there. There must have been about 50,000 people there, judging by the number of people who say they were there. Here's Clark around the wicket outside the off stump, and Gay lets it go through. Still good carry, as you would expect with the new ball. But Northamptonshire didn't lose because Somerset made a big score, obviously, on the back of Ian Botham's 175 not out, and Northamptonshire just started their reply in rather less flamboyant fashion, and it rained. So,
but good entertainment for the crowd.
It was very, very good entertainment for the crowd. It was a bit of a special afternoon. It was a very busy one for the journalists. Here's Clark again in bowling to Gay, plays that down to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, and Ian Botham was, needless to say, we all had to troop round to try and get him to say a few words of wisdom, but he didn't have a great deal to say on the subject, which was entirely his prerogative.
I did see him in pantomime once as well.
Did you really?
Yes, I did. And it was either Jack and I think it was Jack and the Beanstalk. Yes.
Yes. Let's follow that. Here's Clark in again, bowling to Gay, who's coming across his stumps, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Good test this for Emilio Gay, who has opened, of course. Was opening the batting last season. Put up the order by the then head coach David Ripley for the match against Kent at Canterbury after Ben Cohen had been short of runs, and when he got a very good 100 down there at Canterbury. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Gay, drives nicely up to mid-off, but doesn't manage to beat the field, and that's the end of the over. 24 for 1. Gay is 8, Vasconcelos is 14. I think his driving down the ground is very much his hallmark. It's when the ball's pitched up and he's playing straight and showing the maker's name, he looks a very, very good player indeed. And I just feel this season, and I hesitate to say these sort of things for fear of putting the commentator's curse on him, but once or twice, and particularly the match against Yorkshire, he's proved that he's not just about strokes. He can actually dig in, and you feel there's a maturity to his game, which is very ambitious young man, very hard worker, wants to play Test cricket for England. That's his ambition.
Well, he's a very attractive player. The first thing is he's very easy on the eye. Yeah. Every time I've watched him bat, I thought, he looks good. So it's going to be Dan Worrell. He's going to come round the wicket now, something that Eva Gray was talking about. To Vasconcelos, outside edge, doesn't carry to Colin de Gronholm. In there at second slip. And that's the first one he's bowled round the wicket, and he's found the outside edge. So nicely done by Dan Worrell. But yes, I saw Lord Botham, Sir Ian, in Panto, and his entrance was he walked out with his big Duncan Fernley bat and hit, I think it was bread rolls into the crowd. Sort of was hooking bread rolls into the crowd, and it was excellent. I really, really very much enjoyed it. As round the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's nipping back at Vasconcelos. He's played that really well actually, because he's getting fully forward there. And that's nipped back, that's hurt. That's hit the bottom hand, the forearm of Vasconcelos. He really is in the wars. I was going to say, Vasconcelos.
He's really enjoying his trip to the Oval, isn't he, one way or another? I think we may have a little bit of an interruption now. I don't know if the Northamptonshire physio Nick Allen is heading out. No, he's not. I think he's just going to carry on for now at least.
So that did nip back and bounce the touch on him. As I say, he's not the tallest of men. As round the wicket comes Worrell. And Vasconcelos lets this one go outside his off stump. Robin Asquith was in that as well, I seem to remember.
Yes, Confessions of her.
Yes, indeed, yes. I think he was playing Jack.
Right.
But I think Lord Botham, quite rightly, was playing something like Lord of the Manor or something like that. Anyway, he came out with his big Duncan Fernley bat and smacked bread rolls into the crowd, I remember.
Well, it obviously made a lasting impression on you, Mark.
It did. I very much enjoyed it. It was one of the... he was definitely playing to type, as in round the wicket once again comes Worrell. Lets this one go outside his off stump, because of course famously, on a serious point, he came late to a tour in New Zealand, didn't he? Because he was in Panto.
Yes. I forgot all about that.
Yes, you see. So yes, he came late to tour in New Zealand because he was in Panto. But as I say, he was sort of method acting at its very finest.
The actor's studio.
Yes, exactly.
Scunthorpe's answer to Lee Strasberg.
Absolutely. It was magnificent. As in round the wicket once again goes Worrell, and that's beaten the outside edge of Vasconcelos' bat. That's a cracking delivery again.
I was just talking during lunch to Northamptonshire's chairman Gavin Warren, who was having a chat with Kevin Howells on 5 Sports Extra during the lunch interval here, and talking about the state of things in English cricket generally. And we were agreeing then that this is a really big session as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. The top order is going to be tested by a strong Surrey attack with runs behind them. They need to come through it.
Worrell's in again. Vasconcelos drives. He's not completely in control of that. That's floating on down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, Northamptonshire 24 for 1 then. Here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. And that's in reply to Surrey's 401.
See Gloucestershire in the toils against Hampshire down at Southampton, 52 for 5 now, replying to Hampshire's 342 all out. Yeah, it was interesting. We were saying yesterday about Northamptonshire wanting to play in this sort of environment, and Gavin Warren was telling me a little story which I'll share with you in a second as Clark starts another over round the wicket, pulled away by Emilio Gay, and nobody moves. He really did get hold of that one. It's the short boundary that side. There's a man just in front of square, at square leg, and a long leg, and they both just stood and watched it as it flashed away just behind square for 4. Lovely shot by Emilio Gay, takes him into double figures. He's 12, and Northamptonshire up to 28 for 1. Talking about Northampton Town Football Club, the Cobblers, who've got a big game tomorrow, all the way up to Barrow. But if they win, they will almost certainly gain automatic promotion into League One for next season. Here's Clark in again, bowls and beats Emilio Gay's forward stroke outside the off stump. And Gavin Warren was saying, he was talking to the Cobblers chairman, and the manager was saying, well, this is up to you chaps, do you want to be playing next season at, and this is no disrespect to any of the places mentioned, to Barrow or Dagenham and Redbridge or places that, or do you want to be playing at Sunderland, Ipswich, Derby, and using that as the sort of motivation. And I think there's something similar here as Clark comes in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Gay this time leaves well alone and goes through to the keeper. And I've been mentioning earlier in the day, Mark, standing on the bottom of the dressing room steps last night with John Sadler, the head coach, and we were looking back towards this end of the Vauxhall end of the ground here at the Oval, which is just such a terrific arena. This is the sort of ground that Northamptonshire need to aspire to be playing at on a regular basis. And Jordan Clark gets to the crease and then realises that Emilio Gay wasn't ready.
But it's interesting with Eva saying she made her Surrey debut here at 16.
Really?
Yeah, 16 at this place. Is the football season ever going to end?
Well, no. It seems to be rumbling on, because presumably, if Northampton Town don't get the result tomorrow, then they'll be in the playoffs. So that of course takes it on for another couple of weeks. Here's Clark in again, bowls, and that's clipped away and caught. So that's a soft dismissal for Emilio Gay. Full length from Jordan Clark, and he just clips it to the man in front of square, standing next to umpire Nick Cook, who holds the simplest of catches, and Gay goes for 12. It's a second wicket for Jordan Clark, a second success for Surrey, and a second blow for Northamptonshire, who are now 28 for 2.
That's a bonus wicket, really, for Surrey. Emilio Gay's middled that. He's just whipped it leg side, and Sam Curran taking the catch and threw it up into the air gleefully. 28 for 2 now, Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay will be disappointed there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where you don't want the batsman to be rendered strokeless by the situation. You want them to go out and try and be positive, but it's always that fine line between being positive and being maybe a little bit careless. And this sort of situation, well, I suppose it's one of those, isn't it? If it had gone a couple of yards either side, would have said what a shot, but in the end it went straight to the fielder, who didn't have to move.
Well, Ryan Patel yesterday, when he got out, drove it, absolutely middled it straight to Kerrigan. Same there really with Emilio Gay. But Sam Curran hanging on to that and throwing it gleefully into the air. And that will a lot of left-handers as Mr. Proctor makes his way out to the middle. Bowl very nicely, Luke Proctor.
Yes, there's the first 3 of the first 4 in the order are left-handers. So yeah, one left-hander replaces another. Luke Proctor. Proctor was starting off the season the idea that he bat a little bit lower than this, but Saif Zaid was the man who was earmarked to bat at number 4 by Northamptonshire. And his first couple of games, 3 low scores in 4 innings, did get a few against Gloucestershire when they gave him a bit of licence to go out and play positively to try and get Northamptonshire back into a run chase, and he made 65 in good time. But yeah, there was a feeling that maybe that wasn't the ideal place for him, and that Luke Proctor might be better suited. And well, as they always say about taking a chance, he went up the order to number 4 at Chelmsford and made 113, and his 2nd century for Northamptonshire. So you would normally say of Luke Proctor that whatever else, he sells his wicket dearly. But, well, Northamptonshire find themselves in a spot of bother at 28 for 2, and they need a partnership between these two. They reply to Surrey's 401 all out. 3 slips in place for the new batsman, as Clark bowling from the pavilion end round the wicket. First ball to Proctor, who's in behind it, pushing it out into the covers. And there's no run, fielded there by Gus Atkinson, one of the batting heroes for Surrey earlier in the day. He made 66 not out, his maiden first-class half-century, sharing that partnership of 124 in 24 overs for the 9th wicket for Jamie Overton, that completely changed the complexion of proceedings after Northamptonshire had enjoyed a bit of success early on. A couple of quick wickets. Here's Clark in again, bowls to Proctor, who pushes that again up to the covers where Atkinson fields, and that's the end of another successful over for Jordan Clark, who's bowled 5 overs, 2 for 16. Northamptonshire 28 for 2 with Ricardo Vasconcelos on 14, and Proctor yet to get off the mark. Yet 271 for 8. Northamptonshire might have been thinking they were through, but they weren't.
No, and sort of got that taken away from them very quickly this morning by Overton and Atkinson. Luke Proctor has his own sort of idiosyncratic stance, doesn't he? I'd forgotten. He looks like he's about to sit down at one point, but
he has been like, so one or two correspondents have likened him a little bit to Shivnarine Chandler.
Yeah, there is a little bit of the Chandler Pauls,
not dissimilar,
without a doubt. Colin de Grandhomme's just nipped off as Dan Worrell will come round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's forward and plays this one down into the leg side. I think that's Nico Riefer down there. Or is that Dan Moriarty down there? My eyes are dreadful at the moment, to be honest with you. Anyway, Colin de Grandhomme has disappeared. But yeah, when that wicket fell, Vasconcelos also got the physio out there. So where he got hit on that forearm, he's now got tuber grip on there now. He'll have a bruise there, I would have thought. 28 for 2. Northamptonshire is in. Round the wicket goes Worrell. Outside edge. Gone. Caught by Ben Folkes. Lovely bit of bowling from Dan Worrell. That's his first Surrey wicket. Didn't pick one up at Bristol, and he gets one here. And it's the captain, Vasconcelos. Just turned round, little outside edge. And Ben Folkes low down, takes the catch. And Northamptonshire are in a spot of bother here. 28 for 3. And Dan Worrell has his first Surrey wicket.
Yeah, putting it mildly, I think that, Mark, to be honest, I think Northamptonshire, we were talking at lunchtime, and again we were saying that, you know, this is a big test of the top order, and it was our colleague Mark Baldwin who made, I thought, a very good observation. It's not just about how many runs they score and how they play, but just the willingness to get stuck in. And, well, so far at least, it hasn't been a particularly pretty picture as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. To say Ricardo Vasconcelos, fine player, he just hasn't managed to get going this year at all. And, yeah, opening or today, number 3, he misses out again. Rob Keogh comes to the crease rather earlier than he would have been hoping. Rob Keogh, who's had a good start to the season, 278 championship runs so far, including a century against Gloucestershire. Been a model of consistency in all competitions for Northamptonshire really in the last season and a bit, but he's going to have to bat long today with Luke Proctor for company.
Well, understandably, Mr. Vasconcelos is going a little slower up the steps than he did yesterday. Well, he was up there very quickly yesterday, but obviously they're very disappointed.
For good reason, I suspect, yesterday.
Yes,
but,
indeed.
I have to say, Ricardo Vasconcelos has, I mean, having watched him, you know, pretty much since he started with Northamptonshire, he has one of the slowest walks off of any player I think I've ever seen in professional level. He does take his time.
So, Sam Curran's nipped off there. So now Colin de Grandhomme's back on, but Sam Curran's nipped off, and it is Nico Riefer out there at mid-wicket. It's like Piccadilly Circus out there at the moment. So, Rob Keogh. 2 fresh batsmen at the crease for Northamptonshire. 28 for 3 they are. in reply to Surrey's 401. And Dan Worrell is bowling, well, quite beautifully, you have to say, from this Vauxhall end. He's into Keogh, and Keogh's off the mark straight away, just tucks this one off his hip down towards long leg. That's good effort from Jordan Clark. He hasn't got much room to work with there. Short boundary down there towards the groundsman's workshop, and he got round quickly and knocked the ball inside the rope. And Keogh just indicating that that's nipped back at him to Proctor. Proctor won't mind because he's at the non-striker's end. But Keogh's off the mark with a couple of runs. But there's 3 to go so far. Will Young LBW to Jordan Clark for 2. Emilio Gay caught by Sam Curran off Jordan Clark for 12. And Vasconcelos caught behind off the bowling of Worrell for 14. 4 slips in there as Worrell is in. And that is just going away from Rob Keogh at good pace. He's played it very nicely. Just pulled the bat behind his shoulder, and then he indicates again to Proctor that that one's gone away. Oh, here we go. Nick Cook is in earnest conversation here with Hashim Amla. Hashim Amla is almost, this looks like one of those conversations where Hashim Amla's asked Nick Cook for directions, and Nick Cook is sort of directing Hashim Amla to wherever he wants to go to. But Mr. Cook has wandered over. He's back behind the stumps now. As Dan Worrell. Over the wicket he comes to Rob Keogh, and Keogh always had a nibble at this one. That's a great length again from Worrell.
It's all about length, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And we talked about it yesterday morning, and it's what Northamptonshire didn't find with the new ball. They didn't bowl the right length, they didn't bowl the right line. In contrast, Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell have been superb so far.
And this length, Keogh has to play at that. It's gone late at him as well. It swings late, but his hands have just gone straight towards it. No great surprise. And he's only been out there 4 balls, so the old feet aren't quite moving as he would want them to yet. Worrell comes in once again over the wicket, and that one, young Keogh, apologies, just drops the hands on this one, nips away from him outside his off stump. Great over from Dan Worrell as Ben Folkes takes that one, moving away to his right. The wicket of Vasconcelos is first for Surrey, Dan Worrell, and Northamptonshire 30 for 3. On a lovely afternoon down here in the capital on this second afternoon, and that's in reply to Surrey's 401.
Yeah, Worrell 6 overs 2 maidens 1 for 14. Jordan Clark 5 overs no maidens 2 for 16. So that tells you the story, and Northamptonshire needing to regroup. Just hang in there now. Let's mention that Northamptonshire do need what, 252 is the follow-on figure, so it seems quite a long way away at the moment. Here's Clark starting a fresh over round the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls to Proctor, and a very Proctor-like stroke, just turns that behind square for a single. There's a man down there at long leg, and they come through for 1. 31 for 3. Northamptonshire. Proctor off the mark, which brings Keogh back onto strike. It's extraordinary when he's saying about our colleague Eva Gray making a debut here at 16. You look around from where we are, looking towards the pavilion end here at the Oval, and you can imagine if you're batting out there and your side's in a spot of bother, it must be a slightly daunting and overawing experience. But Northamptonshire have got to, this is the sort of venue they need to be wanting to play at, if you see what I mean, as Keogh is in behind that ball, just dropping it down towards backward point, where it's fielded there by Will Jacks.
I've only ever had the great honour of playing out there once in a game where my bowling got hit by the man who was playing Shrek in Shrek the Musical for 6.
You're a bit of a showbiz theme this afternoon, Mark.
Slightly disappointed by that, I have to say.
And this next ball from Clark is short of a length, and Keogh riding the bounce well, getting on top of it and pushing it down again towards backward point where Jacks fields, and there's no run. Well, I suppose that's something for a chapter of the autobiography, isn't it? Really, I was hammered by Shrek.
Indeed, I was disappointed enough, and then I was told that bit of information as we came off. Thankfully, though, I don't think anybody would recognise him.
4 slips in place as Clark comes in over the wicket, bowls to Keogh, and it skews down off a thickish outside edge down to backward point, fielded there by Dan Worrell. Mind you, I know what you mean. One of my last appearances on a vaguely serious cricket field was in one of those chairman's or president's matches that a lot of the clubs have, and I haven't been playing regularly for a while. I finished at bowling a ridiculous number of overs and asked why, and they said, well, yeah, look at the batting we've got, we need to give them something to chase. You then realise it's time probably to pack up. Here's Clark in again, bowls outside the off stump. A good leave by Keogh, fairly tight on the off stump, but knew where his off stump was.
Well, I've told this story before, but I'm going to do it again. Kevin Howes will be going mad down the corridor that I'm telling this again, but mentioning Robin Asquith, I played in a charity game for Paul Downton, age 14. I wasn't meant to be playing, but I was behind the bar. I wasn't serving behind the bar, but at my club side. And the only reason I mentioned Robin Asquith, the poor chap, the first ball went straight up in the air and he went to catch it, missed it completely and was carted off to A&E.
Clark in again, bowls to Keogh, who again plays that well. It bounced a little bit, got a bit big on him, as they say, and he managed to get on top of it and run it down into the gully. Where Worrell Fields, end of the over, 31 for 3. Northamptonshire with Keogh on 2, Proctor on 1.
And all I'll say to you, Andrew, because I'm leaving now, is that the lead guitarist of Spandau Ballet, Mr. Martin Kemp, didn't make it. I took his place and walked out to bat, announced as, and now coming out to bat at number 5, the lead guitarist of Spandau Ballet, Martin Kemp. And that's the only claim to fame I've got. Eva Gray's going to join you here, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, a story that was pure gold. Yes. We're here all week. 31 for 3, Northamptonshire. They'll be hoping they're here for a bit longer, with Northamptonshire having lost the wickets of Will Young for 2, Emilio Gay for 12, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 14, 2 wickets for Jordan Clark, 1 for Dan Worrell. This new ball pairing really putting Northamptonshire into the mire. Afternoon again, Eva.
Afternoon.
Well, we were talking earlier on about the fact that the momentum in the game had changed so markedly, courtesy of that partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton. 124 for the 9th wicket, 271 for 8, became 401 all out. And now that bit of scoreboard pressure really just seemed to be telling.
Definitely, it's a great start for Surrey, isn't it? It's kind of what you dream of, isn't it? 3 early wickets. Put lots of pressure on this middle order.
It was extraordinary when I was hearing you saying about playing your first game on this ground, age 16. Crikey, it must have been a slightly daunting experience.
I actually think it's one of those where, at the time, because I was so young, I don't think I really realised.
No.
So, obviously I was nervous, but it kind of, because I was so young, it didn't affect me as much as it does now.
Yeah, the nervelessness of youth. Here's Dan Worrell, about to start his 7th over, running in from this Vauxhall end to bowl to the left-handed Proctor. He's beaten him outside the off stump. There's an appeal, not a particularly full-throated one, by the keeper and the bowler, with second slip joining in somewhat posthumously. In the end, Nick Cook not seriously called upon to adjudicate, and he's able to continue his conversation with Rory Burns, the Surrey captain, who's in there at mid-off. As we've been saying throughout this match, Nick Cook is rarely to be seen not having a conversation with somebody when the ball's not actually live. 3 slips, waiting for an edge as Worrell comes in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off-stump. Proctor just leaves it alone this time. We were saying, Eva, that Northamptonshire yesterday with the new ball, having inserted Surrey, didn't quite get the lines right or the lengths right, but it seems to me that Clark and Worrell have absolutely got it spot on right from the first ball.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen quite consistent swing and late swing from both of them as well. And what are we, 12th over, is it now?
Yeah, 13th over now. So here's Worrell switching to round the wicket to Proctor outside the off stump, and the angle just taking that down the leg side as Proctor left it alone. And good take by Ben Folkes. Yeah, it's one of those where you just feel as though if Surrey could nick out one more here, then, all due respect to those still to come, then you would feel that the lower middle order could be a little bit exposed. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Proctor, who turns that past the man at forward short leg on the bounce. I think took some of the way off it, but they're still able to come through for a couple of runs. 2 more to Proctor, who goes to 3, and Northamptonshire to 33 for 3.
You'd imagine that swing will it'll carry on swinging for the next 10 overs, 15
You would think,
overs.
yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you?
But we've seen kind of consistent kind of movement off the pitch all the way through the past day and a half. So as you say, one more and then.
Yeah, I fear so. Here's Worrell round the wicket again, bowling to Proctor, who turns that down towards long leg, just getting inside the line, playing that well. It goes down to long leg, and they're able to come through for a single, 4 to Proctor, and Northamptonshire up to 34 for 3. Yes, it has swung around a bit. We were saying it's a gorgeous afternoon here in Kennington, but there's a little bit of cloud around, a little bit of high cloud. It's a little bit hazy. So one imagine the overhead conditions just helping it swing a little bit, but the skill of the bowlers and the lengths they're bowling, I think, is obviously having a lot to do with that. And my goodness, what an attacking field now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips in echelon, waiting for an edge as Worrell starts his run in from below us. The Vauxhall end bowls to Rob Keogh, who manages to squeeze that just past the 5th slip, runs down towards the boundary. Rory Burns in pursuit, and they're able to come through for a couple of runs. So 2 more to Keogh. He goes to 4, and Northamptonshire to 36 for 3. Yeah, Rob Keogh's, we're saying, been in good nick this year. 278 runs in the championship so far, including a century against Gloucestershire. Last year, he and Ricardo Vasconcelos carried Northamptonshire's batting to a large extent. Vasconcelos hasn't really got going this year. Will Young, who's been the rock at the top of the order, has gone. Proctor 100 last time out at Chelmsford. Keogh man in form. Big partnership this, I think, that adds up to.
Definitely. Vasconcelos, I think he got 98 against Cardiff students in pre-season, but apart from that he's been a bit thin on the ground, hasn't he?
Yeah, decidedly. Saying his first class innings so far this season. He's made 4 and 26 in the game against Gloucestershire, 15 and 29 against Yorkshire, 0 third ball against Essex, and 14 today. Colin de Grandhomme comes into the attack and immediately hits Proctor on the pad. There's a big appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Russell Warren. I don't know whether maybe the fact that he's bowling round the wicket, possibly the angle. You can have a look at that one, Eva, and let us know what you think on the replay. Bowled fairly wide of the crease, didn't he? I think it hit him.
Yeah, I think it's just with that angle, isn't it? It looks good, but when you where he released it from on the crease was very wide.
Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Proctor, turns it just in front of square on the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, he's bowled around the wicket and also came fairly wide of the crease. It hit him probably on the line of what, middle and leg, and I think there would have been enough doubt in Russell Warren's mind to mean that he didn't give that one out. 3 slips in and a backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg as de Grandhomme comes in again. Bowls to Proctor, who looks to drive down the pitch without any power or timing, fielded by the big New Zealander in his follow through, and there's no run. Plenty of options, of course, as far as Surrey are concerned with the ball. Jamie Overton presumably will have a bowl in the not too distant future. Sam Curran possibly. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and Proctor aiming. It's a no ball, in fact, called by Russell Warren, and Proctor aiming to turn it down the leg side. I'm not sure he got anything on that. He did. There's no other signal, so there was a bit of bat on it. So 1 more to Proctor and 3 onto the total, and Northamptonshire racing up to 39 for 3.
Yeah, Overton with obviously those runs in the first innings, but also with the ball. I think it was 8 wickets against Hampshire just a couple of games ago, so he'll be full of confidence.
Yeah, he should be, and I suppose also taking some of that confidence from his batting performance as well into his bowling, one would imagine, because it's hard to overstate the importance of that partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton earlier in the day. De Grandhomme over the wicket to the right-handed Keogh, who's in behind that, pushing it up into the covers. And there's no run. Bit of fancy footwork there by Sam Curran. An extra cover. Surrey, if you're just joining us, losing a couple of wickets early on, 271 for 8. Then that long partnership, well, not actually that long in terms of overs, 124 in 24 overs between Atkinson and Overton, boosting Surrey to 401 all out. De Grandhomme in again, bowls to Keogh, and that's off a thick outside edge, down wide of third slip, and runs down towards third man. And they're able to come through for a single. 1 more to Keogh, who goes to 5. And Northamptonshire to 40 for 3. Field changes over for the left-handed Proctor.
I wonder whether we'll see Sam Curran have a bowl.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
I think he bowled a couple of games ago, but not in the last game from what I can see.
Here's de Grandhomme round the wicket again to Proctor, who shapes to play it down the leg side. Doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Ben Foakes. End of the over, 40 for 3. With Keogh on 5, Proctor on 5. Yes, I think he's 15 overs. I think is the limit.
Yeah, he's coming back from a stress fracture, which is one of those things just about building up workloads. Yeah. I think I've had a stress fracture in my back before, and it's very time consuming. Very kind of you've got to do things by the book, otherwise, kind of the chances of it coming back and happening again are quite high. So I think. If he's needed, that they'll give him a bowl, but yeah, I'm not sure. Didn't bowl in the last game, did he?
No. Well, at the moment, sorry, don't probably need him at this precise moment. 40 for 3. Dan Worrell starting another over to Keogh, pushes that into the covers. There's quite a big gap there between mid-off and backward point, as a result of which they're able to come through for a single. So Keogh goes up to 6, and Northamptonshire to 41 for 3. Rob Keogh. Couple of milestones for him last time out at Chelmsford. It was his 100th first-class match, and he took his 100th first-class wicket in that game as well. So the world loves a stat, and certainly he was very proud to get to 100 first-class appearances. In particular, there's fewer than 100 people in the club's history that have reached that milestone, and with the number, as we've been saying, with the number of first-class matches declining, it may be that not too many others actually make it. Worrell switching to round the wicket to Proctor, who edges it all along the ground into the hands of third slip. Yes, you were thinking, I suppose, in the days when they were playing, 24, 26, even 28 county championship matches in a season, if you played for 3 or 4 years, you'd get to your 100 first class matches. These days, with 14 at the moment, and the possibility of that falling depending on what happens, then you might have to play the best part of a decade to get there. Here's Worrell, and again bowling to Proctor, plays it up to mid-on, fielded there by Hashim Amla, and there's no run. What's your take, Eva, on the structure of the championship? Obviously there's a lot of discussion as to whether we should be having 10 and 8, 9 and 9, 3 sixes, fewer counties. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say it would be interesting to see what they do with the county championship calendar. I think the trends, as you were saying, in recent years is that the numbers of games is declining, but I think kind of with the state of the test team at the moment.
As Worrell comes in round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who it loops off the pad to forward short leg. Sort of half an appeal. It's taken there by Ryan Patel, but no bat on it.
Yeah, there's been some critics, haven't there, the county championship, and I wonder if if you're trying to breed Red Bull cricketers, then you're going to have to play more games, aren't you? You can't expect people to get better at Test cricket if they're not playing it at any other level.
Yeah, I concur with you entirely, and it does seem slightly strange that you're talking about growing the game by shrinking it, but anyway. Worrell in again, outside the off stump, it clips the pad on the way through, as a result of which there is an appeal, a concerted appeal for LBW, and not out, says umpire Nick Cook, because Luke Proctor wasn't playing a shot. Now let's have a look at this. Worrell coming in round the wicket. Yeah, if it just brushed the pad, maybe I suspect it probably would have been going over the top.
Yeah, it's
with
that
the new ball. Yeah,
angle as well, isn't it?
Again, there's enough doubt, isn't there, that I think it was probably absolutely right to. Now Nick Cook is having his usual animated discussion with Rory Burns, who's in there at mid-off. We'll come back to the structure thing, because I think it's a really interesting point that you just made there, but we'll come back to that in a second. Is Worrell steaming in again to bowl to Proctor, who plays it on the bounce back past the bowler. Good shot. Chase for Rory Burns down towards the Vauxhall end of the ground, and they come through for a couple of runs. So 2 more to Luke Proctor. He goes to 7, and Northamptonshire to 43 for 3. End of the over. 43 for 3 it is, replying to Surrey's 401 all out. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and to play less red ball cricket seems to me rather odd. The other point, I suppose, if they do go down the route of 3 sixes, which seems to have quite a lot of support, it would mean fewer red ball matches, and of course the people that never seem to have very much of a say are the supporters and spectators and members, who as a result will be getting less cricket. And I know people will say, well, there aren't that many people that actually turn up to watch at county championship matches, but there's one thing that through the BBC doing every ball of every game and county live streams as well, as de Grandhomme starts a fresh over to Keogh, who's up on his toes playing that up to mid-on and there's no run. There's an awful lot of people out there that are taking an interest, and they may not necessarily be able during the week to get to the ground, but there's a lot of people that follow championship cricket, and like I say, they don't tend to get much of a say, do they? But no, with you 100% on that one, Eva. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that squares Keogh up. It's beautifully bowled, but he's going to concede 4 runs. It was a thick outside edge. It ran down wide of the slip cord and down to third man. There is no third man, so Keogh goes into double figures with 10, and Northamptonshire 47 for 3. The problem, I suppose, as a side, notwithstanding the fact I agree with you entirely, is how you then fit everything in, and that then is the problem, isn't it? Are you talking about maybe losing a competition, or?
Well, we've already seen that the 50 over competitions now effectively become a bit of a second 11, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one possibility. As de Grandhomme in again, bowls and nibbled outside the off stump by Keogh, just drawn like the old moth to the flame. Didn't take the edge, goes into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yes, I suppose one again suggestion is that reverts to being a knockout competition rather than, as at the moment, a sort of a pool and then a group, and then you go through to the knockout stages subsequently. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Keogh, turns that just behind square, nicely in control of that, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Chase round there for Gus Atkinson, so 2 more onto the total. Northamptonshire up to 49 for 3, Keogh to 12. I suppose the problem then is that you have counties that potentially, it depends who's playing, whether you bring the national counties in or whatever, but you get knocked out in the first round, then you're potentially playing 150 over match a season. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's again feathered. Little flick outside the off stump by Keogh, could easily have got a thin edge through to the keeper, and de Grandhomme is really tempting Keogh here, and he needs to keep his discipline, keep his shape, and from Northampton's point of view, keep his wicket.
It is interesting that they've kind of put the 50 over on a back burner, isn't it, as world champions?
As world champions, yeah. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's cut by Keogh, but doesn't time it, goes to backward point, and that's the end of another over. 49 for 3, Keogh is 12, Proctor is 7. Yes, the format that England are world champions at. I think a lot of people, I don't know what you feel about it, I think a lot of county supporters quite enjoyed the 50 over last year, because it did bring, with a lot of the counties, obviously you had players away at the 100. You suddenly saw players coming through, younger players getting a chance to show what they could do, and I think a lot of supporters rather enjoyed that. It was interesting to see. I mean, Northamptonshire, the likes of James Sales came through, Freddie Heldrick, left arm wrist spinner, played some matches, and I'm sure it's the same at county, pretty much all of the counties. So
yeah, definitely the 100's split opinion, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And kind of those who support it will go and watch the games and on TV and live, and those who kind of aren't massive fans will, as you say, carry on going to those 50 over games, see kind of the talent that's coming through.
Well, it is going to be Jamie Overton who comes into the attack and immediately gets the ball to climb to Luke Proctor, who has to get on top of that and just stab it down on the offside. But it's a testing first delivery from Jamie Overton, who, as Eva was saying, should be in, well, confidence should be sky high at the moment on the basis of his bowling this season, but also more immediately his batting today. Here's Overton again from the Vauxhall end, over the wicket, 3 slips in place, bowling to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor lets that go. Yeah, and I suppose one of the other points at the risk of going through old arguments is with 100, of course, places like Northampton, the nearest match is 60 miles away, either down here in London or Birmingham or Nottingham. So you've got parts of the country that are a long way away actually from the matches to go and watch them live. It's an interesting one. Here's Overton. In again, bowls outside the off-stump. Proctor lets that go through to the keeper.
Yeah, so for those people, that the 50 over competitions, it's ideal for them. They can still go to their local ground and see what is still a really good level of cricket. So I think, given that the 100 I think is here to stay, and obviously they've introduced it, they're not just going to get rid of it. So I think how they've got it at the moment could be how we see it through the next few years.
Here's Overton, and again bowling to Proctor, and Proctor leaving well alone, getting the hands and the gloves and the bat well out of the way. Another ball that's carrying through to folks around about head height, so still plenty of hardness. The ball is only in its 17th over.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see kind of where Overton goes with this. He's got the pace and the height and the bounce to kind of challenge him with the short ball with these two left-handers bowling from this end.
Here's Overton again, bowls short. Proctor ducks underneath it, goes through to Ben Folkes.
Yeah, we've got, what is that? That's a fine leg, kind of deep backward square, isn't it? So I think he's out there for the short ball, as we've just seen. But as we've been discussing for all day, really, there is something in the pitch when you hit that length that's fuller than normal, and whether he'll kind of mostly go with that with the odd short ball.
Yeah, Proctor's not usually that keen on taking on the short ball. He usually sways or ducks. That's outside the off stump, and Proctor doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Goes through to Ben Folkes, and that's the end of Jamie Overton's first over, which was a maiden. 49 for 3 Northamptonshire, with Keogh on 12, Proctor on 7. Still begs the question, I suppose, to go back to the whole structure thing as to if you are going to say, right, the 100's here to stay, you want to try and get 50 over cricket. The blast obviously is hugely important to the counties and has a lot of quite a big fan base, and we want to play as much 4-day cricket, red ball cricket as we can. I don't know, it still leaves this issue of the calendar, doesn't it, and trying to fit everything in. Here's Colin de Grandhomme back in again, bowling to Keogh. Steers that down towards backward point, and well, it's misfielded down there right on the edge of the square, as a result of which it's that short boundary. It runs down for 4. It was Dan Worrell, didn't manage to get anything on that at backward point, and it goes down for 4. 16 to Keogh, and Northamptonshire to 53 for 3.
Yeah, the only kind of real fix, isn't it, that you've got to extend the window that you can play in the summer in England, and you start right at the beginning of April and you finish at the end of September. And we've been really lucky with the weather this year. There's not been too many hand warmers out there.
Absolutely not. It's been, apart from the first day against Gloucestershire at Northampton, it's been lovely. Here's de Grandhomme again outside the off stump. Keogh doesn't need to play it, and doesn't. And it goes through to Ben Folkes. No, we have been very fortunate this year, and it's odd, isn't it? Some years you get the weather in April and you don't get it in September, and other years it's the other way round. And I think somebody was suggesting they should actually play some red ball cricket somewhere overseas in March or something as part of the county structure. Cut away by Keogh, and this time a really good stop at backward point by Dan Worrell. That would have been 4 if he hadn't got something on it, as the previous one was. It actually wasn't as hit as well as that one. But Worrell down to the ball quickly, really good bit of fielding, and saves the boundary. 53 for 3. Northamptonshire remain. De Grandhomme turning at the end of his mark. Pavilion behind him. 3 slips, runs in, and that's edged and caught. And that's a bit of a loose shot from Rob Keogh again. It just finds the outside edge, and this relentless pressure that's being imposed by the Surrey seamers paying dividends again. Keogh goes caught behind for 16, and Northamptonshire 53 for 4.
Yeah, you could kind of say that it's been coming. He's played and missed at a few. De Grandhomme's been getting really good bounce and carry from the pavilion end, and that it's actually nipped back a little bit. It's not quite as wide as he originally thought, I don't think.
No, it was just a little. He was trying to. It was that set. There's almost the same shot that he played earlier in the over, when he was trying to sort of wristedly play it away through backward point, but it just took the edge. Regulation catch for Ben Folkes. Northamptonshire lose their 4th wicket, and we were just saying what an important partnership that is as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. Proctor and Keogh. Safe Zabe coming to the crease. I say, apart from the 65 against Gloucestershire in that first match, Save Zabe has been a bit short of runs. Talented young man who really came of age as a red ball batsman last year. Norton 65 this year against Gloucestershire, 4 and 2 against Yorkshire, 16 in Northamptonshires one innings at Chelmsford. So could do with the score here, as I seem to be saying about everyone who's going in at the moment. But Northamptonshire 53 for 4 to see the end of this over, and then Mark will be coming in to join us. I'll have to go off and have words with BBC Radio Northampton. It is going to be Safe Zabe, so another left-hander. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the top 6. And, well, if Northamptonshire ever needed an innings from him, it's now. Made his maiden Championship 100 last year against Sussex at Northampton. And then in the return match at Hove, proceeded to biff the ball all over the place on the last morning when the pitch was starting to go a little bit and it was spinning. And Northamptonshire had a quite tough-looking run chase, and he made it look ridiculously easy. Got a lot of talent, a lot of success, of course, in white ball cricket, but different discipline here as de Grandhomme comes in, bowls to him, and he's off the mark straight away, which will make him feel a bit better. Turns that just behind square, and they pick up an easy single. So Zabe is away. He's won in Northamptonshire 54 for 4.
Yeah, that partnership between Overton and Atkinson really kind of showing its importance now. 54 for 4 and just under 350 behind, and it really looks like a big task, doesn't it?
Yep, it does. 54 for 4. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and that's turned away again, just behind square. Just a carbon copy of the previous delivery and the previous stroke. This time it's Proctor who benefits to the tune of 1 and nicks the bowling. Proctor is 8, Zabe is 1. Northamptonshire are 55 for 4. I shall hand over to Mark Church for a few moments and leave you for the moment with Eva.
Jamie Overton to continue here. Started really well, just 1 off his first over.
That was a quick turnaround, wasn't it? Of the old headphones there, Eva.
One of the best.
Thank you very much indeed. It was seamless, that. Absolutely seamless. Jamie Overton from the Vauxhall end is coming into Proctor. Proctor lets this one go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. So, just a quiet patch there for Northamptonshire, and then Rob Keogh just nicking off to Colin de Grandhomme. Another one goes down, 55 for 4. And this variety of attack for Rory Burns, it's lovely, isn't it? Sort of, you can bowl him in short spells, and de Grandhomme will do his job for Surrey as well. Here is Jamie Overton once again, then coming in over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, and Proctor lets this one go outside his off stump. Ben Folkes again just takes that moving away to his left, but you sort of look at the Surrey attack. You've got Warren and Jordan Clark, 8 and 6, and then de Grandhomme's had 3, and now Jamie Overton into his second. We haven't seen Gus Atkinson as yet. The reason I was a little bit late was I was sitting listening to you and Radders downstairs and talk about Sam Curran and whether he might have a bowl or not. As in round the wicket comes Jamie Overton, short ball, that's well played by Proctor. He's just let that come to him and then opened the face and guided that off down to third man for a boundary. That whistles away and Proctor will move on to 12, 59 for 4. The way I look at this is just watching Jamie Overton here, actually, he's hobbling a bit. After that delivery, Jamie Overton is just hobbling a bit. Whether he lost his footing on his follow through, he's a tough fella, is Jamie Overton, and he's often got a bit of a hobble on. But that one there, I think it was his footholds, and as he let that go, Eva, he's just wandering back, and he doesn't look particularly comfy, does he?
He looks in quite a lot of pain, doesn't he?
As I say, he's a tough boy, is Jamie Overton, but I think it was as he hit the delivery stride there, he just slipped a touch in the footholds.
He's come back over now.
Yeah, he has after that, so Here he comes now, Jamie Overton to Proctor, and Proctor short ball gets in behind this, plays it into the leg side. He's moving okay now, is Jamie Overton. But yes, and with Sam, I think it's a case of if he is going to bowl, in the first game he bowled, he took the new ball for 5 overs and 5 overs. But I think Surrey are probably looking at it at the moment. They don't, and there's nothing against Sam Curran at the moment, but if they're easing him back in, they don't really need him to bowl. So I think unless they need him, he probably won't have a bowl. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton again to Proctor, who is driving, and that beats the outside edge. He's gone fuller length there, Jamie Overton again, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, tumbling away to his left-hand side. It's a nice double, that, the short one, and then he's gone much fuller with that delivery.
Yeah, I think they're kind of working his workloads and kind of increasing them bit by bit, aren't they? But I don't think there'll be any kind of urgency in bringing him on to bowl just for the sake of kind of...
Stress fractures are not good things, as this one turns Proctor round a touch. He's played it pretty well, actually, just from back of a length with soft hands, thickish edge, and that has raced off down to that short third-man boundary rope for 4. 63 for 4. Saib has 1. Proctor's on 16, but he played that pretty well, actually. Soft hands and always going down, and whistles off to the third-man boundary rope. So yeah, I think Sam could bowl 15 overs in this game, but at the moment Surrey don't really need him to, so why would you?
Yeah, definitely. I was saying I had one when I was 16, a stress fracture, and it really just takes a long time to come back from that. As he came back from the IPL, did he? Was it? And yeah, I think kind of knowing what he's had to do, I don't think that they'll be rushing him into bowl today.
De Grandhomme is coming round the wicket here to Zaeb, who's forward and plays this one out into the offside. Did you have to change your action and things a bit because of it?
Yeah, a little bit. I was always very... my alignment at the crease wasn't very good, and I was very bent over, and you kind of see pictures of your body on release, and it's not really a surprise that there's something going on there.
That's round the wicket comes to Grandhomme. Oh, that's a good one. That beats the edge of Zaeb's bat from a length. He's going to be a handful on this, is Colin de Grandhomme. He really is.
Yeah, so that was when I was about 16, and I actually had 2 of them, and kind of came back from that. I literally didn't do anything from October to February, and I kind of made a few tweaks then, but even like this winter as well.
As round the wicket comes de Grandhomme once again, and that's gone past the outside edge of Zaeb's bat, and all he's doing here is just hitting that length again, is Colin de Grandhomme, and that goes past the outside edge.
Yeah, even this winter, kind of looking at getting me more front on, rather than I was always kind of looking around the outside of my front arm and very bent over, so lots of drill work and technical.
As de Grandhomme is in, and that's left alone again outside the off stump, just jagging back a touch. Nice bounce, nice carry into the gloves of Ben Folkes away to his right, because it's very difficult if there's something that you've, with your action, if you've done it for a long time, it's very difficult to change it, isn't it?
Yeah, well they talk about, I don't know what it is, 10,000 hours, isn't it? Something you need to change something, and it's just doing it repetitively.
As in comes de Grandhomme once again, and so gets himself fully forward. This time half a shout from behind the stumps, thinking that may have hit pad first and then bat.
So it's just coming off 2 or 3 yards over hurdles, landing on cones and stuff like that, to try and kind of in your mind and in your head rejig where things are supposed to go, and the different movements. And
as round the wicket again is de Grandhomme, and Zaeb turns this one straight into Sam Curran at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tidy over that from Colin de Grandhomme. Maiden 1 for 16 now off his 4 for Colin de Grandhomme, and Northamptonshire 63 for 4.
Having said that though, I feel like they're so common, aren't they, these stress fractures? I mean, Ollie Stone is really front on in his action, so even for someone, and George Elwes had one as well, and even for people that have a completely different technique to me, like it's quite likely that mine came from falling over at the crease and kind of repetitive, like the repetitive nature of that. But I think the stress that you put your body under as a fast bowler.
Well, look, and this is nothing against you at all, but why you be a quick bowler is beyond me, really. Because we saw it with Jamie Overton in that over. He's piling all of that weight through his ankles. It's hard work, as in comes Overton once again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump to Proctor. And I don't think people quite realise when you're going game, that getting up the next day and going again with a bit of rest, but not much, is it really?
Yeah, definitely. I think I've also only realised in the past couple of years that, and Jimmy Anderson's spoken about it before, that like your body is going to hurt as a seam bowler. You wake up and you think, oh, like my back hurts, my shoulder hurts, my ankle hurts, like. But it's just kind of, it's part of the skill, working out what's actually an issue and what's just being a bowler.
As over the wicket again comes Overton, and this one's left alone by Proctor outside his off stump and taken by Ben Folkes diving away to his right. I saw that Ollie Stone's gone down again. He came back in the second team game, and I think it was a hammy or some thigh injury, was it? Yeah, poor lad. Poor lad.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the thing is, as I say, it's bowling quick is hard graft. It really is, and there are some that just do pick up injuries, unfortunately, as Overton is in, and that's a quick delivery. It's pretty well played by Proctor, that. He just helps it off his hip down into the leg side, hopped on him a touch, hopped on Ben Folkes a touch as well, and Folkes eventually does the fielding. It's like wicket keepers as well, you know, the fingers of wicket keepers, and dear. Well, Ben Folkes a couple of weeks ago dived head first straight into Jamie Overton at first slip, poor chap, so that's never the best idea at the best of times. But
yeah, we were speaking about Jonathan Batty earlier. I saw him on Sunday, and he showed me his hands, and the state of his
horrible.
His fingers are just.
You can always tell who's kept wicket when you look at their hands. Always say they can shake your hands from round the corner of a wall because their fingers are bent. As this one's left alone outside the off stump once again by Zaeb from back of a length from Jamie Overton. Bit of aggression here from Overton. It's all part of the Jamie Overton ammunition, this. The follow through. You always know when he's going all right because he follows through all the way up to the batsman. He's a lovely fella off the pitch, Jamie Overton, but on it he's a terrifying sight. And when we had the Overton twins going head to head, Somerset, that was very interesting. As in once more over the wicket comes Overton, and this is driven by Zaeb back up the ground, and Jamie Overton does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Even one more ball, and then you take a break. You deserve a break there. And Radders, are you all right being on that side for this half hour? Bit of a different view of proceedings for you, as by about 3 inches. As in over the wicket once again is Overton. Short ball. That's very well played by Zaeb. Gets ducking underneath it. End of the over, 64 for 4. Eva Gray, thank you very much indeed. Let's unplug your headphones and microphone there. And then Andrew Radd will come back in. Eva can go and have a sit on the balcony and get some fresh air. Because this box on a warm day tends to get warmer and warmer. And it's I'm not sure I should have worn my woolly jumper today. That probably wasn't the greatest idea from me, and it'll be Colin de Grandhomme to continue. Yes. Welcome back, Andrew Radd.
Thanks very much, Miles. I've gone for the old golf course chic today.
Lovely. I do like
sort of like the 19th hole in Royal Bermuda or something.
Very nice, old boy.
Colin de Grandhomme already picked up the wicket of Rob Keogh, looking for another. Comes in and bowls to Luke Proctor, beats him outside the off stump, and 3 slips in place. Would have thought for a moment there they might have been in business. Proctor showing the sort of fight that you expect from Luke Proctor. 17 not out, been joined by Safe Zabe, who, as we've said, has been a bit shorter runs this year, which does go for 1 or 2 of the Northamptonshire top order. Losing Will Young that early on was a huge blow. Grandhomme in again round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run. Fielded there by Gus Atkinson.
Well, he's a very clever bowler, Colin de Grandhomme. He really is.
Well, he is, and the way he kept drawing Keogh across and across and across, and then just finally getting the edge. Big wicket for Surrey. Is De Grantom in again, bowling to Proctor, who's in behind that, playing it up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on, but De Grantom gets there first. You were talking earlier on, really, about his CDG on the shirt. I was just thinking immediately of the abbreviation for Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, isn't it?
Well, yes, it was was it? It was saying that is their favourite airport. That because we were talking about the CDG. I was saying mine's LGW.
Is Proctor in behind that, pushing it up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Sam Curran, and there's no run. I don't know, I suppose mine would be probably DBN. I think it's DBN anyway.
Yeah, is that somewhere exotic?
Or CPT.
Crystal Palace.
Close. Here's De Grantom in again round the wicket, bowling to Proctor, who's pushing that up again to mid-wicket, fielded there by Sam Curran. Well, I was thinking about South Africa and
Cape Town.
Cape Town,
yes,
Durban.
Of course, cool, lovely.
King Shaka International now, the new airport in Durban, which hopefully I should be seeing at some point in the coming months.
Cape Town's a lovely place to go.
Well, it is. It's delightful. Yes, it's but no nicer on a nice day than South London. Here's De Grantom in again, bowls to Proctor, runs for him this time as he turns it just behind square. There is a man down there at long leg, and they come through for a single to end the over. So Proctor is doing his damnedest here to try and, I suppose, let's say, protect Save Zabe. He doesn't obviously need protecting, he's a top order batsman, but I think he's just trying to take as much of the bowling as he can. Let Save Zabe just get settled out in the middle, and it's a typical, he's just one of the great team men, I think, of county cricket, Luke Proctor. He's a terrific man. It was very noticeable actually last night talking to John Sadler, and he was saying that we were talking about the general contribution that Luke Proctor's made with bat and ball in the last couple of games, and he said, yeah, and the thing is also, if things are going a bit flat, his is the voice you always hear out on the park. Gus Atkinson's going to have a roll.
Yep, comes into the attack for the first time. Got his 66 with the bat today. Gus Atkinson, 66 not out. And he's a handy performer with the ball, is Gus Atkinson. There's no discernible change in his action, but he's got a very quick bouncer as Gus Atkinson. So Zabe will be down at the non-strikers end. Luke Proctor crouched over his bat. Gus Atkinson from the Vauxhall end is coming in over the wicket, and it's short straight away from Atkinson, and it's flicked off his hip by Proctor down towards Nico Reefer, who's down there at long leg, because I think Mr. Ambler's wandered off, so Nico Reefer is out there. I was lucky enough, actually, I have to say, just a few years ago now, to play a proper game at Newlands. Wow, what an experience that was. It was extraordinary.
Yes, it's a wonderful, and as a spectator, if you like trains as well, if you sit yourself in the railway stand, if the cricket's no good, you can watch the trains.
Now it's in over the wicket. Oh, is Atkinson. That's climbed a touch on Zabe. Outside his off stump. I think possibly that's hit something of Zabe and gone downwards.
Yeah, again, I think it could have gone anywhere. Yes, I have to say, probably my favourite ground in that part of the world is one just a bit inland, Boland Bank Park in Pall, which is lovely. When the sun goes down and the mountains go purple. It's
an amazing place there, isn't it?
Wonderful spot.
As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, and this is left alone by Zabe outside his off stump. Is that where the Cape Cobras play some of their
matches?
Yes, because I saw a Cobra there.
Yeah, because the teams have all changed now.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the Cobras used to
I was lucky enough to go on a Surrey pre-season tour, and they played a couple of games there, and I fell asleep. I was meant to be working, but I fell asleep on the boundaries edge and was woken up by Mr. Graham Ford to say, just to your right, if you look, as here is Atkinson, and forward comes, he plays this one out into the offside. The first thing I saw was Tim Lindley, and I thought, well, that's not worth waking me up for. But then there was a Cobra.
Lovely.
But it was hot there as well. Cool dear.
Yes, I think it's about the hottest I've ever been in is in that part of the world. But yeah, beautiful place to watch cricket.
It is, and Newlands is just a gorgeous, gorgeous ground. It really is. As over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson once again to Zabe. He's gone full of length, and Zabe punches this one out towards Sam Curran at extra cover. But what I love about Gus Atkinson is, as I say, there's no discernible change in his action at all. But if he does bang one in, He bowled a spell at Scarborough in a one-day game last year, coming down the hill, and it was rapid, absolutely rapid. As in he comes once again over the wicket, and Zabe's forward and pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. Tidy first over that from Gus Atkinson. His maiden first-class wicket was Alistair Cook, which was a nice start for him, and Northamptonshire 66 for 4.
Yeah, well, if he's triumphed in Scarbados, then he must be a decent bowler. Yes, it's the pre-season tours. It's slightly difficult. Northamptonshire went on a pre-season into Johannesburg in '96. When we were talking about yesterday, with John Embry, and the problem was that by the time they got there, most of the cricketers and just about everyone had headed down to the coast because it was heading up towards the Easter holidays. So they were actually struggling to get teams together to oppose Northamptonshire because everybody had gone on holiday. Here's de Grandhomme starting a fresh over, bowling outside the off stump to Proctor, lets it go through to Ben Folkes. So in the end they had to sort of prune the schedule a little bit, and fortunately David Capel, who was out there with us and was quite friendly with Jimmy Cook, who was then I think sort of head of cricket there, director of cricket with Gauteng Cricket, and they managed to get the terrific facilities there to be able to use to train there, but wasn't much good in terms of reporting matches. It's de Grandhomme outside the off stump, Proctor lets it go, which is what I was there to do, and there wasn't an awful lot of cricket to talk about. And what compounded the felony a little bit was they played a 3-day match against a Gauteng 11, and it was a decent size, some good cricketers playing, and Rob Bailey got 100, and we were led to believe that it was a first-class match, and Rob was highly delighted. De Grandhomme in again, bowls to Proctor again outside the off stump, and Proctor lets it go. And when we got back to England, the Northamptonshire had a message from Dr. Bacher to say, actually, sorry, we've decided it's not a first-class fixture, and Rob was not best pleased.
Well, WG, of course, has had some runs taken off him.
Yes, absolutely, yes. The Wisden have gone with the ACS, haven't they? ACS figures. Here's de Grandhomme bowls again to Proctor, comes inside the line, plays it up to mid-wicket. Fielded there by Sam Curran, and there's no run. Sam Curran, a lot of attention on him first thing this morning, and we were thinking he may be going to be pressing for his maiden first-class 100, and lots of stats about how many innings it had taken him to get his first professional 100, and scoring hundreds against his native county and all this sort of stuff. Is de Grandhomme in again outside the off stump, Proctor lets it go, and then rather anticlimactically he was caught early on, caught at first slip by Vasconcelos off Taylor for 73, added just 2 to his overnight total. And Northamptonshire started the day well with 2 quick wickets, and things have probably gone relentlessly downhill since then for the visitors. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Proctor, who pushes forward, gets a thick inside edge down to long leg, fielded down there by Gus Atkinson. 1 more on the total, and Proctor keeps the bowling. 20 to him, Zabe is 1, and Northamptonshire are 67 for 4. We have 9 overs to go until tea, but this is hard going for Northamptonshire, and Surrey with so many bowling options that Rory Burns is able just to keep his bowlers pretty much fresh, and nobody's going to be in the situation you would have thought that Ben Sanderson found himself in earlier in the day, which, as I said, I think was the most worrying statistic for Northamptonshire, was the fact that he had to bowl 31 overs.
As Gus Atkinson then from the Vauxhall end coming into Proctor, and Proctor's across his stumps off his hip. That's a typical Proctor shot, isn't it, really? Just getting across his stumps and nudging it away into the leg side down to Nika Reefer. They'll pick up a single, and Proctor moves on to 21, battling away here. Luke Proctor for his side once again. Gus Atkinson marches towards us. 68 for 4 Northamptonshire, Surrey 401 as Gus Atkinson is in over the wicket. Zabe lets this one go outside his off stump.
We were talking about Nick Cook yesterday in his umpiring career, and I think I might be able to claim that we were sort of vaguely in there at the start of it, because talking about pre-season tours, Northamptonshire went out to Grenada in 2001 when Bob Carter was director of cricket and David Ripley was captain, and Nick Cook came out. He was then coaching the second team, and he, because they had no local umpires available, he actually went out and did some umpiring.
Atkinson in over the wicket to Zabe, who's driving, naughty shot, just tempting him with that outside the off stump, and he's gone after it. It's a short offside boundary, goes past his outside edge, taken by Ben Folkes.
And again, I was there to report, and I finished up scoring, so it was that sort of trip, but
yes.
Made memorable by the fact that Northamptonshire had to do a late change to their team because Lesroy Weeks, fast bowler, discovered unfortunately his passport wasn't in order.
As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, that's what bowled back of a length and just climbing on Zabe. He's dropped the hands, he's played it pretty well, but again, no discernible change in that action from Gus Atkinson. Oh, he's getting a lecture from Nick Cook. I don't know what that's about, but telling him that's well bowled. Or
how to do it better. And so Northamptonshire had to think about, calling up one of the younger players at the last minute, and it did involve the coach dipping off the M1 at junction 11.
As in over the wicket comes Atkinson again, and Zabe just opens the face, guiding this one down towards the man. He'll get a single as round goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding.
To pick up a young bowler from Luton who did really well on the tour and never really looked back, Monty Panesar.
Ah, interesting. Great story that is. There's always a passport fiasco on pre-season somewhere.
Yes.
You normally end up leaving one of them behind because they've forgotten their passport, lost it while you're out there, or leaving one of them at the airport. As in over the wicket once again comes Atkinson, and that's too short, and this will be cut away by Proctor. Well played, just jumped all over that, did Proctor, and cuts it away for 4. And a boundary off the last ball of the over moves Northamptonshire on to 73 for 4.
Yes, I remember Monty Panesar bowling beautifully on that trip. The pitches didn't really bounce very much in Grenada, but he was turning it a lot. And Toby Bailey is a super keeper. Was now involved with Scotland setup and coaching capacity, and the two of them, we thought this is the sort of the stumped tribe, the stumped Andrew bowled tribe of our time. Stumped Bailey, bowled Panesar. He bowled beautifully on that trip and made his debut, I think, later that season, if I remember rightly. Helped win a game against Leicestershire. Here's de Grandhomme starting another over outside the off stump to Zabe this time, who takes the leaf out of Luke Proctor's book and just leaves it alone.
Just noticed that that second catch for Ben Folkes was his 200th catch for Surrey in first-class cricket. There you are, everybody. I didn't know that. It's just on the sheet in front of me. So
another milestone.
Thank you very much indeed to Brian Cowley and the Surrey Stats Group.
Here's de Grandhomme, and again outside the off stump. Once again, Zabe lets it go through. Yes, pre-season tours. I think Northamptonshire's first one. I don't think the Surrey went out before that. Northamptonshire's first was in '92 when they went out to South Africa, to Durban, through a contact. And Peter Arnold, the late Peter Arnold, who we lost last year sadly during the Surrey match, in fact, he was team manager. There's de Grandhomme in again outside the off stump. Zabe lets it go through, and again it's that very strong Northamptonshire side went out there and played a first-class match, which was a first-class match against Natal.
Yeah, so because that would have been around about the time that Paul Taylor was making his England debut on that India tour, wasn't it?
Following winter, that's right. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls to Zabe, who again is solidly in behind that. You just hope from safe Zabe's point of view in Northamptonshire that he's been watching the way Luke Proctor has played here. That's what Ben Smith, the Northamptonshire batting coach, is always saying about trusting your defence and knowing when to leave, to quote from the Bacharach Hal David songbook. Here's de Grandhomme again, bowls outside the off stump, and Zabe lets it go through again.
That well-known coaching manual.
Well, promises, great show. Still a gorgeous afternoon here in South London. I think there's a little bit more breeze than there was yesterday. The Surrey flag on top of the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion is just billowing out from the flagpole. It was pretty still all day yesterday. Here's de Grandhomme in again, bowls, and Zabe pushing forward, getting right over his nose over the ball, plays it down to backward point where it's fielded by Ryan Patel, and that's the end of the over. 73 for 4 with Zabe on 2, Proctor on 25. 5 bowlers used already by Surrey, and Northamptonshire have lost the wickets of Young for 2, Gay for 12, Vasconcelos for 14 and Rob Keogh for 16.
Bit of work to do. What have we got till tea? We're 7 overs away until tea for Northamptonshire. Sorry, just chipping away here really. Gus Atkinson to continue from this Vauxhall end of the ground. So trailing by 328 at the moment. Northamptonshire. Proctor, crab-like stance, of course. Round the wicket comes Atkinson, and this one's left alone wide outside that off stump by Proctor.
Yes, it's been said many times before, but an innings by Luke Proctor wouldn't score highly in the aesthetes league table, would it really? It's not a thing of great beauty, but it's mightily effective.
She said that there is a touch of the Chandler Pauls about it, the way he sets up. There he is, those knees bent, then it looks like he's sitting down as Atkinson's into him. There you go, from Gus Atkinson. Again, just goes back of a length. And that one climbs. Proctor played it very nicely, dropped the hands on it, but Ben Folkes is taking that up above his right shoulder. And again, absolutely no change in his action at all. He's handy, Gus Atkinson, he really is. We saw him with the bat today. I think he's got a lovely action, repeatable action. And he just turns around and walks back. There's no histrionics from him whatsoever. As round the wicket he comes once again. And Proctor again, that one just straightens, turns him round a touch. Just building something here is Gus Atkinson. But as I say, he could bowl, he could knock Proctor's middle stump out in a minute and he'll just turn around and walk back. He's just never changes. Gus Atkinson just wanders back to the top of his mark, working out what he's going to bowl next.
He made useful runs against Northamptonshire in that terrific game between the two sides at Montage Road last year, didn't he?
That's round the wicket once again. Here's Atkinson. Yeah, was that was the partnership with Amar Verdi, was it? Yeah.
And I think Atkinson finished at 41 not out, and it took I think we all thought Surrey, to an unassailable position, and it was an extraordinary game for a great many reasons, but not least with Northamptonshire hearing that they were going to have a new head coach in the middle of it.
God, you were busy that 4 days.
Yes.
As round the wicket once again comes Atkinson, and Proctor's allowing this one to pass again outside his off stump.
Yes, it was during that match that we sadly lost Peter Arnold, who was Northamptonshire's oldest surviving county cricketer, and then the announcement that David Ripley was going to be stepping down. Probably ought to mention actually that while we're here at the Oval and seeing Surrey play Northamptonshire, worth mentioning that I think probably two of Northamptonshire's, and certainly probably two Northamptonshire's two oldest surviving cricketers now, are both former Surrey players as well.
Round the wicket again comes Gus Atkinson, and now Proctor's looked to let that go. That's at the face of his bat, and that has bounced awkwardly in front of Will Jacks. He did very well there at third slip, but again, good over from Gus Atkinson. End of it, 73 for 4.
Yeah, Harry Kelleher, who's 93 this year, living in the United States now, played for Surrey and then moved to Northamptonshire in the 50s, as did Raman Subbarao, who celebrated his 90th birthday recently, and he sent a message via Anne, his wife, and good to hear that he's still taking interest in the game. Great man of cricket, was a hugely influential figure, certainly in terms of the marketing of cricket, and big roles both on the national stage and within Northamptonshire and Surrey, and pretty darn good player as well, judging by his record.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, that's another one where you see the numbers and you think, wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Right. So we've got Gus Atkins. No,
Jay Overton.
It's just JB Overton, of course it is, steaming in again. Steaming in again. And doesn't let go, because Safe as Abe wasn't ready, and you say about his follow through, he hadn't actually bowled that ball and he followed through down to the other end. So
interestingly, he opened up, his first spell was from this Vauxhall end. Now he did his damage against Hampshire from the Pavilion end. And the other thing is with the short ball here, it's a short leg side boundary, so it might tempt Zaib, but he gets it down there very quickly.
Here's Overton from the Pavilion end in bowls to Zaib, who fences at that, and he's caught behind. Well, there you go, simple as you like. It's Groundhog Day for the Northamptonshire batting, I'm afraid, because several of the dismissals, in fact 4 of the dismissals, have been pretty much along those lines, and just fenced at that and caught behind. Overton strikes, joins the party, picks up his first wicket, and Safe Save, whose disappointing run of scores continues, he goes for 2, and Northamptonshire deep in trouble at 73 for 5.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned about him bowling from that pavilion end. He didn't look quite as comfy from this Vauxhall end. Coming round the wicket, he obviously hit the footholds and something didn't look right. It's come straight on from the pavilion end. Second ball, he's just got Zaid fencing outside his off stump and little outside edge, and Zaid makes his way back, and 73 for 5 in the 28th.
Well, we were talking at lunchtime about how the day may unfold, and I have to say it's one of those situations where you just sense that the momentum of the match had changed so drastically through that partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton, and Surrey getting to that 400 which you talked about right at the start of the day. If they could get up to around 400, then they will feel that they've got the weight of runs on the board to give themselves a great chance to unleash this strong seam bowling attack. And well, it's been a test of character for Northamptonshire, and so far, with the exception of Luke Proctor, you have to say that well, it hasn't gone particularly well so far, shall we say. Lewis McManus comes out to the crease. He showed a bit of character in the closing stages of the match against Yorkshire when he batted for a long time, largely in company with Will Young, and was the secondary partner, second fiddle. And then when Young got out, he was prepared to take on the responsibility and help Northamptonshire save the match. On loan, of course, from Hampshire this year, deputising for Adam Rossington, who of course has moved on to Essex on a season-long loan. He sadly didn't have a particularly great morning with the gloves, missing that stumping off Jamie Overton as Overton comes in bowls to, and well, welcome to the crease, just bowls a short ball that Lewis McManus ducks underneath, and it slaps into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 73 for 5 Northamptonshire, so they still need, well, a lot of runs, 179 more runs to avoid the follow-on, which seems a long way off at the moment.
Yeah, just they need a partnership from somewhere.
Yeah, so far they haven't had it. Here's Overton in again, bowls outside the off stump, and McManus plays that well, gets everything out of the way, goes through to Ben Folkes, and there's no run. 73 for 5. It stays. The batters to come for Northamptonshire, of course, with no Gareth Berg, who does rather strengthen the batting of the lower middle order. Tom Taylor, I imagine, will be in next, and then Matt Kelly, Simon Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson. So some potential there. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus, again plays it well. Not a tall man, McManus, but he managed to get the gloves out of the road. Yes, the stumping was disappointing, and nobody, I'm sure, will be more disappointed than Lewis McManus, who generally has kept pretty well this year. But yes, it was Kerrigan trying to get Overton down the pitch. He did so, out for the big hit, missed. Unfortunately, McManus missed it as well, and then Overton promptly plonking Simon Kerrigan for 3 big sixes not long afterwards. Here's Overton in again, bowls to McManus, who drives beautifully through extra cover, and that's 4. So nice way to get off the mark. Races away down to one of the floodlight pylons. 77 for 5 Northamptonshire. McManus 4, Proctor is 25, and Jamie Overton 4 overs 1 for 13.
A lovely shot, lovely way to get off the mark for Lewis McManus. Just gone fuller of length there is Jamie Overton, and McManus has just driven that away through the covers, but good over from Jamie Overton, gets the wicket outside. We've got 5 till tea. Really, Northamptonshire can't afford to lose another one before tea.
No.
If you're going at T6 down, that is not good, obviously, from a Northamptonshire point of view. So really here, Proctor and McManus, their job is get through till tea. Just get through till tea. As Gus Atkinson from the Vauxhall end is coming round the wicket to Proctor, and that's short, and Proctor looks to cut, and that's going to run away for 4 down to that short third man boundary rope. And Proctor there with that short third man rope, as long as he gets enough bat on it and gets it to the left of Will Jacks, even with Ryan Patel down there, There's no room to work with for the fielder. So away for 4 more it goes. Proctor's on to 29 now, 81 for 5. As Atkinson turns again, comes in round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor outside edge. Oh, drop by all people. It's Colin de Grandhomme at second slip. The biggest hands in cricket, Le Grand Man, has put one down. And, well, that is a collector's item, really. Colin de Grandhomme at second slip, just to his right, and it's gone down. And that is a big life for Proctor. It was very nicely bowled by Gus Atkinson. But, cool, that is a collector's item. As round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson once again, and Proctor drives. And it's a good stop from Sam Curran. And Gus Atkinson will appreciate that from Sam Curran. Just stuck out a left paw. Otherwise, that would have gone away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. But, yeah, Colin de Grandhomme, as I say, he doesn't drop many, does he?
Certainly doesn't. That is, as you say, a collector's item. Very unusual. But in Northamptonshire's position, all contributions gratefully received.
Gus Atkinson round the wicket, he comes once again to Proctor. Short one, Proctor gets across his stumps, nudges it away into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. 1 more to the total. But that's the thing with Gus Atkinson. That's happened because he goes back of a length, just gets you sitting on that back foot and then just goes a bit fuller. And big outside edge. But Proctor has a life on 29. And he's moved on to 30. McManus will come on to strike for the first time here to Gus Atkinson. 3 slips in there for him. Jamie Overton, Colin de Grandhomme and Will Jacks. Then there's the backward point, which is Jordan Clark. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then the long leg. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and McManus, that's nipping back, hits him high up on the thigh. Dan Worrell will come jogging in to do the retrieval work.
I was thinking Northamptonshire could do with a bit of Raman Subbaroh here. There was think when he made his 300 here at the Oval against Surrey back in 1958. Northamptonshire, I've got the scorecard in front of me, but they were I think 5 down for not many, and it was Albert Lightfoot, and he and Subbaroh put on 376. That'd be useful.
Yes, in the wicket again comes Atkinson. McManus lets this one go, and taken by Ben Folkes low down to his right hand side. End of the over from Gus Atkinson. 4 to go till tea, and Northamptonshire battling away here at 82 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 401. 2 for 17 for Jordan Clark, de Grandhomme 1 for 18, and 1 for 22 for Worrell, and then Jamie Overton 1 for 13.
Sharing the workload, sharing the wickets. Absolute dream time for Rory Burns, isn't it? Everybody's coming to the party pretty well, and it's going to be Overton to continue from the pavilion end. Yeah, fascinating book about the life of Raman Subbaroh by Douglas Miller, I think, came out a year or 2 ago back. Very well worth reading. Here's Overton again, bowls short, and Proctor swaying out of the way of that one. We were talking earlier when Eva and I were on together that they got obviously the fielders back there for the short ball, but Proctor doesn't tend to take it on by and large. He usually prefers to sway or duck. Probably now promptly go and take it on and get caught off a top edge at long leg, but there you go.
I suppose the thing as well is because he crouches so much at the crease that playing that shot's going to be pretty difficult because he's got to come up again.
Which presumably is why he doesn't tend to have it in the repertoire. Is Overton again full, and it's appeal for LBW as Proctor is aiming to work that away through mid-wicket. Not a particularly confident appeal. Nobody behind the stumps joined in with Jamie Overton, fielded there by Hashim Amla. Had a little shy at the stumps. Not out. Let's have a little look at the replay. I wonder if also may have pitched outside leg stump, but it was going down anyway.
But yeah, because he crouches down so much, playing the short ball, he's already down, really, isn't he? So to come up and hook it,
you'd finish up just flapping at it a bit, wouldn't you, if you're not careful? 3 slips in place as Overton comes in, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, playing it up again to Amla at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Slightly hazy afternoon now, still gorgeous conditions, but got a bit of high cloud around. I did see there was a little weather front coming in overnight tonight, which I don't think was going to deposit much rain down in this part of the country. A 2-day monsoon would probably suit Northamptonshire at the moment, but don't think it's going to happen. Here's Overton running in again, bowls outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go through outside the off stump to Ben Folkes.
Yeah, you can just feel at the moment that it's like trying to work your way out of a corner if you're Northampton. It's how do you work your way out of this, because you know what's coming, and that's the other thing with this attack for Surrey at the moment. It's absolutely relentless.
Yeah.
You know, you get rid of one and then someone else comes on.
Well, and it's 319 runs behind still. So the follow-on, as we've been saying, is pretty far away in the distance as Overton comes in again, bowls to Proctor, who turns that, I suspect, off middle and leg, down behind square on the onside for a single, to the frustration, visible frustration, of Jamie Overton. Nevertheless, Proctor goes to 31 and Northamptonshire 83 for 5. I imagine Luke Proctor must be one of those players who's a little bit frustrating to bowl to, but Northamptonshire have been very glad of his adhesive qualities.
Well, he's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah,
that's the
absolutely.
key thing. Doesn't matter what he looks like. As long as he's in the right place at the right time.
Well, as we're talking about Raman Subbarao, as one of his former teammates, Brian Reynolds, great man of Northamptonshire cricket, used to say about, he said, with Raman it was never how but how many, and my goodness, he had the terrific concentration, made some big scores. Here's Overton down the leg side, and McManus looking to turn it away, flick it away down the leg side. There was a thought that he may have got something on it. Presumably those Ben Folkes and those behind the stumps may just have heard something, possibly bat hitting the pad. Either way, Russell Warren not interested. 83 for 5 it stays, with Proctor, who went in at number 4, still there on 31, joined by Lewis McManus, who's made 4. Northamptonshire still a long way behind.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, Peter Willey, of course, he had his own method, didn't he? But he was in the right place at the right time.
Well, if you were picking a team of courageous cricketers, I think he'd be almost first name on the team sheet, wouldn't he? Take on the West Indies, his 200s against them here and Antigua.
Round the wicket then comes Gus Atkinson to Proctor, and Proctor's letting this one go outside his off stump. Well, talking about relentless, sort of that era, and that the West Indies attacks of those days. As I say, you got rid of one, then someone else came on, and you got through that, and then the next one came on, and there was absolutely no let up, was there?
No. Again, Peter just adored a scrap, didn't he? Rather in the Luke Proctor mould. Strong man as well. Terrific, terrifically strong forearms.
Forearms are like barn doors. Round the wicket once again comes Atkinson. Oh, Proctor's had a nibble at this one. Just trying to run it again down towards third man, and it goes past his edge. Feet didn't really go anywhere, just sort of hung the bat out there a touch, and taken by Ben Folkes. But yes, I've met Mr. Willey a couple of times, obviously umpiring, and he has got huge forearms, hasn't he?
Well, it's also indicative of the sort of impact he had, that those of a certain age, when everybody underarms the ball in from the outfield, and it's, oh, Peter Willey, you know, he did it rather more successfully than most.
Gus Atkinson turns this one into the leg side. Does Proctor, and Dan Worrell comes around to do the fielding.
You can see him now in the outfield, a little underarm flick, and the ball flying slap into the keeper's gloves.
A naturally strong fella, he always did. A bit like Viv.
I think he had a really serious knee injury fairly early on in his career, and he did very well to play for anything like as long as he did.
Atkinson round the wicket, he comes to Proctor, and Proctor again is looking to cut this down towards third man. That's not far from his outside edge. I was just wondering whether he's cutting underneath that, but I think he's gone to cut it, and it's come back at him.
I think he did.
And that's not far away from that outside edge of Proctor's bat. But I think that's just nipped back, nipped back and just cramped him up for room when he was looking to play the shot. Gus Atkinson once again is round the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor covers up, plays this one down into the leg side. It's been an impressive little spell of bowling this from Gus Atkinson.
Very impressive. Hasn't picked up a wicket, could easily have done so. Yeah, Peter Willey was originally a seam bowler when he batsman and seam bowler, and then he had this knee trouble and remodelled himself as an off spinner, and a very effective one as well.
Waits again, does Proctor. Bends at the knees as Gus Atkinson is round the wicket to him, and Proctor lets this one go off a goodish length, and it's one bounce there into the gloves of Ben Folkes. So 2 overs to go till tea. Surrey on out this, well, on the stroke of lunch for 401. And in reply, Northamptonshire 83 for 5. Will Young was the first to go. LBW to Jordan Clark for 2. Emilio Gay was caught by Sam Curran off Jordan Clark for 12. Vasconcelos, the captain, caught behind off Worrell for 14. Rob Keogh caught behind off de Gronholm for 16. And Saif Saib caught behind off the bowling of Jamie Overton for 2.
Peter Willey making his first class debut at 16 as well.
Eva.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, playing the first, as we were saying, it's astonishing. You're playing your first game here at 16 on this astonishing ground. Here's Jamie Overton pounding in again to bowl to Lewis McManus, who turns it to the left of the man at forward short leg, and he's going to pick up certainly one. In fact, they come back for an easy 2 as it's chased back from mid-on down there towards the Galladari stand. 2 to McManus. He goes to 6, and Northamptonshire to 85 for 5, still trailing by 316, so another, 167 runs required to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Just looking at that again, sorry, Ben Stokes, 17 sixes. It's ridiculous.
It is astonishing, isn't it? I was trying to remember, was it Jim Stewart from Warwickshire had an awful lot of 6s at Blackpool one year, many years ago. Here's Overton again outside the off stump, but Manus shoulders arms, lets it go through.
Well, the only reason I know it was Simons on 16 is when Napier was going absolutely Burresque at Whitgift a few years ago. Now we were all looking to see what the record was, and I think Napier ended up on 15 on that occasion. Obviously, it was Andy Simons on 16, and now it's Ben Stokes on 17.
Well, Josh Baker gets himself in the record books for reasons other than how he would have been hoping. Done a Malcolm Nash. Here's Overton in again, and that's nice little square drive, square push, let's say, by McManus down towards backward point, and they're able to come through for one more run. Takes McManus to 7, and Northamptonshire up to 86 for 5.
Just say Gus Atkinson last season in terms of sort of first class, and the couple of games and 5 wickets, best of 3 for 78. But as I say, I'm a big fan of the Gus Atkinson bowling, because as I say, it's a pretty easy action really. It's not charging in or anything. He just really glides in and gets it down there at a good rate of knots. And he's sort of maturing every year now, Gus Atkinson.
Well, if he's bowling that well and he's able to supplement that with runs down the order as well, then you've got yourself a very, very handy cricketer indeed. 3 slips in place as Overton comes in, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor. Still good carry from Jamie Overton. The 32nd over with this ball, but Northamptonshire already 5 wickets down. We were saying at the start of the session it was going to be a big test for the top order, and well, it has not gone to plan as far as Northamptonshire were concerned.
I think we might get 1 over of spin before tea from Will Jacks.
The obligatory.
Yes, seems to be warming up at 3rd slip.
Here's Overton running in again to bowl to Luke Proctor, and Proctor fences at that. It goes on the bounce to Ben Folkes, and Overton just asking all sorts of questions. He's picked up 1 wicket, that of Saif Zaib. He's into his 6th over, 1 for 17. Jamie Overton so far, bowling from the pavilion end, and encouraged by that. I just wonder if they're just going to keep it at the 3 slips. 3 slips cover, mid off, mid on. 2 men back for the hook as Overton bowls outside the off stump, good length, but Proctor ignores it, lets it go through, and he stays on 31. McManus on 7, 86 for 5. Northamptonshire, and we have just 1 over to go potentially until tea.
Yeah, it looks like it will be.
It is, because I think we have protective equipment coming out. So yeah,
the abdominal guard, the shin guards, and the helmet for Ryan Patel
for 1 over.
For 1 over, and he was actually signalling away during that over just to get the stuff out there for him. So yeah, Will Jacks into the attack to bowl his off breaks, and as I always say, he's a bit more than just a part-time off spinner, is Will Jacks. And work in progress, but he's sort of just coming on to have a look in this over, I think. May as well. 1 over till tea, so we picked up 5. And I suppose the other thought is McManus and Proctor will think to themselves, thank goodness, 6 balls without it being one of the bigger fellas running in at us.
Yeah, and if you relax your guard.
Yeah, it happens very often, doesn't it, really? Sort of like it letting the air out the balloon a little bit. Mr. Hashim Amla's doing some super stretching exercises down below us.
Yeah, I just wondered if he was going to talk himself on.
That would be the moment of the season where I really did think I have gone into dreamland here. If Mr. Amla doesn't tend to move from mid-off. He stays there for an awful lot of proceedings, Mr. Amla. So here's Will Jacks with his off-spin coming into Lewis McManus, and the first one, McManus is forward, playing with that bat in front of the pad, thickish inside edge, and that runs off down towards Jamie Overton. They'll take the single, and that will bring the left-handed Proctor on to strike. You won't mind bowling at the left-hander here, Will Jacks. Come round the wicket to him, as Luke Proctor holding this innings together at the moment, really. 31 out of 87, coming in at 4. He's forward, plays this gently back up the pitch once again, and the fielding's done by Will Jacks off his own bowling.
Absolutely right, Mark. Not for the first time, doubtless not for the last.
In again he comes, and this is turned by Proctor down into the leg side. And I was saying to Eva earlier, Ailish Craigenston, the Surrey women's captain, she's like the glue in whatever batting lineup she's in. And that's the thing here with Proctor as well. He's just keeping this together at the moment as Jacks is in, and Proctor's just nudging neatly round the leg side. And there is Jordan Clark to do the fielding. He hurls the ball back to Will Jacks, who no doubt is getting, well, not guidance, but a few words from Nick Cook every time he walks past him. As round the wicket he comes once again, and that's down the leg side. Proctor will have nothing to do with that whatsoever. Nicely taken by Ben Folkes as always, and then just puts a hand back towards the stumps in case Proctor tumbled over just a touch. As he's in again is Jacks, and Proctor is forward and plays this one down in front of him. That's the end of the over, and that is tea. And well, that has been Surrey's session, because Northamptonshire go to tea 87 for 5. Luke Proctor has 8 to his 31 to his name, and McManus is on 8. But Radders, that's been a tough session for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it was. Northamptonshire knew that there was, as you say, a certain inevitability about it. They knew what was coming. It's a strong Surrey attack. You've got 5 frontline seamers, so Surrey were able to do to Northamptonshire what Northamptonshire did to Essex exactly a week ago on the second day of the match down at Chelmsford, when they were able to rotate 5 seamers, keep them fresh, keep them running in, and with a very similar result, that Northamptonshire had Essex in all sorts of trouble, and Surrey have got Northamptonshire in all sorts of trouble here. 87 for 5, most of the top order gone, an awful lot again, depending on Luke Proctor, who's still there on 31.
Absolutely, and we'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes time here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Northants. But at tea, Northamptonshire go into tea on 87 for 5 in reply to Surrey's 401, and we'll be back with you in 20 minutes.
It's been a really nice day, really honoured and very thankful to be invited down, but it's great to see all the kids having lots of fun. So hopefully they keep it up and it keeps blossoming, really.
Bridal Lines programme is an all-abilities course which teaches children between the age of 4 and 16 core cricket skills, whether that's front foot batting or learning to become a spin bowler or a budding young wicketkeeper. and this is done through 2 core programmes, one that's pre-Christmas between October and December, the second which is 10 weeks after Christmas, which is January to March. Those 2 programmes are at weekends, and then we run holiday courses during the rest of the year, such as February half term, Easter, May half term, and a couple of courses over the summer, one of which is on the outfield at the Oval.
Certainly recommend the programme, and it doesn't matter what ability the kids are at. Come into the programme, you notice that all the kids improve over 10 weeks. The individual coaching that they get is fantastic.
We've got our standard 10-week course, which works on a ratio of 1 to 7, and has children from the ages of 4 to 16, so school years reception to year 11. And then our Pro Package course, which offers a more personalised experience, better coach to player ratio of 1 to 4. And the advantage of that is they can offer a more personalised experience, which helps bridge the gap between group and one-to-one coaching. So the Pride Alliance programme runs at a number of different venues. 2 are our own venues. One's the Ken Brownton Cricket Centre, which is the indoor centre at the Oval. Another is Surrey Cricket Centre in Guildford. And then we've got schools across Surrey, one of which is here, Felton Fleet School in Cobham. And we've got Downs End School in Leatherhead, Donato School in Reigate, Ewell Castle School in Epsom, Wallington County Grammar School and Weydon School in Farnham.
Hi, I'm Tushar. I'm the coach for Saturn Chance to Shine Youth and Young Adult Sessions. I'm a casual coach with Surrey Cricket Foundation. I organize these sessions. These sessions is going on for 3 or 4 years. Different abilities of children with different community backgrounds. 60 to 70% they haven't taken the bat for the first time. So since I have started, there are even brothers and sisters that they feed into the next one and it goes up and up and up.
When I was growing up, the opportunities available at clubs like that weren't as big as some of the other clubs, more recognised clubs. So definitely platforms like this will really give that opportunity for kids that maybe don't feel comfortable to go to those bigger, more established clubs. But being at a system like this where they can still get the same opportunities and same opportunity to progress if that's what they want to do in the sport.
I started as my own community club's coaching sessions. With the Surrey's help, we transferred this one as a chance to shine. Then I spread the word within my community, my friends, their friends and friends. It just propagates all the time. So we have got, say, registered 140 kids. When they start early, we can have a talent ID program, so as an independent thing, rather than going through all these recommendation or club application session, from Chance to Shine directly to the trials or talent ID sessions, and they can have a look at it and see if there's a potential, and most likely that they can go up with the help of Surrey and further.
I think you've got to have trust in the system, and I think that you've got to be willing to put the hours in and do the bit of the hard graft with the travelling, getting to the training centres. But I think the main thing is you've got to invest that time to the training, and I think going to platforms like this and being in maybe county systems and things like that will really help push forward. A lot of my dreams were to play for Surrey. I think when I was growing up, being given that opportunity to play in the first team was really my big dream, and then kind of since I've been there now, it's like, okay, I want to play for England as well. So hopefully, getting a test place at some point in the future would be amazing. But I think for now, it's just doing my best I can for Surrey in the first team, especially in red ball and all the other formats as well.
There are more potential that there are few players, good potential to play further up. And I would see them in Surrey hit very soon. That's what my target as well, make sure that they play for Surrey and further up if they can.
Fantastic to be here at Scarratt Park School today. This is one of 9 Super Ones groups that we run across the county. The groups are aimed at 12 to 25-year-olds. This group here is largely young people in their teens. For a lot of young people with additional needs, Super Ones is the entry level. We will adapt the sessions to fit with the requirements of the people who come along. What we aim to do is use cricket as an end in itself, with the social benefits of getting back out there with some friends and also developing some other skills.
Sam and I have come down today just to play a bit of cricket with the kids. It was very interesting to see and I had a lot of fun, and I hope the kids did as well.
This is a fantastic opportunity, having two Surrey players, one of whom plays for England, visiting the group today.
As soon as when we found out, me and Gus, that we were going to come down here, it was great. We jumped at the opportunity. We just popped in after training to see the Super Ones, these young kids with disabilities who, when they're growing up, might not have the opportunities that we did when we were young.
It was so nice having those role models coming in, like professional cricket players coming in to visit the kids was fantastic. Our children don't often get those opportunities, so it's so nice that to happen.
Nice bowling! The cricket is so awesome, and we had fun having a turn, bowling and batting. And we had fun playing with the mates and make sure they have fun with each other.
We were here for over an hour with the kids, just kind of learning, and you could see their confidence grow. One ball the guy would miss and the next ball he'd smash it at the net.
There was some serious talent on the show. I was very surprised, some proper players.
The opportunities are there to play locally with your friends, but also to take it further forward and play representative cricket if that's what you want to do. Hopefully some of them will want to take it further and emulate their heroes.
Hopefully the kids can sort of look at us and take some inspiration from us and get more into cricket, and sort of brought me back to when I was their age, just having fun with your mates playing cricket. So that's what it's all about, really.
I was very touched by coming down and seeing these kids with disabilities and now having that access and opportunity to kind of get involved in cricket, which is a sport we all love. It's expanding around the country, and I think it's an amazing thing that needs to keep being emphasised and keep building.
On BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Northants, and on the Surrey live stream. Tea break is over on this second day in Northamptonshire at tea and a spot of bother. 87 for 5 they are, in reply to Surrey's 401 all out. Lewis McManus is 8 not out, and Luke Proctor 31 not out. 5 wickets to go before the tea break. Will Young was the first LBW, Jordan Clark for 2. Then Emilio Gay was caught by Sam Curran off the bowling of Jordan Clark again for 12. Ricardo Vasconcelos caught behind off the bowling of Dan Worrell, his first Surrey wicket for 14. Then Rob Keogh caught behind off Colin de Grandhomme for 16. That was Ben Folkes' 200th first class catch for Surrey. Little statistic there for you. And then Zaeb was caught behind off Overton for 2. Proctor's been battling away out there for his 31. Lewis McManus 8 not out. Eva Gray is alongside after tea, and Eva, well, I thought Surrey were very good with the ball there, picking up their 5 wickets.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key for Northamptonshire is Proctor, isn't it, really? I think if Surrey can make that breakthrough, then you'd like to think they can pick up the remaining 4 wickets this evening.
It's going to be Jordan Clark to get us started from the pavilion end, coming in over the wicket to McManus, and straight away he's going past the edge of Lewis McManus's bat, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. I was saying, I think the thing was that Surrey were pretty relentless with this attack. It's relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they passed the bat so many times, didn't they, in that last session? Lots of player misses. As we discussed when Surrey were batting, it did look easier when the ball was pitched up, but yeah, lots of player misses.
You know, over the wicket comes Clark, and trying to work this one leg side is McManus. Off his hip in front of square, Sam Curran comes round to do the fielding. Jordan Clark 6 overs before tea, 2 for 17. Dan Worrell, his first spell, he picked up 1 wicket, but could have picked up 3 or 4. He bowled beautifully before tea.
Definitely deserved more than that, didn't he?
As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark once again to McManus, and McManus is digging this one out off his toes, plays it straight back up the pitch, and Jordan Clark does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. And then Gus Atkinson as well just probed away, and had Proctor drop by, of all people, Colin de Grandhomme, which is a real collector's item in there at second slip, because he's normally absolutely watertight in there. As over the wicket again is Jordan Clark, and that's down the leg side. McManus will get nothing on this, looking to help it down towards fine leg. And then Jamie Overton with the wicket of Zaeb, and de Grandhomme, even though he's put that catch out, he is worth his weight in gold with the ball. He really is. So Rory Burns here, it must be nice. Lots of options.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Will Jacks with 1 over at the end there, but I think
that was just, let's see what happens before tea, as this is turned by McManus into the leg side, and it's a good stop from Sam Curran, flicking himself to his left and knocking the ball towards Hashim Amla, but they'll get a single first run after tea. Then McManus moves on to 9, and Northamptonshire move on to 88 for 5. Yeah, I think that was your obligatory over before the break, wasn't it, from Will Jacks?
Definitely, yeah. I think seam looks the way forward. And I was discussing earlier, I think it was a bit of an odd selection from Northants to go with the extra spinner rather than the seam. They probably will come to regret that, I think.
Well, it's got a bit cloudy here as well now, as round the wicket goes Jordan Clark to Proctor, and Proctor plays this one straight back up the pitch. The two former Lancastrians going head to head here, and Proctor just playing that neatly and tidily back up the pitch. End of the over, and cloud cover. Nick Cook's just dropped somebody's cap, Dan Worrell's cap, that was flung at him like a frisbee by Jamie Overton. So it'll be Dan Worrell again from this Vauxhall, and he's just got lovely control, Dan Worrell, hasn't he?
Yeah, he does, and you said it earlier, he's got all the skills, doesn't he? He swings it both ways, which for both the left-handers and the right-handers, it just puts that thought in the back of your head about what you can and can't play, and kind of what the ball's going to do.
Yeah, it's a fun 8 overs, that. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22 for Dan Worrell.
Be interesting to have a look at the speeds as well. He's got really good carry.
Well, I think certain games this season, it might be all, I don't know, but they have got speed guns, because everyone was getting very excited during the Hampshire game as over the wicket comes down Worrell then to McManus, and McManus lets this one go. Outside is his off stump. But yes, there was talk of speed guns. Now, whether they were right or wrong, I don't know. But you always hope they're right. You'd know this. You always hope they're right, because it'd be soul destroying if they weren't, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I remember in the 100, Catherine Brunt got clocked at 96 mile an hour.
That's all right, isn't it? That's all right. Did you get a speeding fine for that? 96 mph. That's all right. As turning again is Worrell. Comes in over the wicket to McManus, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. Well, funny enough, we were talking about it when Shoaib Akhtar bowled the 100 mile an hour delivery in the World Cup at Nick Knight, who played it with all the time in the world and just sort of jumped onto the mat foot, pushed it into the covers, and then it came up on the board 100 miles an hour for Shoaib Akhtar.
There was one at Shane Watson as well, and that one looked quick. I went for 4 over the keeper's head.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust him, to be honest with you, as Worrell is coming in once more over the wicket, and that one's left alone by McManus off a goodish length outside his off stump. Good carry again though into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side in the old IPL up the corridor. The Gujarat Titans, who got a soft spot now with Vikram Solanki, you see, and they've been going pretty well in the IPL. They're playing the Mumbai Indians, who haven't been going very well, and Mumbai Indians are 119 for 4 in the 15th of their 20 overs. As over the wicket comes down Worrell, that's up on the toes of McManus, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And out in Dubai in the Fair Break Invitational Tournament, we were talking to Eva about the Barmy Army women lost to the Falcons women. So a win for Falcons by 8 wickets out there in Dubai. And there is as well at Canterbury a Kent 11 against a Sri Lankan development 11, if I can say that. And Kent are 267 for 4. Back into the first division, Warwickshire 315, Lancashire 127 without loss. As that goes past the edge of McManus's bat, and good length that, and just goes past the outside edge and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. But again, it's just good bounce and carry that from Downmore. It's a lovely delivery, it really is. Just great control, just getting that ball to go late at McManus. It's really good fun watching Dan Worrell bowl.
He's got to play it, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. As Worrell is in again over the wicket, and forward comes McManus, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. I've just had a text from one of the greatest men at Surrey County, well, one of the greatest men in cricket, Surrey physiotherapist Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man, and he says that analysts now, that some of them have got speed cameras installed alongside their cameras as well. So that's where it's a bit like when you're driving up the motorway, I suppose, and the old speed cameras, which I've found to my chagrin a couple of times when I've come home to find a letter from various constabularies around the country saying I was just going a little bit over the limit. So thank you for that, Mr. Tyso. There's 3 slips in there here for Jordan Clark. We've got a couple of people sort of just stood at the bottom of the steps right behind the bowler's arm, but Jordan Clark is coming round the wicket. So into Proctor he comes, and Proctor drives up towards Hashim Amla, who does the fielding up there at mid-off, and then lobs the ball back into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Good number of people in today. Lots of people sat in the members area down there at the pavilion end. Lots of people in the pavilion and dotted around the Peter May stand. Nice afternoon for watching a bit of cricket this. Friday afternoon, of course, as round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Proctor's looking to work this into the leg side. Hits the thigh guard. Potter's out into the offside, and Will Jacks does the fielding.
Yeah, it's free, isn't it, after tea, which is a good incentive to come down after work.
Absolutely, and on a Friday afternoon as well. Nice way to start your weekend.
Definitely.
Might be going out somewhere in London town this evening and start your weekend watching a bit of cricket. Nice way to do it. As round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and Proctor the on drive. Nicely played. He's almost taken McManus with it. Rory Burns is in hot pursuit, but that's going to beat Rory Burns over the boundary rope and away for our first boundary after tea. Nicely played by Luke Proctor. Full face of the bat, just punched it down the ground. He moves on to 35, and Northamptonshire moving on to 92 for 5. But yeah, Luke Proctor, as Andrew Rad was saying, will battle this. He's a right old fighter, is Luke Proctor. As Jordan Clark is into him once again round the wicket, and Proctor lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, I've had a few pictures this afternoon from people that are working from home.
Oh yes,
sat
yes,
in the pavilion.
Yes. Well, it's a good place to do it. I think the Wi-Fi is pretty good around here as well. Are you a good watcher of cricket? If you're, yes, you are.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes Proctor, nudges this one out into the leg side, goes out there towards deep backward square, and Ryan Patel does the fielding.
Yeah, luckily enough, my dad loves Test cricket, so I've been all around the world watching England away. Really, I was in Antigua. I've been to Perth. I've been to Melbourne. I've been Cape Town.
God, listen, my daughter might be listening in at the moment. Don't go on too much about that. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by McManus. And into the gloves of Ben Folkes. 93 for 5, McManus 9, Proctor 36. I'm a bit like, I'll be honest with you, even on days off, if I'm sort of out and about and there's a game going on, village game or anything, I quite like just sitting down and having a watch of a game of cricket. And the interesting thing is, and we're so lucky doing this job as well, but you tend to find that because you're sort of doing it all the time, your memory of what's actually happened, at times it all sort of merges into one big game. But it's actually really quite nice just sort of sitting on a park bench somewhere, quietly watching a game going on in front of you. Because there's some fine cricketers like your good self, if they get a day off, the last thing they want to do is go anywhere near cricket. But there are others, sounding much like yourself, who absolutely love it. I know Joe Root, he watches all the live streams and everything. He absolute cricket badger. As down Worrell, coming round the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor's across his stumps, nudges this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
I think it's one of those things where if you're having a terrible season and you've got 5 ducks in a row and you hate the game, I probably wouldn't spend the time watching more cricket. But, you know, day to day,
yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, my daughter played her first game this week. It's very exciting.
Good to hear.
On Wednesday. She didn't let me know how she got on, but I know she played. As round the wicket once again comes Worrell, and forward comes Proctor, plays this one down into the sort of third slip region, and the fielding's done by Will. I have to say, actually, and of course you played in it for the Invincibles, but it was rather lovely actually, because we watched our first proper game together of 100 cricket on the telly. And immediately Isabel said, "Can we go outside and have a hit, Daddy?" And I was like, "Absolutely we can."
Yes,
and it was
we
then
can.
I thought, that is great. That is absolutely brilliant.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. As Worrell comes round the wicket once again, and Proctor's turning this one down into the leg side. That'll roll out there towards square leg. And there is no run as Ryan Patel comes up to do the fielding. But yeah, that really pleased me, to be honest with you. Poor thing though, when she said she was into cricket, we went to the sports shop together, and we didn't really get Isabel very much, but I emerged with all the gear. Obviously baseball mitt, some of those stumps and we did lots of fielding practice in the back garden. As in round the wicket once again comes Worrell, a short one, and it's nicely played by Proctor. Just gets inside it, helps it down into the leg side. Just the way he's playing that, they might think about a leg gully or a leg slip, but it's going down all the time. But again, it was a little bit get off me that from Luke Proctor, but he plays it pretty well. He gets inside it and helps it down into the leg side. We saw one of those very early on, Emilio Gay's first delivery from Dan Worrell. And when he does sort of bang it in there, the great thing about it is it's coming at you from Dan Worrell. McManus comes back onto strike, comes in over the wicket. Worrell, little outside edge from McManus, all along the carpet, and the fielding's done there by Ryan Patel, diving away to his left-hand side. I'll do one more over with you, Eva, and then I'll bring Andrew Radd in instead of me. So Mr. Radd will have to nip off again at 5 o'clock to do another update.
Yeah, it was certainly noticed about the 100, wasn't it? The number of kind of young girls and boys in the crowd. And
For the women's game as well, absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As I say, that was my barometer. Was my Izzy saying, Daddy, can we go and have a hit? As in over the wicket again comes Worrell. This is driven out into the offside by McManus. Rolls out there towards extra cover and there's no run. And then I caught her watching a bit of women's one-day international cricket as well, off the back of that. And I sort of said, what are you up to? I went, well, nothing, Daddy, because I think she should have been doing homework or something. And I was like, you stay there and you watch that. So it's great, really.
Yeah, we walked around the Oval after we won the Eliminator, and we were told to throw these kind of signed shirts out into the crowd, and we throw them at these young girls, and honestly the smiles on their faces, it just makes their day, doesn't
Absolutely. I bought Isabel an England cap, the England training cap the other day, because she lives in Wales, you see. As in round the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this one's left alone by Proctor outside his off stump. So obviously when she goes to training club cricket in Wales, I want her wearing an England cap, obviously. And no, it's terrific, and she got some signed clobber as well, and she thought it was fantastic. So no, really, really good. She quite likes Nat Siver. She likes Nat, the way that Nat plays, but I think most people do, don't they?
She hits the ball hard, doesn't she?
In round the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. This is driven into the offside by Proctor and your teammate Alice Capsey. She's quite a big fan of Alice as well.
I think there's a lot of people that are big fans of Alice Capsey.
Well, the funny thing is, it's sort of everybody knew about Alice who hadn't seen Alice play, and then all of a sudden with the 100, she was sort of the name on everybody's lips, wasn't she, because of the way she played. As in round the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark to Proctor, who's letting this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, it was that innings at Lords. I was speaking about it with Andrew earlier, and with yourself, about how you just don't get nervous when you're young, and she was 16 playing at Lords, and it literally looked like it didn't even faze her.
Ridiculous. Well, every time I went to something in the winter, she was there picking up another award. So yeah, no, tremendous stuff. As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This one's left alone once more by Proctor. So Northamptonshire were having a little quiet patch after tea, which is exactly what they wanted. What they didn't want is to go out there after tea and lose one of these two straight away. So they've still got a bit of a way to go today. 27 left after this one. So Surrey will just look to chip away here this evening. Only day 2 of this one, of course. So we're not even halfway through the game as yet, as Jordan Clark is in round the wicket once more, and this one's left alone outside the off stump once again, taken by Ben Folkes away to his left. What was I always ask you players this, what was the stash like as well? For you got some quite nice kit out of the old 100 as well.
Yeah, it was good. We as I was saying earlier with the balls, we just got given 10 boxes, and it was fill your boots.
That's all right, isn't it? That's all right. As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes Proctor. End of the over. Now, I don't want to get rid of you, Eva, because you're going to come back on, but if you just move out of that seat, I'll bring Mr. Radd in to the seat there, and then once Andrew's plugged in, I'll plug Eva back in on this side. 94 for 5, and it will be Dan Worrell who's sort of marching up to continue here from the Vauxhall end of the ground. McManus will be the man on strike. And welcome back, Andrew Radd.
Very much indeed. DIY engineering, very impressive. Here we go then with Dan Worrell about to start another over to Lewis McManus, and as Mark was saying, very, very important that Northamptonshire, these two, can just dig in for a little bit longer. The first ball is pushed back down the pitch past Worrell, rolls up towards mid-off where it's fielded by Rory Burns. Afternoon again, Eva.
Good afternoon.
Good to be back on with you. 94 for 5 Northamptonshire. So since we were on together last, things have gone slightly downhill for Northamptonshire, but they just need a bit of a partnership to develop between somebody. They haven't really had one in the innings so far. Here's Worrell, and that's edged by McManus, but safely down to 4th slip, and there's no run. Yeah, they just need a couple to dig in here, don't they? Just try and somehow get through to the close and have another look at it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think 1 or 2 more wickets could kind of see the game float away a little bit. Yeah, I think Proctor in particular needs to dig in here. Well, the both of them, but Proctor in particular.
Well, he loves doing it. That's one good thing in Northamptonshire's favour. He's the non-striker's end at the moment as McManus pushes that up to extra cover, and there's no run. Batters to come. Tom Taylor, who's capable batsman. Matt Kelly, who's got an 89 in first-class cricket in Australia and did bat a long time in the long rearguard action to save the match against Yorkshire. And then Simon Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson. But you feel that these two do need to take it on a bit. Here's Worrell in again, bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone by McManus. I thought Dan Worrell, we were talking earlier about the way that Jordan Clark and he shared the new ball, and I mean, Worrell only picked up the 1 wicket and Clark that got the first 2, but I thought Dan Worrell, what an opening spell that was. He could easily have had 2 or 3.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was saying to Church, he kind of showed all his skills today. He swings it both ways. In particular, I thought he bowled really well against the left-hander coming over the wicket. He starts quite wide, but he still gets it to come back in, which kind of makes you think twice about the ones you play at.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to McManus, plays it out into the covers, and it's fielded by Gus Atkinson. There's no run. I see they've got some rain up at Old Trafford. They're off there now. Warwickshire 315 all out, Lancashire 127 for no wicket in reply, but it's raining, so no sign of that here, thankfully. It's Southampton, Hampshire 342 all out, and then it's been hard work for Gloucestershire in reply, 124 for 7 now. At Chelmsford, Essex 403 all out, Yorkshire 25 for 1. Come on to Division 2 in a second. I think there was supposed to be a little bit of rain coming down from the north tonight, but they were saying that by the time it got down here, there's going to be very little of it, if any. Short goes Worrell, ducked underneath it McManus, and that's the end of the over. 94 for 5, Proctor is 37, McManus 9. At Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, Leicestershire 320 all out, Glamorgan 231 for 3 in reply. At Hove, Sussex made 392, Middlesex 175 for 4, and at New Road, Durham 580 for 6 declared. I suspect that's where most of the coverage is going to be today, with the New England captain Ben Stokes hitting, what was it, 17 sixes in his innings there today. Astonishing performance, and Worcestershire in reply, somewhat shell-shocked, you suspect, 115 for 4. Proctor is back on strike, facing up to Jordan Clark from the pavilion end, round the wicket, 3 slips in, and Proctor once again lets it go through. He's faced 95 balls now for his 37 runs, really carrying on where he left off last time out at Chelmsford, when he faced, well, 271 balls for his 113. He was in just short of 3 minutes short of 6 hours. And, well, Northamptonshire needs something very much along the same lines here, I think. Here's Clark again in bowls, and Proctor's in behind that, just dropping it down at his feet, and there's no run.
Interestingly, in that Yorkshire game, Don Bess bowled 44 overs, 3 for 82. So whether he's eyeing up a bit of a comeback, there's lots of talk about who's going to take that spinner's role, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose Yeah, I think Don Best, what has impressed me with him, and I've seen quite a bit of him in the last couple of seasons, just the way the fixtures have fallen, which we'll discuss further in a second, as Clark goes wide outside the off stump and taken by Ben Folkes almost in front of first slip. Stays at 94 for 5. What's impressed me, and we were talking about it actually this earlier in connection with Rob Keogh, is the fact that he can do either role. He can perform the attacking off spinner's role if it is doing a bit, and he can bowl sides out. If it isn't, then he's more than capable of blocking an end up. And I think he's matured a lot as a cricketer in the last couple of years. I'll get your take on that in a second. As that's driven away, nice stroke by Proctor without any great timing, as Clark bowling very full, and he's able to pick up a single as it goes up to mid-off. One more to Proctor, 38 to him, and Northamptonshire 95 for 5. Also, brilliant fielder, score you some runs.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw an interesting interview of Parkinson the other day.
Yeah, come on to that in a second, as Jordan Clark is in again. Bowls to McManus, goes off a thick outside edge, wide of third slip. There's no third man, and it runs away for 4. McManus goes up to 13, and Northamptonshire to 99 for 5.
And he made an interesting point that I'd not really thought about before, that spinners tend to play so many fewer games than seamers. So obviously, because you only have one, maybe 2 spinners in a side, it's quite hard for them to get kind of experience and overs under their belt in Red Bull games. Himself, he's only played 26, I think, first-class games.
Extraordinary, isn't it? Here's Clark in again, bowls outside the off stump. McManus lets it go through to Ben Folkes, end of the over, 99 for 5. Proctor 38, McManus 13. Yeah, absolutely. And you think that sides, especially in this, and again it comes back to this whole business of scheduling, which we were talking at some length about earlier. And as soon as you say, right, we're going to play Championship cricket in April and May, by and large, most sides, and we're talking about Surrey, have got 2 cracking spinners in the squad, and they haven't played either of them. And they're just not going to get the amount of time. And again, it feeds in completely to the point that you were making, which I concur with entirely, which is, if you want to give those sort of people more overs and more bowling, the way to do it is presumably not to have fewer matches. But, well, greater minds than ours, presumably. Yeah. Thinking about that at this very moment. Dan Worrell is waiting at the end of his mark, and he's going to be bowling to Luke Proctor. And as the ball gets a little bit older, this is good thinking by Rory Burns. He's just trying something different with the field. He's got 2 slips in place. One of them was like a first slip and a third slip, but then he's got a leg gully. A man just in front of square at a sort of short square leg, mid-on, mid-off, and a cover. And Worrell bowling round the wicket to Proctor, and he plays it up to that man just in front of square. Will Jacks is there, and now they're changing over, and Jacks is going into leg gully, and Ryan Patel comes in to that catching position. Like this, don't you? I think it shows a bit of imagination, trying something different as the ball gets a little bit softer.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you say, it's nice to see when it's obvious what the plans are. It kind of shows that they're kind of putting some thought into it.
Here's Worrell round the wicket again, bowls to Proctor, who drives pleasantly just down through backward point. There's a man sweeping on the boundary, and they're able to come through for a single. So the 100 up for Northamptonshire, and Luke Proctor up to 39. The deficit a mere 301.
Yeah, I'd imagine the plan with that is to bowl kind of at his hip, or
tuck him up
at his rib cage. You've seen a couple from Proctor that he just kind of flicks off his hip kind of thing, and I guess those can kind of go anywhere. So I'd imagine that's what they're going for there.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know, because obviously we're talking about plans and things, and the role of the analyst now, I think, is a fascinating one in modern cricket. We'll talk a little about that in a second, as Worrell comes in over the wicket, goes to McManus, who clips that beautifully off his toes, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. How important is it in the cricket that you're playing? Obviously, the whole business of the analyst, it seems to have almost revolutionised the way that the captains and coaches go about their jobs.
Yeah, definitely. We have scouting meetings before every game, we look at like method of dismissals, where their scoring strengths are, kind of variations that the bowlers have, and it just kind of gives everyone a little bit of an idea of kind of, it's so, especially we only play one-day cricket, that in the moment it's quite stressful when you're out there, just having a bit of an idea.
Worrell in again, bowls to McManus, who plays that out into the covers, and again there's a little bit of funky field placing here by Rory Burns, because he's got 2 slips in an orthodox position, and then he himself has stationed himself at 3rd slip, very close. So again, just trying something. Yeah, I find it absolutely fascinating, and I know some of the players have different views about it, don't they? Some are perhaps a bit sceptical about it and preferring just to rely on their intuition, but others, I know others lap it up, and the more stats the better. I think Josh Cobb, Northamptonshire's white ball captain, is a big fan of all the stats and the matchups and this sort of thing. Here's Worrell, and again drives into the ground, and Worrell puts out a hand, stops it, going for runs straight back past him, and there's no run.
Yeah, definitely. I personally really like kind of when I'm still at the top of my mark, knowing this is where they're going to try and hit me, that this is how I think I could get them out, because they've got a bit of a weakness, and yeah, personally it really helps me. But I know other players kind of like reacting to the situation, reacting to like what's going on in the game and stuff. And
100 for 5. Worrell in again, bowls outside the off stump, and that swings at almost after it had gone past the bat. I think it swung very late. It's a good stop by Ben Folkes, diving away to his right. End of the over, 100 for 5. Proctor is 39, McManus is 13. I suppose one of the, I would say fears, it's not anything that's particularly sort of dreadful, but in terms of, you think about the great captains of the past, and there's a certain mystique about, I mean, one of my great heroes, Mike Brearley, and Jim Watts, wonderful captain of Northamptonshire, and you know, Stuart Surridge and people like that here at the Oval, Mickey Stewart, and you know, people I think tend to think of the analyst almost as going against that and taking some of the skill of the captain out of the game. Get your view on that in a second. I'm not entirely sure that's the case. Here's Clark bowling round the wicket to Proctor, who leaves it alone, goes through to Folkes, because in essence you can have all the information there, but it's still down to how the captain feels on the park.
Definitely, I think it's just a case of giving, obviously not an overload of information, but giving the captain kind of what's important for each player, and things to take into account when they're out there to ultimately make their job easier. They've got so many things to think about.
Clark running in again towards us, bowls to Proctor, plays that back down the pitch, Clark Field. Yeah, it's interesting you say there about so they don't have information overload. I would imagine there are some players who there's a danger that you get what they call in golf, was it paralysis by analysis, that you just get so much information that's going round your head when you're, as you say, in your case, you know, standing at the end of your mark. I imagine with some players it can actually be counterproductive.
Yeah, definitely. It's just being selective about what you think will be helpful for you.
Here's Clark in again, bowls to Proctor, and run for him here as he drives through backward point. There is a man back there on the boundary, and they're able to come through for a single. Proctor up to 40, Northamptonshire to 101 for 5. Last wicket fell in the 28th over, so these two have hung around for 14 overs, which makes it the longest partnership of the innings so far, and I think also it is the most productive. Grand total of 28.
It is worth saying as well, kind of the higher you go up in terms of kind of standard of cricket, the fields, like, well, from my opinion, mostly come from the bowlers.
Yeah. Here's Clark in again, bowls to McManus, who's in behind that, playing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I have my doubts whether if anybody tried to tell Ben Sanderson or Gareth Berg where to sit their field based on a bit of paper they've got, I suspect they would probably suggest that the piece of paper should be placed somewhere dark and inconspicuous. 101 for 5, but I just think it's a fascinating study, and it's great that there's so much information out there. As you say, it's how it's used. Here's Clark in again, and that jags back at McManus, who plays it really well. It bounced a little bit, it cut back, and McManus in behind it. Doesn't lack guts, Lewis McManus, that we do know. As I say, the way he played in the later stages of that Northamptonshire blockathon against Yorkshire, and I think in fact that may just have got him on the left or the right hand. In fact, he's looks to be in a spot of bother there. He played it well because it could have gone pretty much anywhere, and I think Nick Allen, Northamptonshire's physio, might be having a little trot out onto the field presently. He's just shaking his hand, Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire having lost the wickets of Will Young for 2, Emilio Gay for 12, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 14, Rob Keogh for 16 and Safe Zabe for 2. 73 for 5 at that point before these two came together and have at least steadied the ship a little. I'm not sure that the physio is going to be out there for a second. It seems to be okay. He's got his glove. We'll have his glove back on in a second. Just flexing that right hand. And now there is a change in the field, and again that's clever because they've taken the man out of third slip and they've put him in at leg gully. So having seen the way that ball jagged back in, bounced a bit, and the way McManus played it, third slip becomes leg gully. Here's Clark in again, and this time it's steered away through mid-wicket by McManus. There's certainly one, that's all there'll be, as Ryan Patel out there quickly to the ball and keeps it to 1. 102 for 5, and that's the end of the over. McManus is 14, Proctor is 40. Yes, I think the whole business of analysis, and also the way that even it certainly adds, I think, to the experience of watchers that have they've got a keen interest in the game, not necessarily the occasional people who turn up, but the amount of information that's out there, particularly online. If that's your thing, you can spend the entire winter, you can waste an entire winter there going through the stats ready for the following season.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's quite a few people who love looking at all the records and averages and recent scores. And
yeah, well, it's in my case it's the dreaded turquoise file that it tends to get. These sort of little occasional little gems get put away in there, and come in useful from time to time. Change of bowling. Gus Atkinson comes into the attack. 2 for 30 was Jordan Clark, and his first ball with Gus Atkinson, I thought bowled well in his spell before tea without getting a wicket. First ball is punched away through backward point for 4, and that races away to the boundary. 106 for 5, and Lewis McManus up to 18.
yeah, he's playing in his 5th first-class game, I think, Atkinson, so he'll be keen to get a few wickets.
Yeah, I thought he's taken this is his 6th into his 6th over now, no wicket for 16. I thought he bowled really well in that first spell, and obviously the impact he's had already with the bat today. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls again outside the off stump to McManus, who rocks back, punches it off the back foot, but doesn't manage to beat the man in there at extra cover. And once again we have this unusual field placing of the 2 slips and then the third slip much closer. They have a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, that's Burns himself, mid-on. Man just in front of square on the onside, sweeping on the short boundary out there, and a long leg. As Atkinson in from this Vauxhall end, bowls outside the off stump, and left alone by Lewis McManus. The arrivals at Heathrow must be busy by the sound of it. The planes coming in and out of the airport almost by the minute.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to be Will Jacks. I think it's going to absolutely fly.
Well, it is, and the interesting thing with that is, Eva, that we saw a similar situation in the match against Yorkshire, which I'll come back to in a second, as Atkinson comes in and driven by McManus, and he gets an outside edge, and well, it does indeed fly past the man close in there at third slip and races down to the boundary for 4. No third man, of course. McManus up to 22, 110 for 5. And in that instance it was tried, but then the fielders had both got helmets on. They had like a second and third slip who were much closer, and the fielders were wearing helmets. So yeah, it's not a position, wearing a helmet or not, it's and he has got a helmet on, but it's not the position I would particularly fancy. Crikey, no time to react. There's Atkinson in again, pushed up to extra cover by McManus, come through for a quick single and they're able to take it. Dan Worrell doesn't pick it up cleanly. 111 for 5, dreaded Nelson. Yeah, so the man, is it Will Jackson there? I think it's in the closer third slip, does have the lid on, and sensibly so, but it's like you say, you would have absolutely no time to react if the ball came straight at you.
Some people like it though, don't they? You get people who put the names down for short leg and that. Usually it's the one on debut.
Yeah, I was going to say, it used to be a way to make sure you stayed in the side. Round the wicket comes Atkinson, and that's just run down to the aforementioned Will Jacks at close third slip by Proctor, and that's the end of the over. 40 to Proctor, 23 to McManus, 111 for 5. It doesn't necessarily follow these days, does it? It always used to be Boots Hill was where you'd put the, as you say, the debutant or the youngster in the side. These days you tend to have sometimes some of the older players go in there because it means they have to do less running. Just leave it to somebody else if it goes past them.
Yeah, when England were in Antigua and Barbados, Bairstow was underneath the lid quite a lot, wasn't he?
That's right. It's not always possible to pull rank these days, of course, I suppose, the way it used to be. Hence the fact that Josh Cobb spent virtually all of yesterday on the field. Here's fresh over being started by Jordan Clark outside the off stump. First ball left alone by Lewis McManus, coming up to 5 minutes to 5 here at the Oval, with still 21 overs to go after the one in progress. So we're going to be looking at around about, if it's seam all the way, we're going to be looking at around about 20 past 6, something like that, to finish. Clark turning again. Runs in and bowls over the wicket to McManus, who's in behind that, pushing it up to extra, and there's no run. Yeah, have been some good ones in there. I think we're talking about Jeff Cook, who of course was captain of Northamptonshire for many years, who made a bit of a name for himself in there, and even after he was captain he would sometimes go in, but it always looks a very dangerous occupation. I think it's one of the things that hastened the end of my inauspicious playing career, as Clark comes in, bowls to McManus, and he's got him. He's just plugged that straight to extra cover, and that's another soft dismissal for Northamptonshire. And just when you thought Lewis McManus had done all the hard work, he just gets a ball up there in the slot. He has a little drive at it. I'm not sure if it did anything much at all. I don't think it did. And it just goes straight into the covers, and it's a simple catch. McManus goes, and Northamptonshire 111 for 6 and slide deeper into trouble.
Yeah, just straight off the toe, that one, wasn't it? If we'd have shot a little bit early, hitting it on the up, and just caught the toe.
And he goes for 23 after facing 47 balls, and you could see, well, he's disconsolate, as you would expect, and it's a walk-off to rival Ricardo Vasconcelos's for being extremely slow. Nevertheless, he has to go. It was Sam Curran who held the catch, so just basically drove straight at him and then went off on a little war dance of celebration. It's a third wicket for Jordan Clark, and what a start to the championship season he's having. 111 for 6. Tom Taylor comes out, one of Northamptonshire's red ball vice captains, and just as the partnership looked to be just building a little bit, and Northamptonshire, I won't say by any stretch of the imagination taking the initiative given the match situation, but at least they sort of dug in, and the partnership was worth 38. But it's over now. McManus has gone for 23.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with that, won't he? Just, as you say, done all the hard work, and the situation really is, as you say, just to dig in, take some time out of the game.
And it's interesting, Eve, you look at the dismissal so far, and Northamptonshire lost 6 wickets. I would say Will Young was got out. I think that was again a fine bit of bowling from Jordan Clark. The rest, I'm looking down that and thinking that all of them, to an extent, contributed to their own downfall. You had Emilio Gay just clipping one to square leg. Vasconcelos caught behind, Keogh caught behind, Zabe caught behind. All deliveries that, I suppose, you say they were put in the right place, but certainly a couple of them, I think, maybe if they look back on the analysts as a look at them, they'll say maybe didn't have to play at them, and then that one just driving to extra cover. So 111 for 6. Taylor at the crease, and let's have a look at the field that is going to be set for Jordan Clark. 3 balls left in the over, and he's got 2 slips. Will Jacks in that close position at 3rd slip, a leg slip, backward point, the man quite close in, tight in at mid-wicket. It's hit on the pad, first ball by Clark bowling to Taylor, and that was clearly going down the leg side, not much of an appeal. Quite overcast now, isn't it? It's hazy evening here in South London.
Yeah, definitely. I think the aim's really got to get them up to a score where they don't have to bat again, really.
Yeah, bat once, bat long. Here's Clark in again, and that bounces on Tom Taylor, who did quite well, in fact, to keep it down. It flew dangerously close to the slip cord and runs down towards 3rd man. They didn't go through for the single, which I think was probably there. But the odd one's just bouncing a little bit, isn't it? The odd one that got big on Tom Taylor in the end. He did quite well to keep it down. 111 for 6. Torrid stuff from the Surrey seamers. Ryan Patel is moved just a yard or 2 to his left at leg gully. 111 for 6. Clark in again, bowls to Taylor, is beaten outside the off stump. That's another jaffa from Jordan Clark. Well, he's picked up 1 wicket in the over. He could easily have had a couple at the end of that over. 111 for 6. Luke Proctor is 40. Tom Taylor is yet to get off the mark. I shall make way for Mark Church after a word or 2 from Eva. And I think Eva, Surrey, all over Northamptonshire like the proverbial cheap suit.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, we've seen a few kind of rash shots, but I do think Surrey have bowled really well. Yeah, we've seen a lot of player misses. Jordan Clark with one there, bit of a jaffa, to be honest.
Disappointing for McManus there. Just as I was moving into the box next door, saw him get out, and Northamptonshire there with McManus and Proctor, as Proctor's playing this one down from Gus Atkinson towards Will Jacks, who's still in this very close catching position under the helmet at a sort of 4th slip position, but they'd had that quiet patch we talked about after tea, and then McManus going, and Tom Taylor there getting 3 very good deliveries first up from Jordan Clark. But as we were saying, Surrey can just chip away here. We've still got 20 overs after this one in the day's play. As round the wicket then comes Gus Atkinson, and forward goes Proctor, who's playing very well here. Here's Luke Proctor, plays that one back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Do you fancy it under the lid then?
No. I was, again, what I've been doing when I'm not on air is sitting and listening to you and Radders downstairs, and you mentioning about that close. Rory Burns did it when Surrey won the championship in 2018 and actually pulled off a catch in there off Mornay Morkel. And again, that was just from memory. It was one of those that just popped off a length a bit as they were going forward, and went straight to Burns as round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson. That's the short one which Proctor ducks underneath, and I was talking with Andrew Radd about with Proctor's setup with the short ball, he's going down anyway, isn't he? So if he is going to hook, or pull, he hasn't played a hooker or pull yet, it's the fact is he's going to have to come back up to get it. So all he does really is just keeps going down, because he's going down anyway with the little crouch. They've got Dan Worrell back there at deep backward square. 111 for 6. As round the wicket goes Atkinson, and opening the face, guiding this down into that sort of short 3rd position is Proctor. Good stop from Will Jacks with the helmet on. The other reason being that he just cuts that shot out for Proctor, who's scored a few runs down there, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a couple of overs ago we saw a bit of a plan from Surrey to kind of bowl at Proctor's hip and rib area, but they seem to have abandoned that already.
Yeah, Proctor waits once again. They may just decide now to go at the other end. As round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson to Proctor, and Proctor's letting this one go outside his off stump, and taken low down by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. It's cloudy out there now, just wandering around outside for a bit, and a bit of cloud cover about the place.
Just seen a message that Darren Stevens
Yep.
has moved to his 38th first class 100.
Well, Rob Key's in charge now.
Never too late.
Well, it's my only claim to fame, really. It's round the wicket once again is Gus Atkinson. Ducking underneath this one is Proctor. End of the over, 111 for 6. I did actually ask Joe Root that very question about this time last year on a podcast. Everyone else had been going on about it, so I thought, well, I'll ask the question. And Mr. Root's reaction was absolutely brilliant. He just laughed and moved the subject on very, very quickly. So there you go. But what a cricketer that Darren Stevens is. Edward got in touch and said, could we give a shout out for all the club cricketers about to get their Surrey County Championship and Surrey County League seasons started tomorrow. My first wish is to win the toss, says Edward. So yes, good luck to everybody getting started tomorrow. The old club season's upon us. Excellent stuff. Well, heat wave coming, so it'll be a nice start under blue skies. 3 slips in there for the right-handed Taylor and a leg gully, and Jordan Clark from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket to Tom Taylor, and Taylor's just tucking this one into the leg side. Fielding done by Sam Curran. A couple of catches for Sam Curran today, but McManus there just driving, really chipped it straight to Sam Curran. And for Northamptonshire, as I say, that they'd had that quiet period after tea that they were looking for, and now the pressure's back on them again. Jordan Clark over the wicket, he comes to Taylor and beats him on the outside edge again. That's the length from Jordan Clark that we've been talking about the entire day, isn't it?
We've seen that picture quite a few times today, haven't we?
It's a lovely piece of bowling again from Jordan Clark. If you're in that slip, Gordon, you're on your toes at the moment, but he's got to play at that, Taylor. He really has. It's just a very nice piece of bowling, that from Jordan Clark. In he comes once again over the wicket to Taylor, and Taylor off his pads works this one into the leg side and will get himself off the mark down there to Dan Worrell, who does the fielding, whips the throw in over the top of the stumps to Ben Folkes. 112 for 6, Northamptonshire. Taylor off the mark with a single, and then Proctor comes back onto strike on 40. Hanging on in there at the moment is Luke Proctor. He's been out there for 110 deliveries for this 40 out of 112 for 6. Luke Proctor. Will Jacks was moving. He's sort of in a 4th slip position now, so there's a gap between himself and Jamie Overton at 2nd slip as Jordan Clark is in to Proctor. That one goes away from Proctor. He lets it go, and as always, Ben Folkes very neat and tidy behind the stumps. Missed the game at Bristol, a little bit stiff and sore. Of course, he did have that moment in the last game here I was mentioning where he dived full length straight into Jamie Overton. Ben Folkes, and then a little bit stiff and sore at Bristol, so not risked in that one. And of course, Jamie Smith came in and got 234 not out. So in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark, and this is tucked away fine by Proctor, and that's going to whistle off down to the boundary rope below us for 4. So just again, Proctor tends to get inside the ball, doesn't he? Gets himself inside it and then just helps it on its way down to fine leg. You can see Surrey's thinking about trying to tuck him up for room. That one actually is just on leg stump and he's put it away, but he actually plays it very well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, there's not been much aerial really through there. Like, he's looked a little bit rushed on occasion, but nothing that looks like it's going to get him out really.
And he hasn't played a hook or a pull. Luke Proctor, Jordan Clark waiting for the ball to come back to him. In he comes once again over the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor again just nudges away into the leg side. He must be quite a frustrating batter to bowl at, I would have thought, Luke Proctor. That's part of his armour. He moves on to 45. Northamptonshire move on to 117 for 6.
So was there no room for Jamie Smith in this game?
He's got a sore hamstring. So while he was batting, he just got his hamstring tightened up. So I don't think they risked him for this game. So I suppose Ben Folkes comes back in. So it's a pretty good swap. But I think it was just, it's not worth risking him. He didn't keep after his double 100, we didn't see him. He didn't keep in the game as Proctor back on strike.
Where does he fit into the batting lineup then?
Well, I think after his 234 they'll fit him in somewhere. As in round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Sort of with the Surrey squad at the moment, there's always going to be one or two. If everybody's fit, there's always going to be one or two disappointed. But I think what they're working on really is having that. It's that modern squad that you can always fit people in and out. It gives Reece Topley a bit of a rest for this game as well. As Gus Atkinson round the wicket he comes once more, and Proctor again just working this one off his pads on the angle out towards Dan Worrell at deep backward square. They'll stroll another single, one more to the total, 118 for 6.
Yeah, it just allows for a bit of rotation, doesn't it? I mean, I've been saying to Andrew, it's such a long season, and most of these players play all formats, really, don't they? So you're right, having this modern day rotation.
Well, I think you've got to. I think, with the championship stuff, what would it be? 6 consecutive games of championship cricket? That's an awful lot. And I think everybody thinks, you get 3 days off in between. Well, you don't really. As Gus Atkinson coming into Taylor, and Taylor's turning him into the leg side, will take a single down towards fine leg. You'll know this better than anybody, but we were talking about it with you as well, going game on, game on, game on, waking up with aches and pains and having to go, in the next game. If you go deep into Sunday in a championship game, in this first block of games, Monday rest up, Tuesday you'll have a bit of a hit, Wednesday travel and train, start again on Thursday. As in round the wicket comes Gus Atkinson. It's a pull shot from Proctor off his hip out there towards Dan Worrell at deep backward square, and they'll take a single, and that'll be one more to Proctor. He moves on to 47, 120 for 6 now. It's the first time we've seen him do that, but yeah, you sort of really only get the Monday.
Yeah, no, definitely. Even throughout the winter, like in terms of like periods of time where you've got 2-3 days off in a row, very, very rare.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of personal preference. Obviously bowlers will need to bowl before they go into a game, but with batters it's whether personally you want to hit balls.
Yep. In over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, short one. Swaying inside this is Tom Taylor, and I've got this thing about central contracts as well. I think it's gone too much that the players don't get to make the decision themselves. I think if you want to go and have a hit and you want to play and you want some overs, you should go and bowl and bat. It's all well and good resting up, but the place to get a bit of form back is out there in the middle, really, not sitting watching. As over the wicket once again comes Gus Atkinson, and that's pulling the bat inside the line is Tom Taylor. Eva, you go and have a cup of tea. I'll bring Andrew Rad back in, and Eva can have half-hour break and a cup of tea or coffee. Yes, absolutely, that one there. Yep, and I think there's only almond milk left. There is proper milk as well, normal milk, because it's very healthy here. Soya milk, almond milk, coconut milk, normal milk. What I have noticed is the bottles of coconut, almond and soya by the end of the day are still full up. The normal milk, it has to be replenished at regular intervals. Here is Jamie Overton down there in the distance, coming in from the pavilion end of the ground. Welcome back, Andrew Rad.
Thanks, Mark. You're needing a bit of a partnership, which we've been saying all day. More in hope than expectation, as Overton comes in and bowls, and Proctor ducking underneath it, and any criticism we may have been making of Northamptonshire's top order must have the rider there, and the caveat that Luke Proctor has done absolutely the job that Northamptonshire needed him to do, as he usually does.
Absolutely.
He's sold his wicket dearly, and he's been in there for now a long time. 47 not out off 117 balls. Here he is again, facing this ball from Overton, ducks underneath that as it sails well over his head. 3 slips in place. It's getting a little bit, there's a bit of cloud cover now, which will, I'm sure, delight the bowlers even more. We're talking about a little bit of thicker cloud, and even almost unheard of in this part of the world in recent weeks, the R word.
No.
But I think overnight, if we see any of it down here, here's Overton in again, bowls to Proctor. Was looking to get inside that and turn it down to long leg, and the ball trickles up to Jamie Overton, who almost in slow motion underarms the ball onto the stumps, where Luke Proctor was certainly in his ground. I'm not sure. Nick Cook, I think, gesturing that he was wondering if they ought to put get the old third umpire on that one.
Yeah, that was all in slow motion, wasn't it?
It was yes. It was like the old Crown Green job from Jamie Overton.
Oh, David Bryant.
Touch of the David Bryant, Tony Alcott's.
Oh,
well,
yes.
Alcott Lounge, isn't there?
Absolutely.
I suspect it's not the same chap. Here's Overton in again, bowls, and that's uppercut by Proctor. It's a clever stroke, uses the bounce to his advantage. It runs down to third man, 4 runs and 50. Well played, Luke Proctor. That's 50 off 120 balls, and well, that's just another innings of terrific character from Luke Proctor. He's having a terrific start to the season with bat and ball. 113 last time out after being put up the order to number 4, and batting here at 4, and he's still there. 51 not out, 124 for 6. Northamptonshire still 277 runs adrift, so they need another 128 to avoid the follow on, with 4 wickets in hand. Here's Proctor facing this next ball from Overton. Very full appeal for LBW. I don't think Russell Warren was too bothered about that. It was probably swinging down, looked to be swinging down, missing leg stump, and he signals a leg by as it rolls down towards fine leg. So 1 more onto the total, 125 for 6. Yes, we're having an interesting chat with Eva earlier on, Mark, about analysts and the business of how that works now, and how whether that's taken anything out of captaincy. And it was interesting, always interesting to get a current player's view of these things. But I just wonder how some of the captains of the past would have handled the sheaves of paper or memory sticks or whatever that they give them these days to pass on a bit of information, a bit of griff about the opposition. I could think of one former league captain in Northamptonshire who had a little book, and he did write it all down after every match. Here's Taylor, squared up a little bit by that ball from Overton, but plays it out to the offside safely enough. End of the over, 125 for 6, Proctor 51, Taylor 2. And I know this because he actually gave it, I think it was left to me when he passed away. It was a great man of cricket in Northamptonshire, and it was all there. It was, such and such of Rushden Town or Ashton Valence or whatever. Cut. Don't feed the cut shot, strong cutter. Let him have a couple of bounces early on. Brilliant fielder, left-handed. It was all there.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I think, especially in the one-day stuff now, and T20, it's huge.
Yeah.
All the stats and matchups. I heard you using the word matchup. That's a huge thing now. Matchups and looking at where batters bat in the order and all that good stuff. Huge part of sport now is the analysts and numbers.
It is. The reason I was asking Eva about it, I just think this whole business of paralysis by analysis, and you just get too much input sometimes.
As round the wicket comes de Grandhomme into the attack to replace Gus Atkinson, and de Grandhomme, well, he does the fielding off his own bowling, off a Proctor little nudge into the leg side, and then launches a throw over the stumps, and Rory Burns has to do the backing up. So Tom Taylor will be the man on strike. Nick Cook seemed to enjoy that as he's wandering back with Colin de Grandhomme. Rory Burns stood there, the 2 men of long hair together there, Burns and CDG.
Yeah, wasn't it the likes of like Emmett Robinson and Wilfred Rhodes and the powerful Yorkshire sides in the 20s and 30s, who had this thing about writing it down in a book every day, what you'd learned.
Yes, in comes de Grandhomme. That's a great catch. Low down to his left by Will Jacks. Taylor pushing forward, and Will Jacks in there at second slip. Down low to his left. That's a really good catch from Will Jacks. He's not in the helmet this time, but de Grandhomme, lovely line, just swings away. Very good catch that. Low down by Will Jacks. And Taylor waited, but umpire puts the finger up, and Taylor goes. De Grandhomme has a second, and it's 126 for 7.
Yeah, beautiful catch. I think, again, we were talking earlier on about the looking down, trying to break down the Northamptonshire dismissals and those that have been got out and those that have got themselves out. I do think they actually had to play at that, to be fair. It was a good testing delivery from de Grandhomme, got the edge and beautifully caught, as you say, low down by Will Jack. So Taylor, I think we would put him in the category of got out. But well, it's fairly academic as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, because it looks for all the world now, with what 16 overs still to bowl today after this one, that Northamptonshire may well be strapping the pads on again and may well be following on before the close of play tonight. And I'm sure Matt Kelly and Luke Proctor will have something to say about that, and the other batters to come, Simon Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson. But this is what I think a few of us feared after the battering that Northamptonshire's bowlers took this morning. It just rested the initiative, and they haven't really come up with an answer. And the fact that Surrey have got this array of seam bowlers that they've been able to rotate and do so cleverly. There's somebody down there having a wonderful time. I don't think he's a Northamptonshire supporter somehow. 126 for 7 anyway. Long way behind.
Not quite sure what's going on down there. Sounds like a stag do. So 126 for 7.
Have a word.
Yes, and Kelly's out there. And 3 slips for him as de Grandhomme is in to Kelly. And the first one swings wide outside the off stump. That's taken by Ben Folks. The one thing we noticed, actually, I have to say, was festival games last year with COVID, when sort of you were allowed out for a bit of festival cricket, we noticed that stag do's became very fashionable festival grounds of cricket, because obviously you couldn't go away anywhere. No. As in over the wicket once again comes de Grandhomme, and Kelly gets in behind this one, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Because at Guildford last year we had he sort of arrived, this gentleman, as I think it was an inflatable tiger.
As you do.
Yes, and all his members of his stag do were the zookeepers, you see. And then unfortunately it rained. That was the bad part. As in over the wicket comes de Grandhomme, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Kelly, swinging away from him again. So he made his way to the beer tent, and then came out. I've never seen a more dishevelled looking tiger when cricket got underway. Poor chap. But yeah, so we noticed that quite a few games.
Well, I should look out for this probably when I go to Blackpool.
Yes, yes.
At Stanley Park.
As driving is Kelly. It was uppish, one bounce in front of Dan Worrell at cover. He'll get a single as Rory Burns goes round to do the fielding. Kelly gets himself off the mark. 127 for 7. I've been to Blackpool on holiday, but I've been for cricket once, and when not a ball was bowled.
No, well, it'll be a new ground for me to be commentating. I've been to the ground before, but I've never sort of worked there. We don't tend to get that many stag do's at Wantage Road. It's probably fair to say, despite its obvious attractions for that sort of thing. You know, Prague, Northampton, Tallinn. Just bracket them all together, really. But yeah, I think Blackpool might be. I don't know. Maybe the Isle of Wight, where Northamptonshire will find themselves on August the 9th. Judging by the number of emails I'm getting about the travel arrangements for that, it's getting ever more complicated. But never mind. Here's Jamie Overton from the pavilion end, running in to bowl short to Matt Kelly, who ducks underneath it and goes through to Ben Folks. 3 slips in place, a backward point, extra cover, a third man in there now, and also a forward short leg. Hashim Amla having a little gentle swing of the arms at mid-on, which I don't think means he's going to have a bowl. Long leg as well, but huge gap on the leg side if Kelly decides to take it on. Here's Overton in again, bowls to Kelly, squares him up, and he plays it down to backward point, and there's no run. 127 for 7. Northamptonshire having lost Will Young for 2, Emilio Gay for 12, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 14, Rob Keogh for 16, Saif Zaib for 2, Lewis McManus for 23, and Tom Taylor for 2.
Yeah, no, Kelly doesn't want to be missing that. He played that from the crease very, very late. I think Jamie Overton might want to change of boots here. Sort of just signalled up, pointing to his boot.
I have been informed, which we'll come back to in a second, as Overton beats Kelly outside the off stump with a beauty. And as you say, the Overton follow through is getting longer and longer as he gets more and more into his work, and you can't blame him. I am informed that 3 years ago, pre-COVID, certainly the T20 games at Northampton, there were quite a number of stag do's there. But
well, I think it was instead of going off to Torremolinos or wherever, and go to Guildford for a Royal London One Day Cup game.
Wonderful. Here's Overton in again, bowls to Kelly, and once again, Groundhog Day. Squares him up, beats him outside the off stump.
The loveliest story on that, I think, for a few years was Gary Wilson in T20 finals day, front of the Holly stand, where all of a sudden from nowhere the entire Holly stand started singing "There's Only One Gary Wilson," and he became like the folk hero. And that all started with a group of lads on their stag do.
Right. Here's Overton running in again, bowls and beats Matt Kelly with an absolute beauty. It was pitched up a little bit more this time, just shaped away from Kelly, who, let's be honest, wasn't really good enough to get a touch. It goes through to Ben Folkes, 127 for 7. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, but Gary found out afterwards who the lad was and sent him his shirt from the final signed, which his mates delivered to him on his wedding day, which I thought was rather lovely.
That is super. Nice to hear. Here's Overton in again, bowls to Kelly. This time it does actually get some bat on it, goes back down the pitch for Overton to field off his own bowling. 127 for 7. Proctor is 52. Kelly is 1. Jamie Overton's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 21.
Well, I enjoyed my trip to Bristol last week, of course, and I spent my morning sort of walking up the Gloucester Road early in the morning and sitting having a cup of coffee watching the world go by, because it was interesting.
It's a long old walk up the Gloucester Road to the ground. I envy your stamina.
Well, but you've just reminded, Saturday morning I've sat there probably about 8:30 having my coffee as 2 sunflowers ran past me, having been out all night, obviously, looking a little worse for wear, in full sunflower outfits, as the Grand Homme comes round the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor nudges this one into the leg side, and will take a single. That will bring Matt Kelly on to strike. I think the Grand Homme wants to be bowling at Kelly. I think he's just put that on the hip of Proctor just to get Kelly up this end and have a little go at Kelly. On 128 for 7.
I have had a message relating to our conversation about stag do's, which I'll come back to in a second.
Over the wicket comes to Grand Homme, and Kelly's forward, playing this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Sender had better remain nameless, but suggests there ain't no party like a Wantage Road party.
Well, quite right too.
Because a Wantage Road party is over by lunch on day 3.
Well, really and truly. Although you could then move on in the evening, I suppose.
Well, Northamptonshire has an inexhaustible supply of delights
sports as well to watch as well. As in, over the wicket comes de Grand Homme, and this one's left alone outside the off stump once more by Kelly. Moves away out towards square leg to have a think about everything.
I mean, joking aside, I think even we're talking about it being an important afternoon for Northamptonshire. I think it's still important in that they can go one of two ways here, can't they? They can either capitulate.
In over the wicket once again comes Colin de Grand Homme, and up on his toes goes Kelly, punches out towards cover. Worrell does the fielding.
And I'm not talking so much about this innings because, whilst, with no disrespect to the batters out there and the 2 to come, you would think if you were a betting man you would say it's odds are Northamptonshire following on, and then it is again a question of whether they can find a little bit of fight from somewhere or whether it is just a surrender.
De Grand Homme bustles in once more, wide outside the off stump, and Kelly has nothing to do with that.
Now they need to draw on the experience against Yorkshire when they batted out 4 sessions, again against a good Yorkshire attack. Obviously different circumstances, different pitch, but they've proved this year that they can do it. They can do it against a Division 1 attack, but they need to find that sort of tap into that pretty quick.
Kelly has a drive outside the off stump, completely lost his shape on that. One hand came off the bat as it swings away. He's just getting this ball just to go. Colin de Gronholm off a length, and Kelly there, he's seen it, his eyes have lit up, but as he played the drive it kept going, and it's gone past his outside edge, and that's taken by Ben Folkes. I think Jamie Overton's had his tyre change, so he's had his pit stop and he's back out there now with new tyres.
Yeah, oil and water. 128 for 7, and it is going to be Jamie Overton to bowl again from the far end, from the pavilion end. Time now about 5:30 here in southeast London, with, or South London I should say, with, say, cloud cover. Light perfectly playable, no problems on that score at all.
Can always put the lights on as well.
Which are not on at the moment, but as I don't think they were necessary. 2 slips in place. Overton in and beats Proctor outside the off stump, and Jamie Overton's got, he's obviously got a hand in the air ready to start the celebration appeal. In the end, it just eluded the outside edge of Luke Proctor's bat, but it has been very, very hard work for Northamptonshire this afternoon. There's been some outstanding bowling, and well, maybe, as I say, in a few cases, I think Northamptonshire, probably the batsmen, have contributed a little to their own downfall. Here's Overton in again, driven by Proctor back past the bowler. Overton gets something on it but doesn't manage to stop it. It runs up towards the pavilion and they're able to come through for a single. Takes Proctor up to 54 and Northamptonshire to 129 for 7.
I suppose in this position, if you're Northamptonshire, you're saying to yourselves now, right, let's do our damnedest here that we don't get bowled out tonight. Let's get through these. Let's try and get through these 13.4 overs and come back tomorrow. If they get knocked over tonight, then that does make it pretty tough.
Here's Overton in again, bowls to Kelly, short and not particularly well directed on this occasion, and Kelly was able to duck underneath it and watch the ball pass over the small of his back into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of trying to chunk it up a little bit, and I don't know what was going on there. Jamie Overton, I don't know whether he just got a little bit of his back had seized up a little bit, but one of his teammates was trying to sort of pick him up, and
yeah, Jordan Clark doing his own form of calisthenics.
Well, yes, absolutely. It looks like when there's things where they try to get the back to crack, don't they? Which always looks extremely painful to me. If anybody can pick me up and do it, good luck. Merry Christmas. Here's Overton in again. There's a nice stroke from Kelly, who whips that away through mid-wicket, runs for him here, chased back towards the Galladari stand by Hashim Amla, who pulls it in around about 5 yards in from the boundary, and they come through for a couple of runs. 2 to Matt Kelly, he goes up to 3, and Northamptonshire to 131 for 7. No mug with the bat, Matt Kelly. He's got a first-class best of 89 out in Australia, and so batted a long time in the match against Yorkshire. Here's Overton in again, bowls to Kelly, who's not for the first time in recent overs squared up by that. It beats him outside the off stump, goes through low to Ben Folkes, and there's no run.
Just to say, nice tweet in from Philip saying, good evening Mark, Eva and Andrew, it's cloudy in Wolverton, Milton Keynes tonight. He's at junior cricket training at Wolverton Town Cricket Club, and now umpiring at Leighton Buzzard tomorrow.
Oh, yes,
for Wolverton Town seconds.
Next stop down on the line into Euston, Leighton Buzzard. Yeah, I was going to say about my own club, and something rather strange has happened there today. Here's Overton in, bowls to Kelly, who's in behind that, playing it up towards Amler at mid-on. End of the over, Kelly is 3, Proctor 54, and Northamptonshire 131 for 7. My club, of course, is Oundle Town. They also have youth training tonight, so I'm sure that'll be a busy night for all concerned. But they've actually had an earthquake in Oundle today.
Beg your pardon?
Magnitude 2.3. Epicentre 14 miles east of Corby, which is pretty much in Oundle, and there's reports of houses shaking and all sorts. So
goodness me,
it was making the headline news of just doing the news bulletins throughout the afternoon into BBC Radio Northampton, and yeah, it's making the headlines in Northamptonshire.
Do you know what, Radders? Of all the things, that was the least I was expecting. An earthquake in Oundle.
I just hope it hasn't. I put up some more pictures on the pavilion wall recently. I hope it doesn't shake them off.
Fall off as de Grandhomme comes round the wicket to Proctor, who's turning this one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single, and Proctor will move on to a very good 55 runs here. 132 for 7. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so it was a magnitude 2.3, and they had a lady on from Oundle giving her, saying it was like a couple of explosions, and then the house shook. She thought it was an explosion, something blowing up, but not apparently.
As de Grandhomme is into Kelly, and that bounced on Kelly. He's run it down into the slip region. He wasn't completely in control of that. He's almost run that straight into the slips. Will Jacks does the fielding.
And the British Geological Survey have confirmed that it was an earthquake.
Goodness me.
There you go.
Well, there you are.
It all happens in Northamptonshire.
It does. Goodness gracious. 132 for 7. De Grandhomme comes in over the wicket once again, and forward comes Kelly. Plays this one back up the pitch solidly, and there is no run.
Yes, it was at around about 11:30
in the morning.
This morning, people living in Oundle, Corby and Weldon said they heard what sounded like an explosion. Northamptonshire Police said they had received no calls related to the earthquake.
There you are. As in over the wicket comes de Grandhomme, and up on his toes goes Kelly, looking to punch this one through the offside, and there's no run.
Which does make you wonder slightly if there's a wee bit of hype and Friday news values going into this. But apparently Northamptonshire Police saying no, nobody was bothered.
No.
But anyway.
Well, you will be if you pictures have fallen off.
Yeah, absolutely. Your house was, yes, I've had words.
Wheelie bin's fallen over. In over the wicket once again is de Grandhomme, and it's left alone by Kelly. De Grandhomme a little annoyed with that one. It's a bit too wide. He's got a grin on his face as always. Colin de Grandhomme.
Our groundsman won't be happy if it's done anything to the square. It was actually when Northamptonshire played Staffordshire at Stoke in 1904. There was an earthquake the day before the match, and they did actually have to move the pitch to another one on the square.
As in over the wicket once again comes de Grandhomme, and this one's left alone outside his off stump.
And whether the two things were connected, I haven't managed to satisfactorily establish, but it was in one of the years when Northamptonshire won the minor counties. The last year, in fact, they won the minor counties championship in 1904 before they were promoted, and Northamptonshire then had to face SF Barnes, the great Sydney Barnes, on a pitch that
wasn't fully prepared.
That had that's right. That had been shifted because of an earth tremor the previous day. So amazing what you learn, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is.
Every day a school day.
Yep.
132 for 7.
So what we're saying is, in the Northampton area this morning, about 11:30, the earth did shake.
It did, yes. The earth moved.
Yeah, the earth moved.
Right, here's Jamie Overton. Looking for another breakthrough. Comes in and bowls to Luke Proctor, who plays back. Drops it down on the offside. He was getting into position, I think, to pull, and it was on him just a touch quicker than he thought it was. The result of which, the backward defensive stroke was not with a perpendicular bat, but nevertheless, there's as I say, there's so much to admire about Luke Proctor as a cricketer. Probably artistic impression.
Oh no, it
would not necessarily score highly. But
I was saying I saw him get that 100 for Lancashire against Surrey. Same difference.
Well, he's just a terrific battler. Here's Overton in again. Bowls wide outside the off stumps, losing his line a little bit there, Jamie Overton, and Proctor able to let it go through to Ben Folkes, who has to take it in front of Rory Burns at first slip, who's just demonstrating with his hands that it would just have gone straight into his lap if Ben Folkes hadn't moved across to take it.
Well, great innocent abroad saying, oh dear, as a Californian, I thought I'd escaped earthquakes by coming to England and trading baseball for cricket.
Yes, well, I don't think it was quite on the scale of some of those.
Yes, he's sort of...
Here's Overton in again, round the wicket, bowling to Proctor, who is... well, he was unsettled by a ball that lifted off a length, and he's now asking for another bat. I think that may have taken a lump out of the shoulder of the bat. It looped, tantalising. It was in the air for a while, but it just fell safe in the gully region. Let's have a little look at that. I just wanted a bit of... Whoa. I tell you what, he played... In the end, he played it well, but it was a brute of a ball from Jamie Overton. It dropped just safe from Colin de Grandhomme, and now Luke Proctor is signalling to the bat for the pavilion, rather, I think, for a new bat.
Yeah, that would have broken the handle, I would have thought.
Looks like the handle, or maybe it's even knocked a lump out of the shoulder. But
proper delivery that from Jamie Overton.
I think that's. I think it looks like Jack White with the bats coming out. Yes, I know it is Jack White and a drink as well for Proctor and for Kelly. So yes, the gentleman was in.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry, I better put my glasses back on here. Sorry. And saying though 2.3 isn't, to be fair, too much to get excited about. I trust it will be safe to travel to Northamptonshire next time Surrey play there.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm sure it will be.
Yes, I think we can almost entirely guarantee your safety, at least from earthquakes. Well, I do remember feeling one in Northampton a few years ago, and it sort of made the dressing table rattle. Here's Overton again, round the wicket, bowls to Proctor with a new bat, plays it up to mid-off, fielded by Amler, and there's no run. But it's not an everyday occurrence by any stretch of the imagination. My late father was in one of the various serious earthquakes, obviously, that they've had in Los Angeles down there. So it was in 1971. I managed to sleep through it.
Did he?
Yes.
Well, that's good effort, isn't it?
And it caused quite a lot of damage, I think, but he managed to sleep, which caused a certain amount of mirth in the family, as you might imagine. Here's Overton round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who's right on top of that. Again, he plays that skillfully. He's getting a bit of a peppering here, Luke Proctor, but he's standing firm. And that ball just running out on the onside. Fielded there by Jordan Clark. Clark, who's picked up 3 other wickets to fall in this innings. Wickets of Will Young, Emilio Gay and Lewis McManus. 2 to Colin de Grandhomme. 1 to Dan Worrell, I thought bowled beautifully with a new ball up front, and 1 for Jamie Overton, who is running in again to bowl to Proctor. Very short, almost banged in at his own toes and called as a no ball. It sailed a long way over Luke Proctor's head and called as a no ball by umpire Russell Warren. So 2 more added to the total, 134 for 7. We have 11 overs to go after this one, so we're looking at probably somewhere around about 20 past 6, maybe a touch later, depends if we see any twirl at any point. And now change in the field, they're putting Will Jacks in at gully, so 2 slips and a gully as Overton comes in, bowls around the wicket, and Proctor is behind that. Blocks it down the pitch towards Jamie Overton, who boots it past the batsman, and fortunately as Rory Burns was there backing up. End of the over, 134 for 7. Kelly is 3, Proctor is 55. Whether that was a comment on the ball, Luke Proctor, or what, I'm not absolutely sure, but
yeah, I think he's probably still thinking about that one that just looped into no man's land.
It seemed to hang in the air, didn't it? It's just tantalisingly between the fielders.
Heck of a ball, though. It really was.
Brute of a ball.
As de Grandhomme is in over the wicket to Kelly. Kelly's allowing this one to swing outside his off stump again, and taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. A few people heading off now, making their way out the ground. Friday evening, of course, getting towards 6 o'clock in the end of a pulsating day today. Still 10 overs to go after this one, mind, as in over the wicket comes de Grandhomme, and forward goes Kelly. Plays this very solidly, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Weather forecast for tomorrow is okay, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think it's good for the next couple of days. I don't think That's going to save Northamptonshire. Or even an earthquake.
Well, we've had our fair share of things here, actually. We had the old crossbow bolt, if you remember that. As forward goes Kelly, and that goes past the edge. And that's nicely bowled again by Colin de Grandhomme.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, I haven't.
No.
Sat here till 7:30, rabbiting on. One point I looked up and there was something like a scene from CSI Miami on the roof, away to our right. There's me blathering away in here as over the wicket again comes de Grandhomme, and forward goes the right-handed Kelly. Plays this one down to backward point and there's no run.
Yeah, it's bizarre things that keep us here. I think remember the old days of the pitch panels when ECB used to have a panel that would have to make a decision. I think it was after the game had finished, but it was usually announced that so if the game went the distance or anything like the distance.
Over the wicket again comes de Grandhomme, and Kelly's almost had a nibble at that one outside his off stump.
You'd be sitting there for a very long time, and I do remember one occasion when they seemed to take longer than usual to make a decision. It was one of those where you're supposed to be going out for dinner with my now wife, and you're thinking,
I know.
Not good. And it got later and later and later.
Over the wicket once again comes de Grandhomme, and Kelly, nicely played. He's just straightened up there, de Grandhomme, and Kelly's just waited for it and whipped it through the leg side. That's nicely played by Matt Kelly. After that short mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. End of the de Grandhomme over. 10 to go tonight. And Northamptonshire have moved on to 138 for 7.
And it's not the sort of thing that's that easy to explain. You say, well, why were you late? Well, because some people were trying to work out if a cricket pitch was actually okay to play cricket on it. Well, they did play cricket on it, didn't they? Well, yes, but whether it was a good pitch to play on or whether it was a bad pitch. Well, what is a bad pitch? Well, that's a good question. It'll take quite a long time to and
be there for hours.
Yeah. But anyway, thankfully we don't get that sort of thing at the moment. 138 for 7. 2 slips and a gully in place as Overton prepares to run in again. Bowls to Luke Proctor, wide outside the off stump. Proctor trying to give himself a little bit of room to cut that away. Doesn't time it, just cloths it really to backward point. And fielded there by Ryan Patel, and there's no run.
Well, I remember getting back very, very late with the old crossbow and missed something. I can't remember what it was, and sort of, where were you? Oh, the game, I've been on there because the crossbow bolt landed on the pitch, and it was like, oh, come on. If you can't come up with anything better than that. No, genuinely it did. No, come on, don't give us that. But yeah, it sat here till 7:30. As in over the wicket once more comes Jamie Overton, short one, and Proctor just ducks underneath this, goes over his left shoulder. The weirdest thing about that, I'll be honest with you, was for a while there it was obviously quite serious because
yes, of course,
everything had been going on in London at that point, and safety of everybody, and then we had all the armed police up here and all that good stuff. And then just kept going. I suddenly found myself as the top story at 7 o'clock on 5 Live as well, which is very exciting. Kept going. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, everything's all right. So sort of turned everything off, walked outside, completely empty the ground. There was no one left. Everyone had gone home. It's the most bizarre thing. As in over the wicket once again is Overton, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by Proctor. But my favourite bit of that was when sort of the SAS or whoever they were did turn up, who met them at the gates to tell them where to go? AJ Stewart, obviously.
It must have been Stewart.
Obviously, just directing where they should go in the ground. So yeah, it was a funny old afternoon.
I should imagine it probably was. After this over, I'll vacate the seat and let you and Eva talk it through to the close.
As in over the wicket then comes Jamie Overton, and that's a short ball, and up on his toes goes Proctor. Again, he just gets inside it. He's got his own method. That one he didn't look too comfy on, but he's got his own method, and again, he's not going to look to hook or pull that. He's played one pull shot in this innings of 55. After this over from Jamie Overton, 9 remain in the day's play. 138 for 7 Northamptonshire. Jamie Overton is in. Short one again. That's another one of those get off me deliveries. Proctor's done it pretty well though. Played it down into the ground. And this is the thing about this innings from Luke Proctor. He's battled away out there. He really has. Terrific effort this. 138 deliveries, 56. He's certainly not going to give it away.
No, absolutely not. So many times he risked becoming like the crack record, but just full of admiration for the dedication and the application that Luke Proctor routinely displays. And he's just a pretty good model, isn't he, for younger players coming into the side.
Without a doubt. Kelly back onto strike as Overton's into him, and Kelly will just turn this one off his hip into the leg side. Out it goes towards Sam Curran at deep backward square. The end of the over. Andrew Rad, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Andrew will be back tomorrow, of course.
Back on parade at just before 11 o'clock.
Absolutely, sir. And got to go and do your 6 o'clock update as well. Eva Gray is going to come into Andrew's seat and join me till the close of play. So Surrey would dearly love, obviously, to pick up another 3 tonight if they could. Northamptonshire will just be looking to get through to stumps unscathed, because 7 down, as the Grandhomme will continue down below us from the Vauxhall end of the ground. Kelly is the man on strike. 3 slips in there as de Grandhomme is in, and up on his toes goes Kelly. Pushes this one off the back foot, and there is no run. Good evening to you, Eva.
Good evening.
And we were saying, sort of from a Northamptonshire point of view, it's just try and get through to stumps tonight, isn't it? Don't lose.
Definitely.
Try not to lose any more wickets.
Yeah, definitely. We were saying earlier, they just need to bat once, don't they? And bat big, but
It's going to be tough from here, you feel, as de Grandhomme's in. Forward comes Kelly. Plays this one down towards backward point. They'll get the single as Gus Atkinson moves round to do the fielding. That'll be 1 more to the total. Kelly moves on to 9, 141 for 7. Surrey will just say to themselves, 3 good ones here, and we can go and have a night's rest and come back and give it a right old go tomorrow.
yeah, and they've got so many runs to play with. Even what they've got 60 or what it is, but
De Grandhomme's in to Proctor. Proctor lets this one go outside his off stump.
and you'd imagine that Surrey will make them bat again, won't they? And I mean, obviously, how many overs are we in now?
Well, we're into, hang on, where are we? So we're into the 57th over. The other thing that would happen tomorrow morning is if they didn't manage it tonight, is there's a new ball after 80, of course. But yet they still trail by 260, so it's a lot of runs still. And as I say, this will be about the bowlers getting some rest, but they've still got some work to do here to try and pick up these last 3. Jordan Clark's getting himself warmed up down there with the old medicine ball, and Azam Mahmood's down there. They bring the. Do you use the old medicine ball to get sort of stretched up? And
Yeah, we do before we go out to bowl.
as round the wicket comes de Grandhomme. He's split his field now, and this one's left alone by Proctor. Outside his off stump, so he's got a slip and a gully really. 3rd man, sweeper on the cover rope. He's got the extra cover, mid off, mid on, then 2 back on that leg side boundary. But we haven't seen Proctor play a pull shot yet. I think the only way Proctor would hit one uppishly down there is off his legs. Just a pick-up shot as much as anything. As de Grandhomme's into him, and he's letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump.
Yeah, we don't play red ball cricket, so we don't tend to use them mid-innings as such.
No, of
but
course.
I can imagine that once you've already got 12 overs or whatever it is behind you, then it would be quite painful.
Yeah, well, Jordan Clark's stretching away down there, but Azam Mahmood's come all the way round with that big medicine ball just to get his shoulders going as de Grandhomme's in, and Proctor's forward, plays it back up the pitch. De Grandhomme doing the fielding off his own bowling. There is no run. 8 to go tonight, so here's Jordan Clark going through his warm-up routine. He sort of got this all started with that wicket of Will Young earlier on today.
Do you think we'll see some spin? Just the 1 over, or?
Well, I think he'll keep going with what he's got at the minute. Rory Burns with his quick men. The light's fine at the moment. I wonder if they could always put the lights on if they got a bit nervous about it with the quicker men bowling. But yeah, it's going to be Jordan Clark. The umpires have, funny enough, just had a bit of a natter about everything. So Jordan Clark comes back into the attack. And on the live stream there, when you look across and see Burns and Clark, like a boy band having a chat about having what they're setting up here with those two. But Jordan Clark, as I say, got it all started with that wicket of Will Young. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 36 now for Jordan Clark today. As over the wicket he comes to Kelly, and Kelly's in behind a short ball. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Strong fella Jordan Clark, and he'll keep coming. That's the thing with him. He just keeps going, and I said he's 16 championship wickets already this season. He's up to 19 now. Was the bowler of the year last year for Surrey. Worrell, I think, will come and have another go tonight. I think they'll use a little bit of Worrell this evening. Actually, funny enough, he is getting stretched down there at long leg as Jordan Clark is in, and Kelly forward he comes. Plays this one down into the leg side. Gus Atkinson comes around to do the fielding.
Yeah, Proctor's just frustrating him here, isn't he? And I think Jordan Clark's the type of bowler that will get frustrated quite easily, and will want to have him out, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got his captain up there with him. Yet Worrell's getting himself warmed up. He's bowled a couple of lovely spells today. Dan Worrell was in over the wicket. Comes Jordan Clark. Oh, and he's got it up on the toes of Kelly, who was looking to work that leg side. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. I think it's hit the toe end of his bat. It was a Yorker. He's looked to play it leg side, and I think he's trapped the ball under his bat with the toe end, and it sort of just bobbled back towards Jordan Clark. But I think he's looking for the leg stump Yorker. Yeah, and it's hit the footmarks, and I think it's come off the back of his bat. As Jordan Clark is in once again. This is short. That's a nice shot from Kelly. That's pulled away with a swivel on that back foot from Kelly. That has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. It's a lovely shot. 145 for 7, and Kelly moves on to 13.
Yeah, we've not seen many people take it on today, and we have spoken about this big boundary out to the gasometer side, and if you kind of get it right and you hit it along the floor, it will absolutely fly, because across the square, across these, this is where we had the tent
marquee,
set up.
the marquee,
yeah,
yep. You can see it's still, you can sort of still see that's a brilliant facility, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
the marquee.
Yeah,
really good. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, goes wider of the crease. Forward comes Kelly. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, we had for the South East Stars, I think we were here for 4 weeks. We had a couple of sessions a week for 4 weeks. We had a couple at Canterbury as well. And then we went on a pre-season tour to Desert Springs.
Yes, now I was going to ask you about that, because I was asked to do some interviews with people about getting ready to go to Desert Springs, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, and into the gloves it goes of Ben Folkes, and obviously looking forward to the cricket, but also looking forward to some warm weather as well. But how was it?
Yeah, it wasn't that warm.
Oh, was it not? Oh dear. Ah.
Yeah, our first training day was rain interrupted, and then we had 2 T20s on the Wednesday, and we only managed to fit a game and a half in.
Right.
And then the last 2 days were really nice. But it was good. We definitely feel in a lot better place coming into we start the season with the county games, and then, as we were saying, the Stars games start next week. So just kind of stood at the top of your mark. You're feeling a lot. Certainly as a bowler, I find that the move outside, just in terms of how it feels when you're running up and when you release it, I just think it's completely different. And as I said, we had a bit of time in the marquee, which was good. And so it didn't feel quite so alien on that first game.
And also that it's nice all being together, isn't it?
Yeah,
just as a group and as a squad. As Dan Worrell is, as we suspected, back into the attack, coming in from the Vauxhall end to Proctor. Short ball, Proctor gets up on his toes, turns this into the leg side to Grandon. does the fielding. They'll take a single, and that'll be one more to the total. And 146 for 7. But being together and a bit of bonding, all that good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a weird one. We're surprisingly quite close as a squad when you think about the team only came together in 2020. But I guess the fact that it's only 2 counties, Surrey and Kent, that definitely helps. So I think the Sunrisers have got like 5 or 6 different counties coming together, so that certainly helps. But yeah, it was great to spend some time together, and you know,
some social events.
Yeah.
As in comes Worrell, and this one's left alone by Kelly outside his off stump.
Yeah, we all wore our funky shirts on the last night. It has
Very
a
nice.
different word, but.
And who else was out there? So it was South East Stars and
the Western Storm.
Western Storm. That's it. Yeah, I think as well. I think pre-season, it's just all getting together as well, isn't it? And being a group together and sort of reacquainting yourselves.
Definitely, and opportunities have been limited because of COVID.
Yep, as in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and this is left alone by Kelly outside his off stump.
We coming out of lockdown, it was our first winter as a squad, and we were kind of trying to come up with ways that were going with the restrictions, but also trying to get to know each other a bit.
I don't know how you guys did it, to be fair. It's sort of a whole new thing, and you weren't allowed to meet up.
Yeah, so we ordered pizza and sat outside in social distance.
Well, there you go. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's right up on the toes of Kelly, who digs it out into the offside, and Sam Curran does the fielding. But yeah, I think and the facilities at Desert Springs, they're pretty good, aren't they? It's sort of quite a new place to go for pre-seasons.
Yeah, no, it was good. I didn't really realise how much, I think loads of teams
Yeah,
go
they
there.
have, yep.
And yeah, the cricket facilities were very good. We all got given our own, you either got like a villa or an apartment.
Very nice.
And that was good.
As in over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and pushing this one off the back foot is Kelly, and there's no run.
It was a bit cold for the pool at that time of year, at the beginning of April, but some of the girls had a game of golf, and yeah, as you said, just spending time together in the evenings. It was a good laugh.
Yeah, and also you won't come up with plans for specific games because it's a long way to go at that point, but also just how you want to play your cricket and what your sort of aims are for the season ahead. As Worrell is in, over the wicket he comes, and that's outside the off stump, and Kelly again has nothing to do with that whatsoever. End of the over, 146 for 7 Northamptonshire. Kelly 13, Proctor 57, still trailing by 255 runs. Yeah, and don't give too much away, but there is a lot of talk about how you want to go about your cricket, isn't there?
Yeah, we've had quite a few discussions over the winter. Obviously, initially last year they were on Zoom, and we were on Zoom from 9 till 5 one day, and it was
really?
yeah.
Dear.
But yeah, we talk about how we want to be seen. Like, if you were a spectator, what do we want to look like as a team, and kind of obviously it's used quite often at the moment, like this positive brand of cricket, but it is something that we talk about and we discuss in Situation X, like this is how we want to do it. We don't want to come into our shells. We want to, kind of keep taking the positive option, basically.
Jordan Clark coming into Luke Proctor, who allows this one to go across him outside his off stump. Colin de Gronholm's called for his long sleeve sweater, and that's taken down to I must ask you as well, of course, Richard Bedbrook obviously off to England and national and pathways and all that good stuff. What a job that man's done, though.
Yeah, I'm a bit emotional about it, to be
Oh
honest.
no, don't you start. He got emotional on WhatsApp as this is left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. He's brilliant at what he does, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's great. It kind of sums it up that literally everyone is kind of, he said it himself, it's like mixed emotions, isn't it? Like, he'll do an amazing job and he's the perfect guy for the job, and kind of Surrey's loss is England's game, but everyone's gutted really.
Yeah, as in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and this is clipped off his hip by Proctor down towards Ryan Patel. Well, he's been associated with this place for a very, very long time, of course.
Yeah, I didn't realise 18 years.
Yeah, 147 for 7.
Yeah, we've got a lot of memories together. I've known him since I was 17 and at sixth form, and he used to take me out of school on a Wednesday morning and we'd have like a 2-hour one-to-one.
Yeah.
He gave me my first semi-professional contract.
Yeah. As in over the wicket once again is Jordan Clark. Lovely shot from Kelly, just leans on this. Drives it away through the covers. Good little passage this for Northamptonshire. Kelly moves on to 17 and 151 for 7. Well, there's a lot of the, you know, because he worked with the academy, men's academy as well. So there's an awful lot of the men's players as well that owe a lot to Richard Bedbrook. Lovely man as well. That's the other thing. Lovely fella, and you know he is the right man for that job as well. Great move for him. As wide of the crease goes Jordan Clark. Lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, it was funny. When he announced it to the group, he did this emotional video kind of thing and to kind of pass on the news, and we've got a group chat with a few of the girls, and we discussed it. We saw the job advert when it came out in January, and we said Bedders would be perfect for this.
As Jordan Clark is in again, short delivery, and up on his toes goes Kelly. Plays this one back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 151 for 7. Now, as I say, there are an awful lot of cricketers at Surrey and England that need to thank Richard Bedbrook, because he's very, very good at what he does. And I think as well, you know, when the regional stuff started, and in COVID, and a new competition, how that all got put together is beyond me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've never met anyone so organised.
Yep.
He's got spreadsheets for everything.
Yep, absolutely. Well, he always looks neat and tidy as well, doesn't he? So, no, good luck to Richard Bedbrook. He'll do a fantastic job, but a lot of cricketers who owe him a fair amount, as Dan Worrell comes round the wicket to Luke Proctor, and Proctor, I think, had a nibble at that one outside his off stump. I think he pulled the bat inside the line of that after it had gone past his outside edge. Haven't seen too many of those from Proctor in this innings of 58. He's been out there now for 147 deliveries. Luke Proctor. Wickets have tumbled around him, but he's still out there battling away, and he's just trying to get through these next 4 or 5 overs. Get through to stumps, come back tomorrow morning, as Dan Worrell comes round the wicket to him. And Proctor has played at that one. That's gone past his edge. That's taken Ben Folkes off his feet as well. It's a lovely piece of bowling again from Dan Worrell. I did when I watched him at Bristol last week, I did think he's going to take a lot of wickets for Surrey, Dan Worrell. But again, this is just good skills with the old ball to a guy who's been in there a long, long time, and he's absolutely turned him round there. It's an absolute beauty, that delivery.
Yeah, you can see that, all of the bowlers have slightly pulled their length back just a little bit. Obviously it's not swinging as much, so just trying to get the nibble out the surface, I guess.
Round the wicket he comes once again, and Proctor's forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no... The thing with Proctor is he plays every single ball on its merits, doesn't he? And he doesn't go out of his bubble. He's got his way to score his runs, and that's the way he goes about it. And as I say, I saw him get 100 for Lancashire against Surrey at Egbert a few years ago now. And it was the same sort of difference. He's got his method and it works for him.
Similar to Alistair Cook.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 shots. And that's worked all right, isn't it? As in round the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Although I was watching Sir Alistair batting on the highlights. He was unfurling a few cover drives yesterday.
Yeah, I have seen the odd video going around on Twitter.
Yeah, sort of didn't really pull those out the bag until he was normally about 150 for England, but a few of those yesterday. As you might be getting your bit of spin now, because Will Jacks seems to be getting himself warmed up in there at second slip. 151 for 7. Worrell once more is round the wicket to Proctor, and Proctor's letting this one go. Worrell's just trying to knock his off stump out of the ground with the one that comes back here, but Proctor just lets that go. Again, neatly taken by Ben Folkes, and Nick Cook walks over to Rory Burns and, well, does a very strange bit of stretching as he's talking there to Rory Burns, Nick Cook, with his hands in his pockets. Yes, well, he's perpetual motion, Mr. Cook. Very fine bowler in his own right, Nick Cook. Talking about that with Rad, his start for England was outstanding. As in round the wicket once again comes Worrell, and this one's turned leg side by Proctor. He'll pick up a single. That will move Proctor on to 59. I think we're going to get Will Jacks now from the Pavilion end. 4 overs to go tonight. 152 for 7. Surrey would dearly like one more, wouldn't they? Ideally, from a sort of a bowling point of view, Proctor tonight. But a good partnership, important little 26 this, between Kelly and Proctor.
Yeah, it's the first time in quite a while that we've seen a bit of hesitation outside the off stump. We haven't, as you said, we haven't seen him play and miss too much. But Worrell kind of 2 or 3 balls in that last over.
Yeah, so Will Jacks into the attack to bowl his off breaks. Bowled that solitary over before tea, did Will Jacks. There was a single off it. So he'll have Proctor on strike. He's going to have a leg slip, an extra cover, sweeper on the cover rope, backward point mid-off, deepish mid-on is Ashley Mamler. Shortest straight mid-wicket is Colin de Gronholm. Sam Curran will be out there at deep mid-wicket at the moment, with his arms folded. And Luke Proctor settles himself down over his bat. Round the wicket comes Jacks to him, and his first delivery is fairly flat, and it's just turned into the leg side by Proctor. But Will Jacks does give it a rip.
Can't imagine that he's going to get caught at deep square here.
No, I'd be surprised if he pulls out the slog sweep straight down the throat of Sam Curran, because he's done nothing like that in this entire innings, as he's forward and playing this one. Proctor down into the leg side to Grondholm. Does the fielding once again. Lobs the ball back to Will Jacks. As in round the wicket again he comes. This one flatter again, quicker. And Proctor's just sat on the back foot waiting for that, and just prods it back up the pitch once more. I think we'll get one more of Worrell, couple more of Worrell, and one more of Will Jacks from the Pavilion end. As Jacks round the wicket he comes again. Forward goes Proctor. Plays this one down to Grondholm once more, with his white floppy sun hat on, even though it's very cloudy. In again goes Jacks. Forward again goes Proctor. Plays this one down to Hashim Amla. Whatever happens, Surrey will be very pleased with their day's work, though. He's just coming in. A great partnership between Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton of 124 for Surrey, as this one's turned into the leg side by Proctor, and he'll keep the strike off the last ball of the over. 2 quick wickets this morning. Sam Curran for 73 and Jordan Clark for 2, and then all of a sudden Messrs Overton and Atkinson got together. Atkinson finished 66 not out. Overton was scored 59. 124 they put on. Surrey were all of a sudden on 401, and then they've just chipped away really and picked up wickets throughout. And we're going to get down Worrell from this Vauxhall end of the ground. It's getting a bit gloomy out there. I just saw Ryan Patel warming up as well. That might be that they're thinking, because Worrell is pretty quick, they could always bring Ryan Patel in for an over. As in round the wicket then comes Worrell to Proctor. Proctor's letting this one go outside his off stump. I suppose with electricity prices, you'd rather not turn the lights on at the moment if you don't have to.
Yeah, it definitely seems as if the temperature's dropped. Everyone's calling for the long sleeve.
They are. People are putting their coats on. Those brave souls in shorts and well, nice about midday in a short and a t-shirt. Have to admit, I got here early this morning, fell asleep on the balcony outside again. I do a lot of that these days. As in round the wicket once more comes Worrell, and forward goes Proctor. Played that down into the ground. And that's toe end of his bat. It's rolled behind him. Picked up by Will Jacks. He's already broken one bat today. But Worrell there, great length delivery. And it's just hit the toe end of his bat pushing forward and down into the turf. That could have gone back onto the stumps. His head shot round to see where it had gone. Well, I was asleep this morning at about 8:30 and Mr. Kevin Howes at BBC Radio 5 Live woke me up very kindly with, and you may not have heard of them, I'm a big fan of Barry Manilow, which Eva, you won't have heard of him. But he woke me up with one of my favourite Barry Manilow hits, which was very kind of him. As in round the wicket again is Worrell, and this is turned off his hip by Proctor. Down towards long leg. They'll take the single, and that will be one more to the total. 153, 4 for 7. It's interesting, I have to say, I do like it going to the ground in the morning fairly early and just sitting quietly and watching sort of players have their hit and the sort of the ground coming to life. It's rather lovely. On away trips I tend to do that as well. Find a quiet spot and have a little sit with a coffee and watch the ground come to life in the mornings. Watching. Yeah, no, very. And I'm that boring. I quite enjoy watching how different players sort of get warmed up as well. I don't get out a lot, but I do enjoy watching the different routines of everybody. As over the wicket then comes Worrell to Kelly. Kelly plays this one straight back up the pitch. Amner does the fielding in there at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it, that, as you say, there's so many differences in how people choose to warm up. The emphasis is very much on that you do what's going to get you ready kind of for that first ball, and some people will need to bowl until they feel good.
What do you like? What do you like to do? As Worrell runs away from us, comes in over the wicket, and that's hitting the pads of Kelly as he looks to work it leg side, and it's picked up by Ben Folkes, and there's no run.
I can understand why someone would have a bowl and then keep bowling until you've bowled 3 or 4 where you want to bowl them, but some people literally just keep going.
Keep going.
I think I kind of know when to draw the line and think I probably shouldn't bowl 5 overs in the morning.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is that as well. You're going into a game. That's the other thing. As over the wicket then is Worrell, and Kelly lets this one pass outside his off stump. Taken by Ben Folkes. End of the over. 2 to go tonight then. 154 for 7. I always find it fascinating as well how the batters sort of get into their groove. Some like to hit a lot of balls. It's a bit like you're saying. Some like to bowl a lot. Some like to hit a lot of balls. Some just like a couple and feel ready to go.
Yeah, it's quite often that people just do like underarm full tosses, and we actually kind of tinkered with it a little bit last season, and we didn't do it before the 50 over stuff, but for the T20s we started getting the 12th, 13th to have a bowl in the nets that were set up on the side of the strip, and any batters who wanted to face bowlers the morning of the game kind of could do so. And it's not for everyone, because same with bowling, if you're batting against a bowler who's bowling well and it's not feeling good, then you're probably not in the best place to then go out. But it's more just that T20 is so quick and you have to get off the mark from ball 1 that I think we kind of switched it a little bit, and people started to have a face against bowlers in the warm-up.
It's quite interesting. Aaron Finch, seen him walk out there with just his gloves and his bat, hit a couple of balls and say, that's it, I'm ready to go. Forward, he's Proctor to a new over from Will Jacks with his off spin coming round the wicket, plays that one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So he sort of, a couple of balls felt great, and that was me done. He probably wandered out there and smashed 100, I thought. Will Jacks is in, and forward goes Proctor, plays this one out into the offside, where there are others who just like to hit a lot of balls, aren't there?
Yeah, it probably depends on the schedule as well. Like, if you've played a game 2 days earlier, then you probably only need a couple of underarms, but if you haven't played in a while, then you might want a half-hour net.
Round the wicket he comes once more. Will Jacks forward goes Proctor. I love the stories about when you know you're coming up against good left-arm spinners on a rough pitch, so you go in the day before and rough the pitch up, and in round the wicket again. Oh, is Jacks. Now, Proctor's had a drive at this that spun out the footmarks and gone straight to Rory Burns at first slip. That one did turn. That's gone out the footmarks and has gone straight to Rory Burns at first slip. As Jacks is in again, quicker ball this time, and Proctor's forward and plays that one up towards mid-on.
Now that'll give Northampton a little bit of hope with the spin options that they've got. Yeah, that one spun a mile.
It did. It just ripped straight to Rory Burns. I thought Proctor had got an edge on it. I thought that would be a bonus for Will Jackson, Surrey. Jacks is in once more, and Proctor lets this one go outside his off stump. So 1 over to go tonight. 154 for 7. Kelly 17. Proctor 61. And Dan Worrell will bowl the final over from the Vauxhall end, and he'll just be desperately trying to knock Matt Kelly over, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great that they've got Kelly on strike for this last over. Proctor's looked quite solid, really. Yeah, although, as we were saying, a couple of player misses in the last over.
Yep, of course. And if a wicket did go down tonight, that would be it for the day. So Kelly would like to get through these 6 balls, obviously, and be there in the morning. But this is a good little partnership of 28. It's gonna get Northampton to stumps tonight, even if Kelly does get knocked over in their first innings. Dan Worrell then, from the Vauxhall end, is coming over the wicket to Kelly. And Kelly has got an edge and has gone, has he? Kelly does go. And Dan Worrell has done it with the first ball of the over. And that will be stumps tonight. And Dan Worrell, lovely ball again. Just on a good length, nips away. Bit of swing and outside edge, and taken by Ben Folkes, gleefully taken by Ben Folkes. And that will be 154 for 8. And well batted Luke Proctor. He finishes 61 not out. But that will give Surrey a real lift, Eva, to get that wicket of Matthew Kelly and send Northamptonshire in at 154 for 8 tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if it was a little bit of a leg cutter. Slightly rolled his fingers down the side of it. But just did enough, didn't it?
Yeah. And Luke Proctor, well played. Luke Proctor, he makes his way off. 61 not out. He really has battled through there, has Proctor. The Surrey bowlers have shared them around. A couple there for Worrell, 3 for Jordan Clark, 1 for Jamie Overton as well. But Surrey in a very good position here at 154 for 8 Northamptonshire this evening. Eva, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
We will have you on again, but good luck with everything. I'll be down doing a bit of commentary on you for the South East Stars. Don't let that worry you, but I will be down doing some of the South East Stars games. That's enough. Eva won't turn up now if she knows that. But and thank you so much for joining us today. Andrew Rad, thank you very much indeed. So that's the story from here today on day 2. Surrey head back into the dressing room in a good position. All out for 401, and then Northampton's going to stumps tonight on 154 for 8. Andrew Rad and I will be back with you from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, but from the Kia Oval, it's a very good night to one and all.